All right, YouTube. Chat's already here with me, but welcome. We are going to get into the Repzion and Onision stuff right quick. For those who don't know who Onision is, during the glory age of YouTube, he was kind of a sketch comedian. He had a couple famous songs. "I'm a Banana" was one of them, if you remember that. Um, and he's infamous for uh, being one of the first YouTube cases Chris Hansen really took, and one of the first cases that was botched for everyone to see. I really, he's a major predator, serial predator, uh, and none of the survivors really have gotten much justice from Chris Hansen stepping in. Feel like, um, I feel like Chris Hansen pulled a Mama Max really, uh, with this, and a lot of the survivors really had to take on justice themselves because they weren't getting what they needed. Um, Repzion was one of the few people who got like a cease and desist and multiple like suings from Onision. Uh, and Repzion won in court. But Repzion recently retired from YouTube content because he wanted to lead a normal private life. He was kind of tired. Don't blame him. But guess who decided to send him to court again, filing for bankruptcy? Yeah, Gregory. So we're gonna go into this. This has triggering topics such as SA, predatory behavior towards minors and adults, grooming. You know the drill with these kinds of people. We're literally just going to react to the archives so that everybody has a comprehensive knowledge and people are aware to stay away from this motherfucker. So yeah, this is Archive 1.
That this video response is kind of important because when I watched this video, I couldn't do anything but laugh, but at the same time actually feel sorry because this person doesn't understand what they're saying, but more than that, that they are completely blind to their own actions, which they themselves say they don't commit. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, I have been removed from the list of speakers on the VidCon site.
Oh, geez, I wonder why, Greg. Tell us about it.
And I was recently contacted by someone who represents VidCon. What they said was that I was removed because parents were complaining. They weren't necessarily complaining about me being at the event as much as they were complaining about me being a speaker. And I say this because that's why they contacted VidCon in the first place, because I was listed as a speaker. That and the individual who's talking to me who represented VidCon stated that I could still attend the event. So what this comes down to is that they don't want me to voice my opinion. I mean, why else could I still attend the event and not talk into a microphone? Because they don't want me to say anything that's on my mind.
Maybe it's because you have been in controversy for years and years now, Greg.
These parents are afraid I'm going to say something to their kids, if they even are parents. Maybe they're just haters pretending to be parents.
Haters pretending to be parents. I disagree. I think these are genuine parents who have a real concern for the safety of their children and teens. They have a concern for the safety of their teens and their family members attending VidCon 2012 because of you. There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, I respect those parents who have taken a stance against you.
Parents, I'm going to address you right now for the sake of this. Uh, Always watch what your children are watching and do research on the people your children are watching. Because you cannot trust content creators. Like, I say that as a content creator. You cannot trust content creators. You don't know what their past is. You don't know what they're doing behind closed doors. You cannot trust them.
I really do. Because anyone who has a child or children needs to be aware of people like you and the things that you say. But not just say, the things that you try to force upon others. See, you later mentioned about Shane Dawson being offensive and saying inappropriate things. But there's a big difference between Shane Dawson and you. Now, I don't like Shane Dawson. Or you. But Shane Dawson does not force his views upon people.
That is true. That's the one credit I will give Shane Dawson, is that he is a scumbag piece of shit, but he's not trying to force his views. Like, he doesn't have, like, this need to be seen. A lot of content creators don't. And if you do, you have a severe case of narcissism. Like, if y'all stopped watching me today, I'm just gonna be honest, I'm still gonna stream. I'm still gonna do my shit. I have a part-time job, but sometimes it's full-time. And I'm a college student. So, I mean, if you don't watch my stuff, you don't watch my stuff. That's pretty much where we're at.
And this is what confuses me. I find Shane Dawson to be very, very hilarious. He's a very funny guy. He says a lot of inappropriate things, but it's funny nevertheless. At the first VidCon, he cussed like crazy. How many people protested him talking at the next event? At the next event, he joked about pedophilia repeatedly. How many people protested the 2012 event coming up? Probably not very many people. Shane Dawson says a lot of things that I would assume most parents don't want their kids to hear.
Also, Greg, you were friends with Shane Dawson too, and you and he contributed to a lot of the harassment Eugenia Cooney had when she was actually in recovery.
Things that I would never say on stage. I rarely swear in person. I really do. I rarely say anything that's extremely offensive in person. And yet, I'm being censored.
Losing your viewers is me just leaving. Oh my god, Darth. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I am a small channel, so yeah, that tracks.
And somebody who's much, much more offensive than I am in person isn't. He's much, much more popular than me, yes. However, there are people that are far less popular than me who are still speaking. So it doesn't really quite add up. I support Shane Dawson. I support Shane Dawson and his freedom to joke around and say really offensive things because that's what people love. But what I don't support is...
It's not 2009 anymore, Greg. This is from 2012. 2012, but people are growing up around this time. Like, people are maturing and realizing that, edgy isn't always funny anymore.
This unfair bias, where because I have an opinion on vegetarianism, or I have an opinion on religion, or I have an opinion on circumcision, I'm not allowed to speak. So you can joke about pedophilia, and you can swear in front of all these kids like crazy, but you can't have these opinions that I have, because that is just too offensive. So let's censor Onision. Let's prevent Onision from saying anything. Because that's the American thing to do, is to censor someone who has a difference in opinion from speaking at a very diverse, what is intended to be a very accepting event. So with that being said...
Bro, don't even. It's far worse than that, you dumb fuck.
If this isn't...
You can have an opinion, just don't groom. Exactly. People don't like... Just because you support Shane Dawson doesn't mean a lot of people support Shane Dawson. And Onision's shit was far more well-known than what Shane Dawson was doing in 2012. A lot of the stuff that Shane Dawson was called out for and canceled for happened closer to 2020. Like, just a few years before that. It was after this VidCon event.
Resolved, I just don't see the point in going to VidCon, because obviously I'm an unwelcome person. Obviously VidCon isn't proud to back me. They're not proud to show their support for me. Because if they were, they would not have removed me from their site.
You can still attend, you dumb bitch.
So, thank you for supporting me through all this. Hopefully everything works out. Bye, guys.
This is really important for you to understand, Greg Onision. It's not that you're being censored from your opinion. It's how you present your opinion to other people. Your opinion is not wanted when your opinion is forced upon others. There are plenty of videos and examples on your channel of you hating on people and trying to force people to become vegans. When you hold a belief or a view or an opinion and you try to force that on people, it's not going to go over well. You're going to get people angry at you, and you're especially going to get parents, defending their children. Because when you start forcing your views onto people, it no longer becomes an opinion. I've made a lot of...
Yeah, once you start forcing your views on people, it becomes extremism. Now, mind you, for those who don't know, I'm using myself as an example because that's how I relate to things. I'm a Satanist. I'm a theistic Satanist. I practice witchcraft, stuff like that. And I like educating people on the topic, but I never push it to where I feel like, people have to be a Satanist, that they have to convert to Satanism. I have views against Mormonism because I grew up Mormon, and, I believe that Mormonism is a cult. But do I steer people away from Mormonism? No. I just have an opinion because of my experience. Like, I do not condone forcing opinions on people. I do not condone harassment of people, no matter what they did. You know, I state my piece, and then we move on. That is just the way it goes. Once you start forcing those opinions on people, it becomes extremism, and it becomes dangerous for the audiences involved.
A lot of videos on YouTube, over 200 in fact, and there's not a single video I've made where I talk about Christianity and attempt to force my beliefs on anybody. And there's a reason for that. In fact, this goes for everybody, not just you, Onision, but anyone who has a view on something, whether it's abortion, philosophy, God, religion, VidCon 2012, Shane Dawson. When you try to force that upon other people, it's not going to work. Forcing someone to try to believe something you believe doesn't work. It doesn't work in opinions. It doesn't work in religion. You don't see the amazing atheists trying to force people to become atheists, do you? I mean, in your videos against people eating meat, you call people who eat meat, such as me, idiots, douchebags, a-holes, people without brains. You call them stupid. You call Christians, anyone who's a Christian, and anybody who believes in God, anyone who's a Christian, no matter who they are, even me, is a douchebag. You said that in your last video on talking about God.
Yeah, that he's going into exactly why Onision is being targeted compared to Shane Dawson.
That's you trying to force people to believe different things, and if they don't agree with you, you call them malicious, insulting names. You gotta learn to understand and take criticism from people. And the best thing about this video that you're making is you act like you're so shocked from being censored. From you not being able to attend VidCon or share your opinions. I should say, force your beliefs, not share your opinions. But what I love most about this video that you've made is the fact that you're complaining about being censored, but you don't even realize or see that you are getting the treatment that you deserve. Because what do you do on all your videos? If someone says any valid criticism against you, you delete their comment. You block them on YouTube.
Yeah, no, you don't be that kind of person. Like, if you're receiving criticism, there's a very valid reason for it. Like, as we talked about on my Play to Moss video, the Slime Beast criticized me for, making the assumption that the Nick Spears SA allegations have been cleared up. That was very valid criticism. I needed that. On my Nux Taku and Bongo Taiga video, a lot of people, talked to me about, not cloud chasing. There were things that I didn't know. I was just addressing the situation at the time to show support for Taiga. I didn't know that Taiga had pretty much, accepted Nux's half-assed apology. I didn't know that Taiga wasn't going to be addressing it anymore. I was just going off of what I had seen the day prior because it had just been uploaded. And people who were Nux fans gave me some criticism. And I went and talked about the fact that I used to be a Nux Taku fan. That I knew a lot of Nux's side. I didn't know Taiga's side until I started looking into it. But yeah, that's the whole thing. And then the Plague Moth situation. I used to be a fan of Plague Moth. And he did not receive criticism well at all. I use these as examples because they're the most recent things to be addressed and to think about when talking about the subject.
That if you go to most of your videos, all the like bar and dislike bar are all disabled. You censor comments. You only approve nice comments or comments that build you up. You are being censored, and you are getting the treatment that you've been treating others for so long now. How does it feel? How does it feel to be censored from sharing your opinion? Because that's what you've been doing for the past, 2 years? Or is it longer than that? You won't even approve my videos that I've posted as a response. You block people, delete them, delete the comments. So really, you had this coming for you.
Yeah, no, he goes out of his way. And he's a large YouTuber, too. So the fact that he goes out of his way to do that is kind of bullshit.
You really did. And I don't feel sorry for you at the fact that you're being censored. In fact, I'm glad. I'm glad that there are parents out there to stand behind their children and say, we do not want that man near our children. The things he says and the things he tries to force on others. I'm against censorship. That's why I let all my videos, people thumb up, thumb down, type whatever they want. If they want to mock me because I believe in God, so be it. I'm not going to delete their comment because of that.
The only time I will ever delete a comment is if it's genuinely threatening. Like, I've gotten some spam comments on the next year's video about Warlord tanks. Which has nothing to do with my content. But, you know, I still leave those up there too. If it's genuinely dangerous for my safety, then yeah, that's probably the only time that I will ever delete a comment from my channel.
You do. And that's the true difference between you and me. I don't censor people. You do. And it's rightfully so that you finally get censored from yourself and others. I congratulate Hank Green for saying what he did to you. This is what Hank Green has to say. I'm reading it from my computer. Now here's my 100% honest, frank reaction that you should feel free to share this with everyone. I'm angry at the person who took you off the site without my permission. I had never planned to have you on stage at VidCon. I had no problem with you being there, but we have a very limited stage time. The page that you were on was speakers and guests. You are on the guest category just as you were last year. I am now, because of the controversy starting, to feel like it might actually not be as safe for you to come to the conference. This is upsetting, and we have prevented people from coming before out of concern for their safety. I'm keeping my eye on the situation, and hopefully it will calm down. But keep in mind that it's possible that you will not be safe, so we will not allow you to come. Now listen to this, Onision. I don't agree with a lot of what you say or do in your videos. This is also true for many others at VidCon. But I'm thankful that I live in a world where you are free to say what you like. VidCon is a private entity, and if our goals do not line up with your presence, we won't be able to
put Onision in a dunk take. Bro, for real. Wash that kombucha off his fucking skin.
have you. Whether that's because we can't afford the security necessary to keep you safe, or because we don't think that your presence would be conducive to the constructive atmosphere that we have worked so hard to build.
So the creator of VidCon is essentially saying, along TLDR, that because of your controversy, Greg, they can't ensure your safety because you do not know how to keep an opinion an opinion. So people will try to fuck you up.
And I'm going to be honest. You at VidCon destroys the atmosphere. I'm attending VidCon 2012 this year, and I'm glad that you're not being able to attend. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be mean. I'm saying that because it's true. You would disrupt the atmosphere at VidCon 2000.
So dunk tank it for $20 a try and get paid. Facts. Facts.
2012, because all you are capable of doing is forcing your beliefs upon others, not taking criticism, and if anyone disagrees with you, you give them the middle finger. That's why we don't want you at VidCon. Peace.
Oh shit, I think my camera just turned off.
Guess who may be seeing Judge Judy? That's right, Greg, also known as Onision. Let's see what he has to say.
Hey guys, I just got off the phone with some of the people at Judge Judy. I mentioned briefly before that I was going to contact Judge Judy about being conned out of almost $2,000 by my ex-girlfriend, and it turns out they're interested in my case. The only question is whether or not we can get that old Canadian down here to see some American justice. No, but I think that she's going to be interested in this case just because she thinks she's right. She's pretty set on...
Okay, so, we do need to talk about Shiloh. Shiloh was one of the people that Onision dated. I think it was back when she was a minor. But she essentially lived at his house and was groomed and stuff. Almost went insane, if I remember correctly, because of the abuse she was going through. And Shiloh does not owe him money. I'm just gonna be straightforward with you. Shiloh does not owe him money in the slightest. I know this is in 2012, I'm aware, but like Shiloh has been a victim for multiple years.
Believing whatever she wants to believe, and so maybe by the end of the month we'll have Judge Judy telling us who's right. Maybe it's me that is 100% honest, like I've been telling you guys all this time. Or maybe Judge Judy will side with the Canadian, who knows?
First things first here, Judge Judy knows when somebody's lying. And my guess is that if you go to court, Shiloh's going to be lying, and you are going to be lying. You both are going to be lying, and being a long time of Judge Judy, and having been a long viewer of Judge Judy, she calls out liars on the spot, on national television, right then and there.
Repzion's got a good point. He's got a good point. Now, I want to make it clear, I do not have bias towards Shiloh because of the abuse that Onision did to her. Shiloh has her own problems. I'm well aware. I've been down this rabbit hole for years. Like, since 2018, I think, is when shit started hitting the fan. When I started hearing about this, so this is just also to kind of help me understand how far this feud goes.
Both sides. Not one, but both sides. She can see past it. She's been a judge for, what, almost 20 years? More than, I think, 20 years. I've been watching her since I've been, like, 9. She knows her stuff. So if you're lying, she's going to know. She can read people, especially people like you, Greg, who's supposedly very, very honest all the time.
The point is that I'm going to bring plenty of evidence, I'm going to bring plenty of statements and so forth, supporting my case as usual because I am a man of evidence.
Now, if you're watching this video, Onision, I want to give you some real advice here. You say that you have evidence. And I want, as a genuine human being, I want to tell you that going to court, you may think you have evidence, but there is a very high chance that your evidence that you think is known as evidence will not be taken seriously.
Yeah, the difference between evidence on YouTube and evidence in the legal sense is very, very, very different. Like, they're two sides of two different coins. Like, that's how far apart they are. And honestly, like, if you've known about this guy for long enough, you know that he doesn't have the same evidence as he thinks he does.
The reason I say that is because the only evidence that Judge Judy is going to accept is if you have a written or verbal or signed contract between you and your ex-girlfriend stating that while you were in a relationship with your ex-girlfriend, that she agreed to pay you back the money you gave her. If there's no verbal agreement or of that conversation, or there's no signed contract, then she's not going to take your case seriously. Because later in this video, you say, well, she conned me out of $2,000 while I was dating her. She was seeing other men, and I was giving her money or whatever. That's what I could from understand. You were giving her money while you guys were dating and stuff, and she was out dating other guys or something like that. And if that's true, that's really not a solid case to. You just can't. If you're giving money to someone just because you love them or care for them, unless they agree to pay you back the money, agree, like a contract, then they're not liable to pay you back. They don't have.
Also, I do want to make something clear, and this is just based on my past relationships, because, I've been in toxic relationships and whatnot. Money should not be a thing that holds your relationship together unless you both are paying a bill of some sort, because a lot of the times people hold on to that and they're like, oh, you owe me for this, that, and the third. If it's not a bill, it's probably not worth an argument over.
Have to pay you back anything. It's like when I bought gifts to my past relationship, I gave them to her as a gift because I loved and cared for her, and I can't just go over to her house and say, well, I want all these things I bought for you, well over $1,000 or in the year of the relationship. I want all that stuff back now. I can't do that because I gave it out of love and kindness, and because I cared for the person, and there was no contract between us that that if we were to break up, that she'd give everything back. So unless you have a verbal agreement as evidence, there's a very high chance that the court case, if it actually goes, will be thrown out.
And principal and stuff. I am actively suing Shiloh, or attempting to sue Shiloh, for almost $2,000 because that is what I was conned out of. She was dating two people simultaneously, pretending she was dating me while taking money freely from me, and I feel like that's 100% wrong. If I win the case, I will be happy to donate to whatever charity you guys decide. I will probably start a poll if the case is accepted on which charity you guys want me to donate to. All of the money that is taken from Shiloh will go straight to charity.
He's never donated to a single charity, by the way. I just want to make that very clear. And I also want to make it very clear that he probably never will. What else? I mean, it's not hard to just raise funds for a charity without having to do that with the money you won from the lawsuit. I have a charity that constantly goes on my Twitch. Now, I don't get donations from it, but, I mean, it's not hard to just have it there. Like, he will donate to map groups. Honestly, yeah, I could see him doing that, but map groups weren't really publicized back in 2012 as much as they are now. But yeah, it's not hard to just have it up. Like, whether that's the link in your description or you got a fundraiser going for it on Twitch. Like, y'all see my progress bars on my stream. I have one for Gamers for Gaza that I made myself. And, yeah, like, it's not hard. Just have it up. Say something about it. You have a large enough platform to do something with it. But you don't care like you think you do.
So it would be like almost a good thing what happened to us. While I could use that money, I just don't feel good taking the money back. It's just a weird principle thing. I don't know. It's like I want the money back, but I don't want the money back because now it's like tainted. So I just kind of want to like give it to some good organization and just get over the whole thing. Anyway, to Shiloh. Stop contacting me. You're still contacting me. You're still emailing me. You're still talking about me, blogging about me, tweeting about me, and so forth. Facebook stats updating about me. Stop it. I keep telling you to stop, but you won't. Stop, please. Okay, I'll see you in court. Bye.
Here's what I think about the situation. You want to go on Judge Judy because you want publicity. You want attention. And if you can do that by going on Judge Judy and getting accepted into Judge Judy, you'll do it. It's kind of like the when you asked the Amazing Atheist to go on the Steve Wilkos show, and you wanted attention. You want publicity from someone on national television, and you were willing to get the Amazing Atheist, TJ, where you attempted to try to get him to come on the show with you. It's a publicity stunt. You're not doing it because you sincerely want $2,000. I know for a fact how many subscribers and how many viewers you get on your videos that you make far more than $2,000. In fact, $2,000 to you is probably nothing. Hell, I make maybe $1,000 if I'm lucky if I work 40 hours a week. For 2 weeks, I can be lucky if I make $1,000. That's including overtime. In all seriousness, Onision...
Bro, I'm lucky if I even make fucking 600 in 2 weeks. So, like, yeah, no, you have a large platform, bro. You can... This is light work for you. You just want the attention.
If you don't want her talking about you and seeing her talk about you, block her on Twitter and all those social networking sites. But more than that, ignore her. This actually kind of relates to a situation I was in, because last month, January 7th, I was in court because my ex-girlfriend took me to court for anti-harassment over Twitter. Twitter. They got a screenshot of something some other people said, which I asked. I asked some third-party people to ask my ex-girlfriend to why she took advantage of me. That's all I asked them to ask her that. And I saw what they wrote, and they asked, why did you take advantage of this person? And she responded by filing an anti-harassment order against me because of a Twitter message, and I had the cops come to my house, knock on my door, and hand me a anti-harassment 6-day temporary order, and that if I violate this order and try to contact my ex-girlfriend in 6 days, that I will be thrown in jail. No, I'm not making this up. I didn't try to contact her, and I'm someone who abides by the law, and I went to court, and it got thrown out. Here's the thing, if you're going to go to court with evidence, you have to have actual evidence that what I'm saying is harassing. Because when asking somebody a question, especially when it's not even from me directly, it's third party, asking somebody, why did you take advantage of somebody? that's not a legitimate reason to file an anti-harassment claim. Second of all, anti-harassment deals with unwanted contact, and I hadn't seen my ex-girlfriend since summer of 2010, and until all the way, a year and a half, until January 7th, I see her in court, is my next time I see her. And she, during that time, during December of 2011, she files a she was trying to get it permanent, she was trying to get a 1-year anti-harassment order put on my record because of a Twitter message. And of course the judge threw it out because, number one, I have free speech. Number two, what I said was not slander. Number three, there was nothing objectionable with what I said. And number four, it wasn't considered harassment. And number five, there was she never ever contacted me and said, you know what, Daniel, I never want to see anything from you again. If you have any third party contact me and ask me questions about you, I don't want any of that. She never said anything like that. My last actual contact with her via seeing her was in 2010. And it's just shocking that somebody can file an anti-harassment order and claim that they have evidence to prove that I am harassing somebody, when indeed I am not, and it's not even from me directly, it's from third-party people. And like I said, having a third-party person ask you, why did you use so-and-so, or why did you take advantage of them? Because I admit, from my past relationship, I feel taken advantage of. From how long the relationship lasted, and then how it ended, and the things that took place to why it ended, I'm still confused to this very day. But I'm not focused on that anymore. I'm happily moved on from that relationship, and I'm moving on with my life. And yeah, so with that said, I just wanted to share that with my viewers and subscribers. And by all means, Onision, if you are watching this, I hope Judge Judy, if you go to court, rules out both of you as being crazies, delusional, and that you guys are both wrong. That's all I gotta say. I'm Daniel Solzbach, also known as Mr. Repzion. Peace, Rep, out. So I haven't made a video response to Onision, Greg, for quite some time, as his last video I was actually quite happy about, which was telling you that he was going to be done giving his personal life on the internet. But of course, we all knew that deep down that he was lying about that, and he would have been...
Onision loves giving his personal life on the internet, but the problem is that nobody really gives a shit about it, because he is never honest, and on top of that, he's kind of a joke because of the kind of person that he actually is.
Eventually, over time, 1 or 2 months, make another video releasing his public life and his private life on the internet like he usually does. Anyways, this is a video response to Greg, yet again. Down below in the description there is a playlist. You click that playlist, you will be able to see every video response I've ever made to Onision. I would definitely recommend checking them out, because I do some very good responding to some of his problems and concerns, and just what he does on YouTube.
Hey guys, this is very unpro of me to be so personal, as I haven't been personal in some time. However, I've tried to handle some personal issues privately, as I promised I would, and I have had no success whatsoever in doing so. So this is...
Is it bad that he kinda low-key looks like, you know, the MySpace era emo in his video? Is that rude to say? I mean, he kinda does. His eyes are all dark and shit, and his hair has that classical emo cut.
Is my formal public request for my ex-wife to let me move on.
This proves that you are stupid. And no, I'm not trying to personally attack you. I'm really not. I'm just saying flat out that you are stupid, that you are actually making a request video like this, when in reality you're actually doing it only for attention, as that while you're trying to make a public request like you're doing, it's not going to do a darn thing.
To let me be happy and to go her own way. I've been paying her $1,000, and as of late more than $1,000 every single month for over a year now, since February of last year. And she just keeps taking and taking and taking and taking, despite the fact that business as of late hasn't been very good.
Greg, shut the front door. Are you freaking serious? You have over 500,000 subscribers. You have over...
Bro, it's not that serious. If you wanted to stop giving her money, you would have. You're using it as leverage. Legitimately.
40 million, way over 40 million total YouTube views on your main channel. You are still bringing in lots and lots of money. You have videos with millions and millions of views. But the worst problem is here is that you're trying to play the victim card, as if your ex-wife is taking money from you, when you're too stupid to realize that the courts made a legal decision, which means that you have to pay your wife when you get married to someone.
Oh. Did he get a prenup? Well, fuck. Yeah, no, like, legally that's what you have to do. There's no emotional connection to it. You know, that's your own fault.
Someone, you have a social contract between one another. Why do you think celebrities are always divorcing and marrying other people so they can grab bits and pieces of money from rich people and then divorce them and get more money off of them? The courts decided legally that you need to pay your ex-wife, and that the fact that you're saying that she's taking from you is incorrect, because the courts, it's law, it's alimony. You take that risk of getting married to a girl, and then if you divorce her, part of your funds and part of your things that you own go to her. Quite frankly, I don't even understand how someone like you could even have been married.
So it's like no matter how much I suffer, she always gets the same. And it's like the relationship has been over for so long. Why is she still taking from me? It doesn't make sense. Imagine you guys are with someone and they just keep...
Bro, that's why if I ever get married, like, I make that decision very carefully. Because I've been married once. And, you know, it was common law marriage, but I was still, formally engaged to that person. If it had been, like, signed in a courthouse, man, I'd still be paying money on that motherfucker.
pulling and pulling and pulling and sucking and sucking and sucking all your energy away from you because of this financial debt. This debt that is completely superficial because the basis of it is so unfair.
Nobody, it's not unfair, it's the law. You get married with someone, you get committed to someone, you have a social contract with someone. When they divorce you or you divorce them, you owe them parts of your house, your items. You have to split it equally in half. That's not unfair, that's reasonable. For how old you are, Greg, you really need to grow up and learn how the real world works in today's society. You're not a prepubescent little 14-year-old boy.
The agreement was originally signed out of...
Bruh. What is he? Pushing 40 now, I think? How terminally online have you been, Greg? That you don't know how the legal system works with marriage?
fear that I would lose more which I do not have. If I had the money to pay her off, I would do it in a heartbeat just so I could move on. But the bottom line is I don't. I don't have the money. And I'm so scared that things aren't going to work out for me in the future, and I'm still going to have this bill over my head, and I'm not going to be able to make it by. Because there's no clause that says, you know, if you don't make enough, then it's okay, you can stop paying. No, there's nothing. The only thing it says is basically I have to be dead in order to stop making these payments. I have to be dead. Talk about incentive of suicide.
Nope.
Well, if I kill myself,
Nope.
at least I don't
How he got married. Simple to broke people, he's rich. Honestly. Honestly. He's a micro celebrity.
have to pay my ex-wife anymore. That's it. You know? I have to be dead. I could be sick in the hospital making maybe $500 a month. Still got to pay her $1,250 every single month, regardless of my circumstances. Even if I file bankruptcy, the agreement still apparently stands. And you know who holds the key to my happiness, to my freedom, to my ability to be able to move on in my life? My ex-wife.
Really, you're letting someone else hold your happiness? You know, I've made numerous videos on my channel talking about how you shouldn't let
Lots about him and Micro. God damn, Darth. Damn.
somebody control you, how you shouldn't let someone control your happiness, to be who you are, be happy despite your circumstances, despite your trials, despite what you have to go through in life. Because life can be a real pain in the butt. I will tell you that from my personal experience. But the fact that you're letting your own wife hold your happiness, well, if you keep doing that, you probably will commit suicide. And by all means, I don't support suicide, but I guarantee you the YouTube community wouldn't miss you if you did. You are, in fact, a child, Onision, and you need to grow up. It's not a matter of moving on, it's that you haven't matured enough to realize that what moving on actually means. Yeah, I had a terrible 2-year relationship with an ex-girlfriend who slandered me, spread lies about me, but you don't see me making videos saying, well, my ex-girlfriend holds the key to my happiness.
I'm gonna address the audience right here. You are the only one that can give your life purpose. You are the only one. And I'm gonna tell you right now. You choose the circumstances that you're in, and you choose how you get out of that. I don't need 2,000. Meanwhile, I also can't afford it. Lol. Right? That's some bullshit.
If we ever get back together again. Heck no! I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You are like a full adult in a 15-year-old teenage body. How does it work? I don't understand.
But does she care? Does she give a rat's butt if I suffer?
Let me tell you something, Greg. You have no idea what suffering is. Don't sit there in your little cradle of power on YouTube that influence the thousands of little fans that you influence, those 15-year-old girls, and don't tell me you know what suffering is, because you don't. I do. Suffering either does two things.
Dude, like, unless you've been at the bottom, you don't know what suffering is. I've been homeless 3 times. Not by choice. Not because of things that were in my control. But within months, I was on the come up. It's, like I said, you choose how to get out of those situations. Even if it's not something that you put yourself in. You choose how you handle circumstances. It's all about perspective.
To a person. It makes them stronger or it makes them weak. And in your case, it's made you weak. You think that having to pay $1,200 a month is suffering? I would rather spend $1,200 of my hard-earned money every single month to bring one of my best and closest friends back from committing suicide.
No.
So don't tell me, don't even say that paying $1,200 a month for your ex-wife is suffering, because you don't even know, you can't even comprehend what the word suffering is. Your measly little $1,200 you have to pay a month is not suffering. It's called life, and when you marry someone and put the Twinkie in the peach and then divorce them, you have to pay them money. That's how the world works. Grow up.
No.
Just, he's got that, tonight will be the night that I will fall for you head ass look, bro. Like, the mentality is like, stop it. Stop. Just stop, Greg. Just stop.
She doesn't want to have to get a job where she can fully pay for everything that she has in her life. It's too easy to dry.
Bruh, you're terminally online. You have no room to talk.
Me completely of blood. And I have to do this for the next 5 years of my life.
He hasn't grown up for 30 years. Facts.
Who knows where I'll be in 5 years? I signed that agreement out of fear. Because initially she was pursuing me for $150,000. Dropped it down to 90, and I was like, well, that's way better than 150.
I joined in with a habit you people ever heard of. Growing the fuck up, bitch.
But should I have signed it? No. Did she sign the original agreement, which said I only had to pay her $12,000? Yes. Did she honor that contract? No. So what am I supposed to do now? Bottom line is there's nothing I can do except die.
Or, hot take, you pay the fucking money and then move on with your life.
So, that's it. Didn't cry, didn't get all emotional or anything, which is good. But I would like to say, Sky, if you are watching this video, please let me move on. I want you to move on. I want you to live a happy life, independent.
Man, I could reference so many emo songs with that. how this shit is going. Ugh. Man, you just wah. Hold on, let me find my expression for this because I have a specific key expression for it. F3? Oh, F3? Should be. Hold on. I can't see. Wah! Oh my god! No, moving on. Double the pay. Fast. Wah! Woe is me! Woe is me! Oh my god! I have to pay $1,000 a month when I make bank! Oh my god! Boo-hoo! Oh my god, bro. I cannot with this fucking bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. It's fucking annoying, Greg. Like, grow the fuck up. He is brokerage. Facts.
From other people's aid. Just as I'm doing right now.
You do realize that you've contradicted yourself in your entire video. You say that you're living independent from Sky. Well, earlier in the video, you just said your happiness and your freedom is rooted in her. So you can't truly be independent. So you truly can't be independent because your happiness and freedom results in your ex-girlfriend and what she does, and you having to pay her money. So right here, you've just contradicted yourself and made a gigantic lie, essentially.
Please take responsibility.
You have no room to talk, Greg. You have no room to talk. You can't take responsibility for shit. I just dropped my name. You can't take responsibility for a fucking thing. God, you narc bitch.
Please honor the original agreement. I won't try to take the money back that I paid you beyond the agreement. And I will forgive you completely for doing all you have done. But please, Sky, just let go. Let me move on. Let me be happy, and you be happy too. This relationship has been over for far too long. I've paid you so much. Just let go.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure what else I can say in this video because I think I've pretty much said it, but essentially, he is the person who needs to move on, and I think most will agree that if you root your happiness into somebody else and depend upon someone else bringing you happiness all the time, you will be let down, you will be depressed, and you will be disappointed because humans are finite.
In the words of Sleep Token's Fallout Boy cover, sugar, I have a bad taste in my mouth. From this bullshit Greg is spewing. The diarrhea of the mouth.
We make mistakes, we don't...
If there's money to it, Onision will milk until it's dust. Oh my god. Truer words have never been spoken.
We are not perfect human beings. And to root someone's happiness in what they do or don't do, that's very destructive lifestyle. And you know, Greg, if you are watching this, which I assume you will be because I'm going to ask all of my subscribers and people who have Twitter to tweet you this video, mainly because I'm blocked on Twitter. Yesterday, you blocked me on your Facebook fan page. I'm blocked on your YouTube channel, both of them, so I have no way to actually send this video to you. The thing you need to realize...
Oh man, Onision the Plagued Moth. Finally, a worthy opponent! Our battle will be legendary!
About me, Greg, is that while I may seem harsh on this camera towards you, it's because I truly want you to actually grow up. I know that says a lot on your part to grow up, but truly and honestly, I would like to see you honestly start to mature and be actually a responsible adult and know how to live your life above reproach. In fact, if I was to meet you in real life, which I know you live in Seattle or have a studio in Seattle, I would not be this harsh towards you in real life. In fact, I would actually, despite me disliking all the stuff you do on YouTube, I would in fact befriend you. And while I don't consider myself someone and a huge advice giver and knows all the answers for everything, I do think that I could extremely help you within your current situation on how to deal with your problems. That's just my opinion though. Take it or leave it. I'm Mr. Repzion, also known as Daniel Soulsbach. Peace to Rep out. And if I have my viewers and subscribers watching this, please tweet this video to him. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks for watching. Now I know what you're thinking. Daniel, this video is over 30 minutes in length. That's too long. I'm not going to watch that whole video.
Repzion, you have no idea. You just recently got diagnosed with autism. There are plenty of autistic people who will sit down and watch this whole video. Like, despite, the Vine attention span and the potential Musical.ly and TikTok attention span of later years, there are plenty of people who will watch this whole thing. I am autistic. I will sit through this whole shit. I do not care if I am by myself. I will watch this whole thing. You don't understand. I watch iceberg content and overstimulate myself with information. I promise you, Repzion, there are people that are going to watch this, no matter how long it is.
If that's your attitude, that's perfectly fine. I don't expect you to watch the whole video. But what I will say is that this video is extremely informative, factual, but most of all gives you a slight background and viewpoint into Onision Greg's life. I was actually somewhat surprised as how many people didn't know who Onision was in my last video, and if this video doesn't do a good job as exposing him for what he really is, I honestly don't know what will. This video here is actually 3 video responses. I'm responding to 3 people, 2 of which are Onision in one video. That is why this video is so long. For those of you who don't know, Onision actually replied, or I should say he made a video response to my video, but he didn't use my name or anything, but it was very clear that the video he made was directed at the video I made to him about growing up. I will in fact be responding to his video that he made towards me, and I will also be responding to his video Alimony versus Slavery, where he compares having to pay his ex-wife to that of slavery. And my final response is to what is known as an Onision... I don't know if I want to label him an Onision fanboy, but at the same time that's what I'm thinking since the video response that was made to me was defending Onision, and well, I'm going to be responding to that video too. And just to give a heads up, there is a video that I'm using in my video, which Onision, I guarantee you, doesn't want you to see. But thankfully, I got a hold of it.
Hey, do you
He failed his pump and dump. Damn! Damn! If I had a soundboard, I'd be doing the but I don't have a soundboard. Damn. Clap, roasted, fucking rotisseried, cremated. God damn, Darth.
support slavery? Like, do you support another person working for something that they cannot profit from whatsoever? Do you support that? Okay, if your answer is no, then you don't support alimony.
Alimony is completely different from slavery. You dummy. You dummy. You bitch. I don't like you. Hold on. Dumb bitch. Ugh. I'm pulling the coffee table closer.
You realize that? You do not support alimony if you do not believe in someone working for something that they are going to gain absolutely nothing from. You know, you can say that taxes are slavery, but when you pay your taxes, you're paying the government to invest more in roads and schools and other things that you use or at one point have used. But when it comes to alimony, what the fuck are you getting out of that? I want to know.
I'm not gonna lie. You may not be getting anything from it, but it is a law. And it is not slavery. Slavery is the enforcement of other people working for you for free and you treating them as property. Your ex-wife wasn't treating you as property, Greg. You married this bitch. You did the horizontal mambo with them and then got divorced. That's kind of how that works.
Because to me, what alimony is it's paying for someone else's lifestyle that you want nothing to do with anymore. You know? Like, either they were totally terrible to you in the sense that they drained you of your life force on a regular basis and you got fed up and couldn't deal with their immense level of pessimism and negativity, or they cheated on you, or they abused you in some other way. Whatever your reason for separating from them, it's like, why would you have to pay them so they can continue to...
Because you were in a legally binding marriage. If you had just been dating, this wouldn't have happened.
live the way that they lived when they were with you.
Greg, let me tell you something. When you convince your ex-wife to quit her real job and to help you with your YouTube career and help you film videos and make videos, and then you agree to pay her, and then the marriage ends, and then she has no source of income anymore because she was relying...
Yeah, and that's another thing, is that a lot of the times when Onision gets married, he makes his partners quit their jobs. I had an ex like that. But we were only dating. But he wanted me to be a traditional housewife, and I was raised, taught to work whenever possible. And then once the relationship was coming to a close, there were no jobs within walking distance because his behavior got me fired from a lot of jobs because of drama. And I didn't know how to drive. He was supposed to teach me how to drive because growing up, I wasn't allowed to learn. And he would not drive me to work anymore. We only had one car between us. And thus, I could no longer sustain myself, especially because he was using my money to pay for his car parts. So, yeah, there's that. And on top of that, if it was something he wanted to do pertaining to our relationship, it was okay. But if I suggested something, he would be against it. So, like, I was polyamorous at the time, which meant that I was interested in, multiple partners, in a consensual way. It was a verbal agreement. He didn't like that. But then he, months later, decided to get into a poly relationship. And the agreement was it had to be a person of the same biological sex. Cool. Whatever. He brings this dude into my house. And over time, I was being spent time with less and less. And then, that plus the job thing led to me breaking up with him. But I wanted to keep like old Discord messages from when we were in high school. So I went through his phone and found out that he and the other dude were actually planning to get rid of me. They didn't want me around. So I consider that cheating. It may not be cheating. But no, that was, I can relate because my ex did something similar to me with the job issue.
Reliant upon you for income, and you signed a contract saying that you would pay her a certain amount of money for helping you with your YouTube channel. And this is what pisses me off. Greg, you give no credit to your ex-wife Sky, who actually helped develop.
I sent a 12-second video in Discord that feels like Onision. Okay. Let me see. I'm not gonna look at it right now. But oh, it's Family Guy. Yeah, that totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. Alright. I do need to make a directory for Discord.
Developed your YouTube channel. She is what made you into the YouTube channel you have today. If it wasn't for her, I don't think you would even have the YouTube channel with the amount of viewers, the amount of subscribers that you do. Because if it wasn't for her, you would be no place on YouTube. I honestly believe that. And yet, you give...
So, they're talking about Sky. Sky was Greg's first wife, I think. And yeah, she essentially made him into what he is now. Like his I'm a Banana videos, his emo songs, they were all done with the help of Sky.
Her no credit for anything she did. Instead, you sit in this video and just call her lazy. But she quit her job for you. And that may have been a foolish thing to do, quit her job to help you. But she did it. She trusted you. And then when the marriage didn't work out, after you signed this contract, or that you would pay her, you stopped paying her and you wouldn't pay her anymore. So because it was there was some type of contract between you guys, and that when she took it to court, she won. She won the court case for alimony because she quit her job to help you. And when the marriage didn't work out, she had no more source of income. If I was to quit my job right now that I actually have, I work at Costco working in an optical lab, I wouldn't be able to get my job back. That's just it. I wouldn't be able to get it back. I, as a 20-year-old, make about $15,000 to $18,000 a year. That is not enough for me to support myself and to live out on my own. So when your marriage ends...
And that's surprising, because the optical lab, I would think that because you're working with eyes, you would make more. But then again, I don't understand how Washington does their stuff, and what role you play in that. But, I mean, you make less than I do per year, and I work at a gas station for $10 an hour.
Ended, she had no income anymore. What was she supposed to do? You wouldn't help pay for her anymore. So she took you to court. She won the legal battle. She had enough evidence to prove, either in a contract or something, or a verbal agreement, or email, or something, where you agreed to pay her money. And the only way I see that she won is because you refused to honor your side of the contract and pay her money because you guys are in a divorce, and because you guys had a divorce, you don't think that you need to pay her anymore for the work that she helped you with. Or maybe you didn't even pay her at all during the marriage. I don't know the exact details, but I do know a contract was made between you and your ex-wife. She took it to court and she won, meaning that you have to pay her alimony. She had enough evidence to establish a legitimate reason for you to pay her alimony because she had no other job at that time. And maybe she still doesn't. And Onision, I need to correct myself. You have over 140 million views on YouTube. 140 million views? I checked your Social Blade, which is a website shows you...
Social Blade is an estimation of how much a person makes. It's not entirely accurate, but yeah, Onision makes a lot of fucking money.
Views and statistics.
You worked McDonald's for 18? Yeah, you did tell me that. Like, I'm kind of confused on why Rep isn't getting the pay that he kind of deserved.
And you make between $60,000 through $150,000 or more per year off of YouTube. $1,200 is not very much to you, and yet you sit here complaining that you have to pay alimony to your ex-wife when you convinced her to quit her job. That, to me, seems perfectly fair.
Especially considering that when they lived with you, the reason you probably have to pay them alimony is because they sat on their ass doing pretty much nothing the entire time you were married. Whose fault is that? You know, a lot of people say, oh, it's the husband's fault or it's the wife's fault, whoever paid all the bills. But no, it's the individual's fault for being so freaking lazy. You know, there's no kids.
Excuse me, 16 an hour. My bad.
To take care of, I assume. Child support makes sense because you're taking care of your kids, your dependents. But alimony, why should you have to take care of a fully capable human being who is an adult?
Because you, Onision Greg, didn't uphold your part of the bargain with the contract that you did with your ex-wife. You either didn't pay her the amount that you agreed to, or you didn't pay her at all, or something to that degree. Do not make agreements with anyone verbally or signing a contract when you never know the future of your relationship. Because if you signed a contract saying you'd pay her for this amount every single month for this amount of years, you have to follow that contract whether or not you're divorced, whether or not she hurt you, whether or not she cheated on you, you still have to pay her because you agreed to.
That's what I want to know. Why is it the government gives people this advantage over their significant others who took care of them for years and years and years, despite the fact that they're not even disabled? Why does the person who actually takes responsibility for themselves and gets a job and works for a living has to pay even more when the relationship is over? It's so unfair. It's a complete injustice. You know, I'm not going to say that slavery, actual, literal, 1900s, 1800s slavery, is the same as alimony. But I will say that there are similarities, And the similarities, well, actually the lacking of similarity is the fact that when you were a slave, you got free food, free shelter, free water.
No. Shut the fuck up. You are white. You are white. You have no room to fucking talk about what actually went on during the times of slavery. Do you know what you're saying, bro? Because I can promise you, that wasn't always the case. Don't get me wrong, I'm mostly white. My grandmother was black. She had vitiligo. Didn't get any melanin from her or my mom. But did you not study the actual history of slavery? There's so many videos on it, Greg. You can literally look it up. Sorry, but the way you're describing slavery was not always the case. And on top of that, you were constantly abused in some form of fashion, physically, sexually, emotionally, psychologically. What the fuck are you yapping about?
Some cases, free medical.
I'm sorry, Onision, but this correlation you try to make between alimony and slavery is absolutely ridiculous. And not just that, but what you just said here is complete and utter bull crap. You must not know anything about slavery. I'm going to guarantee you that, because what you just said here could not be more wrong. Slaves were looked upon as worthless scum.
Thank you, Repzion. They were property. And mind you, our U.S. history is mostly black slaves. Don't get me wrong. There were white slaves in other European countries. But my fucking god, dude, you were just spouting utter nonsense, Greg. Maybe you shouldn't speak on a topic unless you have researched it enough to make a solid, understanding.
Slaves back in the early 1817, 16, 1500s.
Also, there was no free medical. That was non-existent. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Sure, maybe there were 1 to 2 slave owners who actually gave a shit about their slaves, but they're still slaves. They're still slaves. They're still property. They're still fucking treated as less than human. Hello, Code. Welcome. It is okay. I kind of streamed a bit early. But, God, Greg. Onision. If you don't know about a topic, shut the fuck up about it.
Were treated terribly. In most cases, slavery, especially against blacks, they didn't get free food, fresh water, fresh bread with butter. Your conception of slavery?
I had to explain to someone that being anti-misogyny is not... Wait, miscegenation? Hold on. I don't know if you're spelling that wrong. But let me look at something right quick, because I have no idea what that word is. Anti-miscegenation. Oh! Anti-interracial relationships. Yeah, you're correct. Miscegenation. Thank you for clearing that up. I've never heard that word, but I'm glad that you said something about that. Laws that enforce racial segregation at the level of marriage and intimate relationships by criminalizing interracial marriage, and sometimes they also criminalize sex between members of different races. It is. It is. I totally agree with you. Now that I know what it is, I was like, wait a minute, I've never heard of this word. Thank you. Thank you for sticking up for interracial couples. I got a black boyfriend, and like I appreciate people who, you know, stand up for people being stupid about it. That is slut shaming and racist. That's fucking awful.
Is far from the truth. Slavery was brutal. People starved to death. People died of extreme diseases from not getting fresh water, fresh food, and I stress the word not, getting medical for their problems. I don't know what era of slavery you're thinking here, Greg, but it's not accurate. All you have to do is open a history book and read up on how slaves were treated, and what you said here will be disproven instantly.
What does a guy paying alimony get? That's what I want to know. Or a woman paying alimony. She gets jack shit.
Greg. Your brain is the size of a fucking peanut.
Again, to pay for someone they don't even like anymore. And they like even less now that they know that they're just a greedy asshole who still doesn't want to get a job, despite the fact that they tried to have them get a job during the whole marriage.
Oh, really? You tried to get her to have a job all the way throughout the whole marriage, which was helping you with YouTube. Really, Greg? Stop with the lies.
And they kept refusing because, again, they're lazy. Why do we...
They were helping you! You made them sign a contract to be an employee under your jurisdiction of YouTube.
pander to lazy people? Why do we let lazy people suck us dry of our life force? It doesn't make sense. So again, if you don't support people working for zero in return, then do not support alimony. It's just not fair. People have a right to sever ties with someone.
Where is my fucking... Boo-hoo! Oh my god! I'm having to pay $1,000 a month because I decided to marry someone and not pay them for working under me. That's so sad. Man, if you don't get your fucking MySpace emo looking ass into a fucking history book, into a fucking legal book, you know, maybe watch a few fucking legal channels or something. God, you are a fucking bitch. I don't like fucking Onision. I never have. Fuck. Anyway, back to the video.
Because they're absolutely negative to them, because they are absolutely deconstructive to them, because they're a negative impact on their life. They're allowed to move on with their life without having to pay them.
Greg, Onision, what do you not understand about this? You think that because someone negatively impacts your life and squeezes out your life force, that automatically takes you away from the social contract that you either said verbally or through email or whatever. It doesn't. Once a contract's in set, it's in set. And whatever your ex-wife presented in that court case, it must have been solid evidence that you agreed to something to pay her a certain amount of money. Because you don't just go to court and say, yeah, I want my ex-boyfriend to pay me this amount of money every year, unless she has a valid, factual, evidential reason. Your ex-wife presented a real strong case in order for her to win alimony. I'm against alimony just to have to pay someone in your relationship. I'm against that. But if you sign a contract or something with her about you're going to pay her this for helping you with this or something, then you gotta follow up with that. It doesn't matter what your relationship status is. Contract's a contract. She won in court with enough evidence. Therefore, you have to...
Facts. That's not that difficult. That's not that difficult. Alright. This guy seems he's in deep voyeurism, just jerk that being an asshole a little bit more. You sound riled. I am riled. Not this one, but the other one. Yeah, Onision is weird, and there's a reason that I'm reacting to these videos. He has a long history of being a piece of shit.
Pay or you go to jail. That's not unfair, buddy.
I support child support. I support grown adults taking responsibility for their non-adult dependents.
No, you're okay. I struggle sometimes with pronouncing things. So, I apologize if I read anything the wrong way.
or their disabled dependents. But I do not support grown adults having to take responsibility for other grown adults just because of the fact that the other grown adults are lazy and incapable of being an adult.
Oh, Greg, such an ironic statement because your ex-wife is the adult. She took you to court. She won.
Yeah, no, she did the right thing. W Sky.
That proves that she was, in fact, the adult because she wouldn't let you get away with not paying her when you agreed to pay her. That in itself shows a sign of maturity and that she is an adult. After all, she did win the legal case with enough evidence to prove her side.
It's ridiculous. And I think that everybody who says, oh, well, you're just a deadbeat husband or you're just a deadbeat wife and that's why you won't take care of your ex. I feel that everybody who says that fails to reflect on the fact that the real deadbeat is the person who can't even pay their own bills because they refuse to get a job. That's a deadbeat. All the husbands and wives out there, the ex-husbands and wives out there who are supporting their exes even though it's been years, those are heroes. Because they are willing
Which just goes to say that you are not one, Greg.
to suck it up and pay for something that's a complete injustice just for the sake of some corrupt bullshit that goes on in our government that panders to weakness.
I know what you're trying to say, that you are the hero because you're paying your ex-wife a certain amount of money even though you want nothing to do with her. You're somehow the hero. When in fact, you're the one who's making a video calling her lazy, all these terrible things, and yet you sit here and complain about life's...
Oh, Repzion, just wanted to say, W Spawn Collection, you got a lot of really good ones. I'm sure you got other comics on the wall, but I like the Spawn.
Unfair. Life's so unfair. Life's so unfair.
And the same applies to a lot of people who are fraudulent with welfare and who milk the system otherwise. They are corrupt, they are wrong, and they are immoral. Why do we let them get away with it? I'm not going to.
Alright, fucking... He has no philia and agape, just voyeurism on hate. Keep jerking hate, and he wonders why no one likes him. Oh, he has a philia. He has a philia. He has a paraphilia. You're not gonna like what it is. Let's just say this man has been... If Chris Hansen hadn't pulled a mama mess, this man would have been in jail for at least 100 years.
I'm speaking out. Yeah, I have to pay alimony, otherwise I go to jail. But that doesn't mean I don't have a right to talk about it.
Greg.
Alright, bootleg Steve from the fucking dollar store Blues Clues. Just shut your fucking mouth. Like, we get it.
You have the right to talk about it, and I actually have no problem with you talking about it. I just have a problem with you comparing alimony to slavery. You sit there in front of a camera and complain and moan that you have to pay alimony. Instead of bucking up and maturing and saying, I have to do this whether I want to or not, you make a video complaining about how everything's so unfair and how my life's so hard and yada, 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 yada. By all means, Greg, speak about the injustice of the government and having to pay alimony. I don't have a problem. But don't sit there and complain about how life's so unfair for you. Because if there's one thing about the YouTube community, is that we don't want to see people like you make videos complain about how you have it so hard in life, about how you're always the...
We don't want to hear you complain about how you fucked up. Just admit you fucked up and move on. God. I'm so tired of these fucking YouTubers. Exactly, boo-hoo, you were the side. Yeah, for real.
person who's always wronged against the victim.
Like, you fucked up. Yes! Yes! He fucked up. You know, if he had, paid Sky for essentially being an employee when they were married, he wouldn't have had to do this. On top of that, he never gave her credit on anything. And on top of that, he divorced her ass.
The card that you play is getting so old.
So that's that. Alimony is just another form of slavery. Not as bad as it used to be back in the old day when they whipped people, beat people, raped people. But certainly financially, it's pretty much the same thing. Don't support alimony. Support hard workers, people who are willing to be adults and work for a living rather than leeching off people that they said that they once loved. Absolutely shameful, lacking any form of honor. These people who collect alimony after even a year of...
I've seen little ass kids with that are 3 years old with more empathy. Oh my fucking god, he did not compare to that. He did not. He did with his whole chest. He did. You missed it when he was comparing it to slavery. And then completely, said a completely inaccurate description of what slavery was like. Because, Onision's just so knowledgeable about U.S. history and the legal system.
of already doing so. A year is plenty of time to get back on your feet, and yet these people, they continue to suck and suck and suck. All the while claiming not to be a succubus, which kind of defines them entirely when they decide to sign.
You know how many people, if he said that in public, would beat his ass? You know how many people want to beat his ass now? You know how many people want to beat his ass now? Especially because Chris Hansen fucked up and didn't get him put in prison for literal abuse and pedophilia. Yeah, no, you're gonna really cringe at this rabbit hole that we're going through, because this man is still out making content to this day. And he's taking Repzion to court again after Repzion retired and already won one case against him, which is why we're reacting to this.
A piece of paper that says this person has to pay me for no goddamn good reason for the next few years because I'm too fucking lazy.
Onision, whether she loves you, whether she hates you, whether you love her, or whether you hate her, that does not play in the legal decision of having to pay her alimony.
Hey guys, crazy thing about this world is that there are a lot of people who are watching me who do not realize that it's...
Let them go to court. Hell, Repzion will fucking win again. He's literally filing for bankruptcy right now, Onision is, and he put Repzion on the fucking list of people that he owes money to, so that he could try and get out of paying it. It's like, yikes, that's like, you do that in a pub, you're not just getting beat, you're getting banned. Yeah. That's where we're at right now. You are correct, Code.
It's okay to be a human being. Like, they are human beings, and they're not willing to admit that they are me in so many ways, because they would rather criticize than realize that they're exactly like the person that they're criticizing.
In other words, Greg, what you're trying to say that instead of you needing to grow up, it's actually...
Oh my god, Repzion with the Batman mask and the blacked out eyes. Oh, bro. Oh god, you were... Okay, to being a human being, try being one, Greg. Yeah. Oh my god, Repzion. Oh, I was not expecting the Batman mask. Oh my god.
me because I am criticizing you and I am guilty of what I'm accusing you of, not growing up. And to an extent, I agree with you. I mean, you can look at all my comics on the back of my wall, and if that's what you mean by...
Man, my lungs hurt. That Batman was great.
Meaning needing to grow up, then by all means I agree with you, because I do happen to be 20 years old. I collect comic books, I read comic books all the time, and it is kind of a childish hobby to read comic books. So if this is what you meant by me needing to grow up, then I agree with you. So yes, I do need to grow up in the area of spending my childish money on little objects like this that really don't do it.
Yeah, I quote unquote need to grow up because I have video game and anime figurines and I collect weapons. I need to grow up. Dr. Disrespect's hero is Onision. Man, they're just alike. Not fully just alike, but they're both liars about interactions with minors and interactions that lead to abuse.
Anything.
And what I mean by this is people do not like to take shit, okay? If you wear a shirt out in public that says, I don't like this, or I'm for this, or whatever, you don't want some asshole walking up to you and giving their opinion.
Yes, I've heard about Mr. Beast. My thing is that, like, there's so much coming out about Mr. Beast that I feel like I'd just be milking the content if I made a video on it. And, oh my god, it would probably take me multiple days to get through all of it, because there's so much coming out about it. If he loses this court case, oh my fucking god, fast. But, you know what? He had it coming.
And on your shirt in a negative way. Nobody wants that. So my question is why the fuck are so many assholes coming on my channel saying that I asked for their opinions? Seriously, why do people come to me and act like it's my duty to eat their shit? Because I put my life out there, I all of a sudden deserve everyone's opinion?
Milking it, but this is an ongoing court case, though. Who cares? I mean, there are so many people that can, explain it and react to it better than I can. Plus, on top of that, I don't milk content for the views. If I want to talk about it, it's because, I have a genuine interest on keeping people informed, but most people are informed down to the minute details already. Some of the stuff that I talk about is stuff that either hasn't been addressed or there's multiple videos that need to be reacted to so that we can put pieces together. Like, I know that sounds contradictory in a way, but, like, for example, Pegasus has, like, 3 or 4 videos a day on the minute details of what's going on with Mr. Beast. So I'm just kind of like, I don't want to make that a content form. What's your question, Code? Okay.
When I didn't subscribe to them, I didn't click on their video, I didn't like them on Facebook, I didn't follow them on Twitter, I didn't give a shit or indicate that I gave a shit about their negative shit.
It's a tangent? Okay.
That they wanted to feed me? Like, I don't understand it. Nobody likes criticism. Nobody. And for people to come here going, oh, you can't handle criticism, that's somehow a rare thing.
Nobody likes criticism, but criticism is needed for growth and development. Like, if you don't take the criticism, you're just going to be doing the same shit. And you're going to fall down the tubes as a human being. We are human people. We need criticism from each other in order to be able to develop.
They're living in La La Land. They are. Because you don't want someone coming up to you and saying, you're fucking wrong for that t-shirt you're wearing. You wore it in public, so you deserve my opinion. I'm gonna spread my opinion all up inside your asshole, and then I'm gonna lick it off and fucking shit it out and then put it down your throat and eat it and do the same process over again.
Yep, Onision doesn't take criticism and it shows.
Who wants that? Nobody. Nobody fucking wants that. None of you like criticism.
Also, he's really unhinged right now. Like, he's talking about comparing criticism to eating shit off of people.
I'm going to have to correct you. You just made a statement for everybody. Nobody likes criticism. And you can think I'm in La La Land, you can think that I'm lying, but I enjoy what is known as valid criticism. Valid criticism is when someone actually gives you feedback, constructive feedback on whether it's your personal life, your personal decisions, your religion, your faith, your whatever. It's valid criticism, which is trying to help you and trying to benefit you, which is trying to help you learn from your experience. That's what I call valid criticism. It's also all about learning new things. Greg, I've made over 300 videos on my channel. You have plenty more videos than I've made on your Onision Speaks channel. But in many of my videos, I discuss Christianity, religion, and I don't mind if I'm criticized. I don't. You can go to those videos and you can see some of the comments.
The thing with Repzion, too, is that when he discusses these topics, it's not like he's forcing an opinion on people. He's not forcing it upon people. He's not extremist with how he does it. He just talks about it. It's like Wendigo with his Sunday school stuff. Like, it's like, if you have had criticism, there are loopholes. You don't need to be a bitch. Yeah, facts.
People write to me, you can see my responses, my video responses to people who have actually critiqued me on a lot of different things. I do in fact respond to people. I make video responses to plenty of other people, not just you, but other people too. I've made videos clarifying my viewpoints, addressing people's criticism towards my beliefs and my standards. I'm not going to show you my videos to prove that, but it's out there. It's on my channel. I accept criticism, and I want valid criticism. Because really, if I make videos and everybody agrees with what I say, and everybody's happy-go-lucky, and no one criticizes what I have to say, then I'm doing something wrong on here on YouTube.
Anybody who says that they like it when people...
Yeah, no. If y'all ever find any criticisms with me, I would love to hear them. I want there to be criticism. I want there to be input from my audience, you know? Because at the end of the day, no matter what, if you make content of any kind, you are going to garner an audience. And it is a peer-to-peer situation. Listen to your peers. Listen to the people that look up to you for content. You know? I don't think that it's right to just avoid criticism. I'm an art major. I get criticism all the time for some of the shit that I draw. So, like, yeah, that's just something that needs to be said.
People tell them that they're a faggot, that they're an asshole, that they're a dickhead, that they're a whatever. They're either a masochist or they're a liar.
Onision, I don't think you're understanding this. If someone just calls you a straight out faggot or calls you a dick, that is not criticism, okay?
I am definitely gonna need to edit out all these fucking slurs and shit and like inappropriate topics in post.
You're honestly mixing up what is known as valid criticism with someone just being a complete a-hole. If I call you a fag or you call me a fag, I would not consider that criticism. Criticism to me, as I already just mentioned, is giving you feedback. You can take it as negative or you can take it as positive, but it's giving you feedback on how to improve or look at a different perspective on what you're talking about. In fact, one of the criticisms that I constantly got when I first came onto YouTube as a young Earth, naive, stupid creationist that I was, is that the Earth is 12,000 years old and the process of evolution is complete bullcrap. But over time, reading comments, reading valid criticisms that people presented to me about my faith and belief in evolution, it changed. And now, from that valid criticism, I am what is known as a theistic evolutionist. From YouTube, from people criticizing me, I've changed my actual worldview on how I view the world. I believe in evolution now. So again, I repeat, there's a big difference between valid criticism and someone just calling you a faggot just because they want to be an a-hole. There's
Also, like, I have never seen people so thoroughly, ignore perspectives until I got into YouTube. I told someone they had that gullible N-word vibe, German extremist vibe, and they had a fit. Yeah, it's this era where, like, I know people, are more open with their feelings, and that's valid, but also leads to a lot more outbursts and rage that is unhealthily treated. And I feel like a lot of people need anger management issues. Minister of propaganda. He was the minister of propaganda. I know. I just I know who he is, but I'm just going by how your person reacted. There are a lot of people with untreated anger issues because they just can't take criticism. And while I am happy this modern era has a lot more, they're a lot more emotionally aware and open about their emotions. Also, a lot of people are still untreated for emotional instabilities.
a difference there.
Okay? Because human beings like to be complimented. Human beings like to feel good about themselves. And you want to understand the Speaks channel? You want to understand what this is all about? Guys, I'm a fucking human being, okay? I'm just like all of you.
And I was like, they're charismatic, but they are not unnaturally charismatic. Yeah. Fair point.
So many ways. We were all born from a vagina. Okay, so here's what happens, right? I come home from work. A lot of shitty things happened. I want to talk to somebody about the shitty things that happened. I don't have a wife, so this is the Onision Speaks channel that I'm talking to, pretending is my wife. I say, honey, there's a lot of fucking pricks at work. I cannot stand them, and I'm very upset about them. This is what I want the wife to do. And this is what the wife would want me to do in her shoes or issues with it. I'm sorry, honey, that's terrible. That's what you want to hear, right? You don't want them to go, maybe you're the asshole. Maybe the people at work are right and you're wrong. And then I go, oh, are you fucking serious? Is this what I'm going to come home to? I'm going to come home to somebody being a negative Nancy? Wow. Okay, next time you, wife Onision Speaks channel, wants...
Onision, a whole no way. Yeah! He's talking like he would if he was, actually in a relationship. And that's the kind of scary, in a way. Because it's like, oh, so you just want your wife not to have opinions? You want your audience not to have opinions? Let them form their own opinions. If they don't like you, then maybe there is something wrong. Like, it's one thing if one person thinks you fucked up, but if a large amount of people think you fucked up, you need to do some introspection and see if you are the problem. Boo-hoo, I'm aside.
Constructive criticism from me, or just, for me to be positive or whatever, I'm going to go ahead and shit all over you, okay? Honey, do I look fat in this dress? I don't know. I think that dress is actually too small for you because you're so fat. Nobody wants to hear that! Jesus Christ, people. It's like when you log onto the internet, you forget to be a...
Boo-hoo, I'm less liked than everyone. Yeah. If everyone hates you and you don't know why, it's you. Facts.
Human being. Seriously. I make these videos because I just want to express myself. I want to vent. I want to rant. I want to talk about what happens in my life. And I do not want your fucking negative opinions.
Onision, I have no problem with you wanting to express yourself on the internet. That's fine. I do that in plenty of my videos. And if you want to talk to people on YouTube and express what you're going through on your personal life, that's your choice, but it is known as the internet. And you have to be able to understand that whether you want people or not, people are going to take your video and respond to it like I'm doing right here. When you upload your videos publicly onto YouTube, whether you are expressing your personal life or not, people are going to criticize you. Some may be...
People are going to criticize you. It is the internet. It is a large network of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands. You're going to have people that don't agree with you.
Valid constructive criticism, and others won't even try to give you criticism. Instead, they'll just call you a fag.
Nope.
Anything you upload to YouTube is automatically subject to being criticized or responded to. Any video I make, people can take it, criticize it, share their opinion on it, whether it's positive or negative, I in fact encourage that, because that is what builds a sense of community here on YouTube. In all of my videos I've made on YouTube, I always glorify when people come to me with questions or honest, valid, constructive criticism about things I believe or things that I hold, or even the actions or things that I say.
I don't give a shit about them. I block you when I see them because nobody likes criticism. Okay? So realize that.
Greg, the greatest artists of our time, or the greatest scientists of our time, have all had criticism. Why do you think that we've had so many concept arts? For example, Jurassic Park 4, back when it was first being worked on, it had criticisms because of the concept art, because it was half, like, part human, half part animal, part dog hybrids. Godel, yeah, was hated. Yeah. As a society, criticism helps us move forward and helps us improve. If you do not have criticism, there is no room for improvement because you do not know what you're doing wrong.
That when you wear a shirt in public that has a statement, it doesn't automatically say, hey, everyone, come up and tell me your opinion. Okay? When I put my personal life out there, it doesn't mean, hey, everybody, come give me your shitty-ass opinion.
Atoms. The theory of atoms in the late Victorian era was hated. Facts! It was! Shit, Thomas Edison was fucking hated when he was first working on the light bulb. Nikola Tesla was taken advantage of, and he was criticized for, not doing things on his own, and then, people took credit for the inventions he made. Why is it that people just don't see that? It's not just Greg, but Greg is like an infamous example. Tesla is a weird case. He is. Fair enough, he is.
You're right, just because I wear a shirt doesn't mean I want their opinion. But because I'm wearing that shirt in public and we live in America, and that's free speech, it's perfectly acceptable for them to say, I don't like your shirt. Do they need to do it? No. But in my case, I actually feel a need to address a lot of your videos based upon how you present yourself and the things that you say in your videos. I still remember the video response I made a while back regarding forgiveness. That was probably one of my most sincere and genuine videos to you. I didn't call you stupid. I didn't call you names. I was merciful. I was compassionate. But most of all, it was...
Tesla's a weird case because all his papers are public now and his adventures are void now. Damn. It was already a weird case before that, but yeah, now you have a valid point there, Code.
Genuine and heartfelt. You said in that video that you hate your girlfriend, that you will never ever forgive your girlfriend, and that you hate her with all of your might and all of your guts. I made that response to you out of genuine concern, because when you hate someone and you won't forgive someone, it will consume you. It will make you a bitter person. I expressed that in my video towards you. That was in fact constructive criticism, and I wanted you to listen to it.
It doesn't mean anything. It just means I'm expressing myself. That's it. If I wanted your opinion, I'd subscribe to you. I'd ask you for your opinion. But otherwise, you can take your opinion and shove it up your ass. And don't act like I'm a big bully here, because you in my shoes would be doing very much so the same thing as far as how you feel. Not necessarily your actions, because not a lot of people have the balls to tell people what I tell them. But you would feel the way I...
Oh, I got bigger balls than you because I'm a fucking asshole to you because I don't want the criticism. Like, we could have invented the computer earlier, but I wouldn't take that from... yeah. Yeah. I get that.
You would get sick and fucking tired of a bunch of nobody losers putting your name in their title just so they can get attention.
Onision, I've made several videos to you where I never put your name in the title. But I put your name in the title because I wanted you to see it, and I wanted people to send it to you. I have people respond to me all the time on my videos, and they put Mr. Repzion, a response to Mr. Repzion, and I accept it as a video response. I do not care if people use my name in a video as a YouTube title.
Shit, if I were big enough that somebody used my name in a video, it would clearly be necessary for me to take a look at it and, understand where they're coming from. Ooh, I have bigger balls like Mangina crying that he is not King Daddy Big Dick Dude, right?
Do not think that anyone using my name is trying to seek attention from me. And even if they are, I don't mind. I honestly do not mind. If you really hold to that logic that anyone using someone's screen name in their title of their video is looking for attention, then by all means, everybody on YouTube in some way is an attention whore.
Like, seriously. I have a negative opinion about Onision because I'm not a drama whore. I'm going to go ahead and make my negative opinion public and talk about what a drama whore he is publicly by being dramatic in the process, because I'm not a flaming hypocrite, which is, by the way, what I'm accusing him of being.
Actually, Onision, in that video, I never even said the word hypocrite. I never accused you of being a hypocrite in that video. Near the end of my video, I said that you contradicted yourself. But I never called you a hypocrite in that video.
Guys, if you have a problem with me, I would say contact me privately, but I really don't even care at this point. Because I am Onision.
2 terms. He is a male pygmy. He is. He has main character syndrome. Really bad.
I am whatever I wish to be. You can't change that.
Here's the fact, Onision. I'm not trying to change you. I'm not trying to convert you into anything. But the majority of my videos that I have made to you, with the exception of a few where I call you stupid, but hell, I'm stupid. I do stupid things. I say stupid things. So I'm stupid too. You make stupid decisions. I make stupid decisions. Everyone makes stupid decisions. We're all stupid at some point in our life. But my ultimate goal in my video responses to you is not to get attention. Instead, my goal has been to give you constructive criticism. But more
Which he will not take.
I keep getting told by Onision haters, real haters of you, that I'm wasting my time, that no matter how many videos I make, no matter how genuine I try to come across, no matter how blunt or harsh I come across, you're ultimately never going to listen to any type of constructive criticism from anyone. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I will say this again as I've said in my previous video responses to you. I do not hate you, Onision. I do not hate you, Greg. I've never, ever, ever said that I hate you. You can...
I could define it as narcissistic guilt tripping, yes. He does have a, kind of a guy complex, and he is, in fact, a narcissist. Like, that is undisputed.
You can classify me as a hater of you simply because I give a constructive criticism or negative opinion about you, trying to help you, but I'm not a hater. I know what a hater is. I don't hate people. I may dislike someone, but that's not the same thing as hate.
And that's just the way it is. If you don't like me, you need to stop wasting your shitty fucking life watching my videos. Because I only want people who like me watching. I only want people who care for me watching. I only want sane people. And that's another thing, guys. When I talk to people in real life about haters, everybody hates you. Do you haters realize that? Everybody fucking hates you. They really do. Like, I talk to people, I'm like, yeah, these fucking haters. And they're like, yeah, I know, fucking hate haters, right? Bunch of douchebag losers hiding behind their computer screens saying a bunch of big words, and when they meet you in person, they don't have shit to say. God, did I find that out at VidCon.
Saying a bunch of big words. Onision, that just shows how unintelligent you are. Oh my god. Big words. You could have explained it any other way. I mean, God, that is the lowest, that is the dumbest way to assert yourself ever.
So many people that said they hated me online. Oh, hey, Onision, so nice to meet you. Oh my god. Yeah, you guys are fucking pansies, really. It's like I'm the only real person, you know, when it comes to meeting people in person who have negative affiliations with individuals online. It's like the person that I am online is the person I am in person.
Bruh, shut the fuck up. There are people who genuinely hate PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye. Like, there are plenty of people who genuinely hate, Mudahar, you know, for example. You are not special, Greg. You're not special. You are not special. You are not this icon that you think you are.
So much of the time. So it's like, what the fuck? Why can't the rest of the world be real? Regardless, you guys feel just like I do. You don't like criticism. Don't pretend that you like criticism. And don't pretend like...
He's the type of person to give everyone in the family a pre-done DNA test just to cause chaos. So if we want to be genuine in person, so we crack him the moment we meet. I mean, I don't condone harassment, but, I mean, whatever the individual does is what the individual does. That's all I gotta say on that.
You have the right to give me your opinion, to email me or to tweet me or whatever your opinion, because I'm not asking for it, you know? I never give you my opinion when you don't ask for it, when you don't tweet me.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You force your opinions on people, Greg.
Or you don't, if I follow you, like, whatever, fucking, I'm getting scrambled brain. The point is, you get it. I hope you get it by now. Anyway, comments are disabled on this video because, this isn't about you. And I don't know why everything has to be about you.
Onision, you're right. It isn't about me. At all. I don't want it to be about me. It is about you. That's why.
No, his face fell over and landed on my fist. God damn it. God damn it. In the game, guys. In GTA. In GTA.
I make these video responses to you. Because deep
Boo-hoo, I'm a star!
down, I do hope that maybe somewhere, someplace, something I say will have some sort of effect on maybe you changing the way you live your life and how you treat people and what you do in your day-to-day life. I know what happened between you and Sky. I know where both of your studios are. I know that you got dishonorably discharged from the military. I know that you got your ex-wife's
Oh, so Mama Max 2.0, he got dishonorably discharged. Wow. That says a lot about you, Greg.
Sky to quit her job and then come help you with YouTube, and she was actually the person
POV 40-year-old version. Facts.
who kind of started and gave you the Onision channel, the Onision name. She is what made you who you are today in terms of your YouTube channel. And then she took you to court for a legal battle, and she won.
Fucking, like, who are you? Like, if you're a hater, it's like you're nobody. And if you're a fan, then you don't even care about this comment thing because you're like, I fucking love this guy. I'm so glad that somebody is willing to express themselves honestly, consistently for over 1,000 videos. Like, this is some fucking ballsy shit. Somebody who's finally real. If you're a fan, you see how fucking awesome all of this is, and you look at the haters as a bunch of fucking jealous losers.
Onision, I am not jealous of you whatsoever. You may have a lot more subscribers than me and a hell of a lot more viewers, but I would rather have my smaller amount of viewers that I can interact with on a day-to-day basis than thousands of Repzion fanboys, I should say, or Onision fanboys and fangirls looking up to me as this.
For a guy we know isn't a virgin, he really acts like it. Yeah, he does. Also, mad respect to Repzion, because I'm kind of the same way. I would rather have, the real ones with me, the small audience that I have, than thousands and thousands of superficial fans, that once I do something they don't like, I've fallen off. Does that make sense? You fell off, Kyrie. You're doing this, that, and the third, okay? I make the content that I want to make, regardless of who's there to watch me. Okay, hot take. What's up? In GTA, the horizontal mambo shouldn't be tattoo. It really taboo. God, I didn't read that right. It shouldn't be because it's GTA. I've been playing GTA since GTA 3 came out, and I was a little kid back then. Probably shouldn't have done that, but at the same time, it's GTA. It's probably not that difficult to understand. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't condone crime, but it is a video game. Shit's going to happen. There are plenty of crimes that you can commit that in GTA that, would get you really fucked up in real life. In GTA, the 30 human rights should be held in every country. In GTA. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
God or role model. I quite frankly would not want that position that you're in. The reason I say this is because I don't want to have tons of people looking to me as a role model when I am human. I make mistakes, I say wrong things, I act the wrong ways, and for an example, then make a video on YouTube saying that I will never, ever, ever forgive my ex-girlfriend. I'm applying this to you, your video that you made, and then influence the viewers or subscribers or fanboys or fangirls in a negative way. Onision, I agree with you on some of your videos that you've made on certain topics, but in many other videos, I don't agree with you on certain issues, and you are actually negatively impacting and influencing young girls and teens in a bad way.
In GTA, the Monaco royal family and Dubai royal family should donate $1 trillion to charity. Facts.
Hey.
That's my guess. Because if I was a fan of myself, which I am actually, I would be like, dude, you're fucking awesome. I would subscribe to me. I swear to God I would. Because thank God there's someone who's actually real, who has fucking morals, who's...
Alright, Onision. Alright.
always honest, who isn't afraid to be themselves, who isn't full of a bunch of fucking drugs and alcohol and all this shit that the world has. They've lived their life straight as an arrow. I have personal problems when it comes to relationships, but my problems are those people. It's not the mistakes I've made. Thank God.
Drugs. Yeah, he's going off the deep end here.
It's not the mistakes I've made.
Onision, Greg, this is a problem with what you just said. That it was never any mistakes you've made. And I disagree on this, and the video that you're about to see, I think, will kind of give you a background of why I think some of your relationships have failed, especially the one with Shiloh, when you recorded her having a seizure. But most of all, this hidden video, which not many people have seen simply because it got removed off of YouTube by you, removing it 10 minutes upon uploading it.
Yeah, brace yourselves, this is pretty fucked up.
A is an alpha. lies.
Just publicly humiliating Shiloh during a mental breakdown.
Hello? Hi.
Get the camera off of me, I swear to God. He has a camera on me. He has a camera on me right now. Get the camera off of me. Why do you have a camera on me?
Like, come on, Greg. You act like Shiloh didn't do you right, but here you are filming her in the middle of a mental breakdown trying to get help.
Okay, thank you.
Get the camera off of me.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
I'm not the one getting attention. Facts.
Get the camera off of me.
Buddy, the problem is that when I was on the phone with my Aunt Kelly and my mom, you threatened to kill yourself in the background, so that's 2 witnesses.
You know what? No, you're gonna listen to me. You're gonna listen to me because you're never gonna see me again. Once in your life, you're going to listen to me. Okay? Look at me. Look at me, Greg. I don't care if you record me, you're gonna listen to me. I'm going to seriously tell everybody what you've done to me.
I haven't done anything to you.
I'm gonna destroy you.
I haven't done anything to you.
Yes, you have. You destroyed everything.
Bro, you are way too calm. You are way too calm. She is, like, breaking down. You are way too calm for that.
I'm forced to go back there. She's gonna kick me out and I have nothing. Just know that when they say on the news that I was found, brutally murdered, that it was because of you.
We broke up.
Look at me.
We broke up.
Look at me. I don't give a shit whether we broke up or not. I do not give a shit. What you have done to me is irreversible. You've destroyed any way for me to support myself. I have nothing. You have destroyed me.
Can you take a step back?
No.
I'm backed into a corner.
Then you have to promise to listen to me.
I don't have to promise anything, but please, excuse me.
You're going to listen to me.
You know, open the door for the police.
You've destroyed everything. Everything that you do isn't real. Your career's been finished.
I feel so bad for her. Like, I've seen this video, but I feel so bad for her. She didn't deserve any of what Greg did to her. She didn't. She's doing better now. She is doing better now. I think she's making music now. Don't quote me. It's been a minute since I've kept up with the most recent stuff. But God, you see the narcissism there? And how calm he is? Like, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Trust me, I'm capable of it. Now I actually want to destroy you because you destroyed me. You're done. And then you'll be left with nothing.
What would you like us to do, sir? You call.
I called my sister and she told me to just leave, to just move away. I
That's
mean,
probably a good idea.
Yeah. But here's the weird thing. I can't stop paying utilities here. I can't shut it off because that would be an illegal eviction according to the people I talked to.
Yep.
So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll just have to move to LA because I'm going to work down there and keep paying utilities and hope my house isn't vandalized.
Do you rent or own?
I own.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, she refuses to leave, so I don't know.
Well, the only way you can get her out is with an eviction or a court order.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, I have to work every day. I work full time every single day. So
Well, you gotta get your priorities and say, hey, do I want this situation to continue on her end? And then, once you've made that determination, you need to take the step to move either this way or this way.
in order for me to continue doing my job, I have to leave here because she's not leaving.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go to LA as soon as possible.
And what has changed since the cops came out here last night?
Damn!
She threatened to kill herself in between that time,
Okay.
and she got hysterical. And
What did she say?
she said that she said I was on the phone with my Aunt Kelly, and she threatened to kill herself, and I had to call the cops, and she said that she was. What did you say exactly? You said something. You said you were gonna make it look really bad or something.
Did you threaten to kill yourself, young lady? You did? How come? That's not the element of the statements of reason for person.
Onision, you make mistakes. We are human, everyone makes mistakes, but the fact that you think that every relationship is the other person's problem and you take no responsibility for anything you've done, including...
Yeah, no, this is all you, bro. She was fucking destroyed, like, emotionally devastated. She felt like she had nothing. And for you to be that calm and to, continue acting like you're the one at fault, bruh, get the fuck on.
Videos like this, such as recording your ex-girlfriend in this video and then another video recording her having a seizure, exploiting her, and then making money off her being traumatized and having a medical problem, that's not cool. That is a mistake. That's wrong in my opinion. So please, just take responsibility for the few mistakes you have done. That's all I ask.
So, rant over. Real human being here. Stop pretending like I want your shitty opinions, okay? Because you're not entitled to give me them when I'm not subscribed to you. You can write me all you want and say all your shitty opinions all you want, but when you get blocked, I had every right to block you. And for anyone to act otherwise, they're just being an asshole. It's like, get out of my life. I don't even want you here. Why are you here? I don't even want you here if you're going to be negative. And yet you're still here because you are miraculously pathetic.
Greg, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I know that I'm saying the same shit, but I really hate hearing this man yap. I really do. Like, it needs to be viewed to give my opinions on it like a valid reaction, but God, do I fucking hate what he has to say all the time.
You wouldn't want you in your life, and that is why you are pathetic. I can handle me in my life. A guy that never bothers you unless you click on his video, I can handle that. You, however, you follow people around and you bug them. And that's scumbag. You go to people's videos and you shit on them. That's scumbag. Okay? The great thing about Onision is Onision goes away when you unsubscribe. Shitty thing about you, you're like a disease. You can try to cut it out, but it just keeps coming back. So if anybody needs to grow the fuck up, it's the haters. Because they're not even willing to be human. They're not even willing to acknowledge that they are exactly what they criticize. They don't like criticism, yet they act like everyone else is wrong when they don't take their direct criticism with flying colors or with
Now you're just self-reporting.
a bucket of daisies.
Onision, Greg, can you show me in any of my videos where I am exactly what I criticize? In other words, I criticize someone, but I am exactly no different than them. I have a lot of videos, over 350, and I challenge you, although I know you won't do this, I challenge you to find a video where I am criticizing someone when I am exactly guilty of the exact same thing. Because you can sit there in a video and call me a hypocrite and say that I'm guilty of the exact same thing I'm accusing you of. The difference between you and me is the fact that I actually want criticism. I want to be able to learn, I want to be able to improve my life. If you think I'm being
And that's how you should approach things.
a true hypocrite in my constructive criticism about you, by all means, please respond to me and tell me what areas in my life that I am being a hypocrite. Now take note though, Greg, you can't say, you made a video response to me, that proves you're immature. No, I mean, take a video, take something I said, and then show me where I am being inconsistent. And believe me, I will listen, I will watch. I, Daniel Sulzbach, enjoy constructive, valid criticism about my faith, about my beliefs, about my videos. There are many, 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 many times where I, as a human being, make, say, and do the wrong things. I am not perfect. I am not superior to anyone. I do not think that I am better than...
Jesus! I just realized that it was grease paint. Goddamn! No hate to you, Rep. No hate to you. But goddamn, does that make you look like a fucking more of an emo kid than Greg? And that's starkly surprising. I'm sorry. We all know we better than Onision. I mean, legally and morally, yeah. Yeah, and we're not narcissists either.
anyone or anything, and oh my goodness, that looks terrifying. Seriously, I am not better or smarter than anyone. I'm always striving in my life to improve myself for the better in the future. And in order for that to happen, I have to make mistakes.
Hi, Repzion. I'm making this video in response to your Onision video.
Alright, chat, before we get into this last portion of this long section, I'm gonna go feed my dog right quick. I will be right back. But it shouldn't take long at all. But I just want to let you know that's where I'm disappearing to. Also, let me know in the chat if maybe I should make a Patreon. It'll be like $1 a month, no matter what the perks are. But I mean, I am considering it. And just give me some feedback on that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, chat, we are back. We are back. Sorry about that wait. Let's get right back into the video. I got myself a snacky snack. And let's jump into it.
First of all, I just want to say, from the perspective of someone who doesn't like Onision and doesn't watch his videos, I don't really understand why you are even still subscribed to him and why you would continue to watch his videos if you don't like him so much, because when I don't like somebody, I unsubscribe from them. I don't remain subscribed to them and then just watch all their videos. And
I'm actually not subscribed to Onision. The only way I watch his videos is when subscribers or viewers or even just random people on YouTube send me his videos that they want me to respond to. Now, as of last week,
I'm not subscribed to people I don't like. That doesn't mean that I can't call them out on some bullshit.
I hadn't made an Onision video for a very, very long time. Although I was having people request me to make a response to him on this topic, this topic, I just wasn't interested in it and didn't see a video that was worth my time. That is, of course, until I saw his most recent video. But again, I'm not actively seeking out. People are coming to me with his videos.
And more so than that, I mean, I feel like it's really immature of you to presume to know like what's going on in his life, like to the full extent. And on the issue of the spousal support, or the alimony, or whatever it technically is legally, just because something is the law doesn't mean that it's always right.
First things first, where in my video did I say that I know everything that's going on to his life to the fullest extent? You're presuming that I know that, and I never claimed that in my video. Secondly, you are...
However, the man shares his private life with most of his audience.
In fact, correct. Just because it's the law doesn't make it right. And as far as I can recall, no place in my video did I say, because it's the law, that makes it right. What I said in my video was that because it's the law, therefore it is fair. And that's not to say everything in the law is fair, but in this case of Onision and his ex-wife and alimony, and the legal proceeding that happened, and what resulted from it, it was perfectly fair.
So
it was justified.
So I'm finding it odd that you would not question this, but I think your hatred of Onision has kind of blinded you to the issue, and you have to kind of take it into perspective as if it wasn't somebody that you already hate so much. And
with all due respect, could you please watch my videos first before making a video response saying that I hate Onision? No place in any of my videos have I claimed that I hate Onision. In fact,
Yeah, no, he doesn't hate Onision, but he hates the things that he does. Also, I don't know if I saw you already. Millie, welcome to the Discord. Thank you for joining. I don't know how you found me, but I appreciate it. And welcome to Metabolic Shape as well. I know I already welcomed you in the Discord, but thank you for joining.
I do not hate anyone on YouTube with the exception of Ray William Johnson. Hate is a very strong word, and I have never...
Woo, let's go! More peeps, yeah. More people. Thank you for joining. I will be posting a navigation post to kind of explain what all the channels are for. But for now, just peep the rules and join the Chittering Fangs, which is the general chat.
Ever hated Onision. I dislike him a lot, but I don't hate him. In fact, in many of my videos, I talk against hate. If anything, Onision hates me. I say this because he hates anyone who offers any sort of opinion or constructive feedback towards him, which is what I do in all of my videos. I give him honest, constructive feedback. And because I do that, I'm automatically classified in his label as a hater, when I'm not a hater.
You have to think about it in a way that, like, you know, if you were married and it didn't work out for some reason, would you think it was fair that you would have to pay that woman $1,000 a month until she gets married or you die? Like, that's...
Okay, but Onision's taking it to the extreme, and anybody with eyeballs can see that.
not, I personally don't think that's fair at all.
Buddy, you gotta see the whole perspective. From what you just explained, that's not fair. If I get married and she divorces me, then I have to pay her alimony? Yeah, but if I make a social contract with her saying that if she quits her job, helps me with my YouTube career...
If you don't glaze Onision, you're a hater. Facts.
And I'll give her a certain amount of money each month or every 2 weeks, and then our marriage doesn't work out, and then she doesn't have a job, and I'm making over $50,000 through $150,000 a year, and I have a legal agreement or some sort of communication where I said I'd be willing to pay her money, she can take me to court and follow up on my contract that I either said verbally or signed to get me to follow up with my end of the bargain. In most cases,
a contract needs to be followed by both parties.
Alimony is not just thrown towards the ex-husband unless the ex-wife can provide some well-developed factual evidence on a contract that was agreed upon.
I mean, especially not like... And your analogy with, like, celebrities, that doesn't really make sense. Celebrities don't get married to each other so that they can make money off of each other. Like, we all like to have those little fantasies about celebrities and stuff because we're jealous of them, but really that's not... But really, they're normal human beings. They fall in love, right? So, I mean, I'm sure there are some people who are gold diggers, but that's not all of those people. And that's not... And then why aren't you questioning the institution? Like, if that's really if that's the use of this, then why are you not questioning that? Why are you just saying that it's okay because you don't like Onision?
I'm not saying it's okay because I dislike Onision. I'm saying it okay because of the situation in which he put himself in paying his ex-wife and then refused to do so, and then she took him to court and then she won. Before you comment on a situation about someone, you need to know the facts first. And in this case, it seems to me as if you're trying to defend Onision, which is perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that. But if you're going
Yeah, no, you need both sides of the story. That's I've messed up on that in the past. I will admit that.
to defend him, at least know some stuff about him first.
I found like you seem really immature in this video, and I think you really come off like you're just really jealous of Onision. And I know you're not gonna like that word, but it just comes off like you're really jealous of the viewership that Onision has, and you think that because he has a lot of viewers on YouTube, he can't have any personal problems in his life.
I have no problem with you using the word jealous, but you couldn't be more wrong, and I actually find it rather humorous that you would actually think that I'm jealous of Onision, because that's what Onision thinks of everybody. Anyone who gets
Yeah, no, jealousy is not calling somebody out on their bullshit.
him any negative feedback or any type of opinion that disagrees with him, he labels them as a hater and automatically jealous. And you're doing the exact same thing here. You're just like those Justin Bieber fangirls who, if I say I don't like Justin Bieber's music, they jump in my face and say, "Mr. Repzion, you're jealous of Justin Bieber. You're a hater of Justin Bieber, and all you want is his fame, and all you want is his money, and you're just really, really jealous." I mean, sure, he has a lot of money, and I would certainly like a lot of money, but I would not want Justin Bieber's fame. And I would not want Onision's fame, because
Yeah, no, I don't like if I ever make money off this content, cool. But I don't want the fame. I'd much rather you put your money into like something like my charity that I've got going on, or put your money into something productive that isn't related to me. I don't have to have the fame. I do like that people watch my stuff. Don't get me wrong, but there's also a thing with fame where it becomes very anxiety inducing.
Justin Bieber has millions of fangirls. He has no private life. I would hate that. Any place I go, I have crowds of people following me. No, I don't want that. I'm not jealous of that. Likewise, the same thing is with Onision. The influence he has on these young girls, they look to him as a god. I don't want young girls, or even anyone really, looking up to me as a role model on YouTube, even though people have expressed they view me as that. I don't want that, though. I want viewers and subscribers who I can interact with and who can disagree with me on things. Onision's crowd or fan base all consist of the same type of mentality of people. They're easily influenced, and they believe anything Onision says, including his bigotry and when he tries to force veganism down other people's throats. You can sit there, just like a Justin Bieber fangirl, and tell me that my reason I respond to him is because I'm jealous, but I'm not. Because really, if I was jealous, or if I was really a hater, I would not be investing the amount of time I am investing in the videos that I make towards Onision. Especially this video, because you can see how long it is, and it's taken me several days to make and respond to. And someone who's just a hater or jealous would not invest as much time as I am investing in trying to pry into Onision's mind and talk some common sense into him.
Okay, so I'm not entirely familiar with his recent shenanigans.
Then you have no room to talk. As I've said before, I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Shutting your fucking mouth, bitch.
I don't really know what's going on with him really a lot, but
So you admit you don't really know much about him, you don't know his past or anything, so why in the heck are you even making this video response to me? And I'm not trying to be rude or condescending here, but it's really ignorant on your part to make a video response to me telling me how immature I am. And I'm not offended by that, by the way. It's perfectly fine. I'm just shocked that you admit that you don't know anything about him, yet you're making a video response defending Onision when you don't even know his past history or the past things he's done. The exploitation he's done with his ex-girlfriends, which I already provided one video on this video here. And it's very ignorant on your part to comment on a situation between two YouTubers, me and Onision, when you don't even know the whole background of Onision.
I think that it's really, really immature of you to suggest that he has no right to complain about anything just because you're jealous that he has these subscribers.
Again, that's fine. You can think that I'm jealous, but again, I'm not. And if you've seen any of my videos, I don't care about my subscription count, okay? Whether I had 5,100 subscribers, I'd still be making this video I'm making right now with the same amount of effort. I don't care about the quantity. I care about the quality of my content.
It's really immature of you to say that just because he has this thing, he can't complain about anything in his life. I think that's really ridiculous.
So I must ask yet again, where in my video did I claim that he has no right to complain about his personal problems? Where did I say that in my video? I did.
He didn't.
Didn't say that any place. There's nothing wrong with Onision making views, expressing his personal problems on the internet, but you must understand that this is YouTube, and the majority of the YouTube community, and I'm speaking on 99% of the YouTube community, do not want someone making a video complaining about their life. That's all Onision does on his Onision Speaks channel. He complains and complains and complains, and he says he only wants people responding with positive feedback, when in reality, his video is negative. His video is a negative influence because all
Yeah, no, it's... He negatively impacts the people that...
he does is sit there moaning,
He negatively impacts the people that he, has following him.
complain about how life's so unfair and that he has to pay money to this person and that person. We as a community on YouTube do not want to hear this guy complain all the time. That's all he ever does. I mean, believe me, if I made a video every day just sitting around and complaining about I had to pay income tax for the government or they took money out of my social security, that's just not fair. My mom made me wash the dishes yesterday and made me take out the trash. That's completely unfair. I, as a single child, shouldn't have to do stuff like that. Do you catch my drift? Complain, moan, complain, moan, complain, moan. That's what Onision does on his Onision Speaks channel.
And
Yep.
I expect a lot more from you. I expect you to approach things a lot more balanced and a lot more openly.
You have no room to talk! You have no room to fucking talk. You are literally sitting here in front of a fucking camera saying you don't know what is actually going on. And you're approaching it biasedly. So shut the fuck up. God.
Because I've watched a lot of your videos and I really like them. I really like a lot of them. And this was really disappointing for me as a fan of your videos to see you react like this to somebody. I thought it was extremely mature and completely unwarranted.
This is the internet. This is known as YouTube. With over 20,000 subscribers on my channel now, there is no way that I can satisfy everyone and everything. And in fact, I'm not trying to do that. Because no matter what topic I talk about, or what video response I do, there are going to be people who disagree with me. There are going to be people who think I'm ignorant. There are going to be people who think I'm immature. There are going to be people who think I'm stupid. There are going to be people who think I'm smart. There are going to be people who think that I'm completely wrong in every single one of my videos. In fact, one of my earlier videos I did when I talked about the rape myth, people were saying that I was wrong for advocating that it's not a woman's fault for being raped. And that's pretty crazy, but you're going to have...
It's not. It's not. The definition is unwarranted forced sexual intercourse. Therefore, it is not consensual, and therefore, it is not the victim's fault. I don't understand how people can defend the antithesis of that.
Have people who disagree with you. You're going to have people who think that you're terrible, you're immature, and you happen to be one of these people. And I'm not making my videos based upon trying to satisfy you or what you think I should or shouldn't say. Because once I do that, my videos don't become my own, they become what you guys want. And I'm not going to do that with my content. And by all means, I would suggest that you watch some of my older videos that I've done so you can see that these type of video responses I do are very regular on my channel. And if you were disappointed with my last Onision video, then you're going to be disappointed with a lot of future videos that I do. So with that said, this sums up all 3 videos responses in one. I am Mr. Repzion, also known as Daniel Solzbach. Hope this was a helpful video and very informative about Onision. I apologize for the length, but deep down I think it was worth the time and effort that I invested into this video response. And if you've gotten this far, please send this video, tweet this video to Onision. Onision's fan email for his Onision Speaks channel is down below right here. You can see it. If you could send him this video if you want him to see it. Otherwise, don't send it to him. Don't harass him. But if you want him to see this video, do whatever you can to get it sent to him, whether on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever, because I think Onision needs to see this video. But that's just my opinion. With that said, I'm Mr. Repzion, also known as Daniel Solzbach. Peace the rep out and have a fantastic next week. This is a video response to the user own.
Okay. So, this next one is, I guess, a fan being blamed for how their mom is treating them. But, yeah, that's a whole thing. Hold on. There we go.
Onision, also known as Greg. I have not made a video response to this user for a very, very, very long time, but down below in the description there's a link to a playlist where you can reference and see my other videos I've made to him, rebuttaling arguments and things that he would say to people. The reason I'm making this video response to Onision is because he made an advice video where he gives a 17-year-old, I don't know, male or female, gives them advice. And I have no problem with someone giving advice. But the problem with this video is that this 17-year-old asks the question. They've been put in the hospital twice due to trying to commit suicide.
Nope.
And they say that they've been verbally abused their whole life by their mother. They've been, from the day they can remember, they've been verbally abused.
And see, like, in that situation, you should come with compassion and empathy and understanding. But of course, it's fucking Onision. Onision's not going to do that.
Being told things like you're worthless, that you're not worthwhile, I don't love you, I don't care for you, you're the problem with the family, I should never have had you as a child. And Onision responds, oh so lovingly, oh so compassionately, oh so mercifully, by saying this.
Hi, Onision. How can I cope with a verbally and emotionally abusive mother? I'm 17. I've been hospitalized twice because of suicidal thoughts and depression caused by the words my mother would say to me. First of all, I don't think you can really blame your suicidal thoughts or depression on anyone but yourself, because that individual could say the same horrible things to another person and they wouldn't have the same response. So you have to take some accountability and realize that if you focus on being stronger and not letting it get to you, that you'll be much better off. And in that, it seems like the real blame falls on you, because the bottom line is the person with the most control over you is you and not her. So don't you think the person with the most power and control in a situation where some kind of crime or bad thing occurs should be held to the highest level of responsibility or accountability? I would assume so. Like, your mom could probably say a lot of horrible things to me, and I'm not going to be suicidal.
Welcome back, Code. Onision is blaming a abuse victim for their mom being verbally abusive.
So anyway, to continue, they say, just today I asked her to take me to Walmart and offered her $15 gas money, and she told me to take that $15 and shove it because it wasn't enough. So I can't count on family because she's brainwashed them all into thinking that I'm the main problem. Well, as I explained before, you're in control of how you feel. You shouldn't blame how you feel on anyone but yourself.
Fuck him. Yep. I don't blame you for feeling that way, because that's personally how I feel about it.
Because of the fact that you have the primary power and primary control in every single situation involving your emotions. You seem to blame a lot of your problems on them, but the real problem is that you're considering your mother to be reliable. Whereas as soon as you realize that she's not reliable and you stop counting on her for these things, you will no longer have these negative feelings as intense for her anymore, as you will no longer be negatively affected by her, but with your significant emotional removal from any situation involving her.
So let me get this straight. This 17-year-old male or female needs to take accountability for their emotions and change the way they've been thinking. They just need to stay strong and think more positively. They just need to realize that the problem is with them. Their suicidal thoughts and depression is because they're just sitting in a black pit of self-pity, you know. They're blaming everybody else for their problems. Greg, you've said a lot of crazy, dumb things. But this is by far the most ridiculous, pathetic thing I've ever heard come out of your mouth. I guess what really saddens me is that you have a fan base, young girls and young guys who look up to you, you know, between the ages of 10, 17, 18, who look up to you and ask you advice like this. And they ask you a simple question. How do I deal with these thoughts? And you turn it and you switch it around and say, it's your fault.
You should never, if your fans come to you about something, you should never pit the blame on the person suffering. God. Give me a second making dinner. Gonna work, bitch. Alright. No, but you should never pit the blame on the victim. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's your fault. Hey, did you know that if you feel guilt from being sexually assaulted, that's your fault. It's your fault for being sexually assaulted.
Yeah, I had that happen with me with streamers. Man, I don't understand how people can just, you know, pin the blame on people. Like, I know I've already said that, but sometimes people cannot control the circumstances they're in. Like, I know I've said you have the power to get yourself out of it. You do. But sometimes you need help. Sometimes you need someone to talk to. God, this makes me so angry. I really just can't stand people like Onision.
Sexual assault victims, verbal abuse victims, grow up having a lot of emotions. And
they also have a lot of mental health issues, especially if they don't get the help that they need. And sometimes that help is going to somebody and asking, like, how do I handle this?
Tell this person that they should control their emotions. This just shows me your ignorance on childhood development, Greg. And it sickens me because you're victim blaming a person who is a victim of verbal abuse. If a child grows up in a household from the day they can comprehend what their parents are telling them, and that child is told that they're ugly, that child is told that they're not loved, that child is told that they're a piece of crap, that child is told that they're nothing, that child is rejected by their own parents, verbally abused every single day of their life, told how much of a piece of scum they are, that I wish you had never been born. That child, up until age 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, is going to have an identity.
I hate being weird about this, but Repzion, you got a long ass beard here that you need to pull. It's kind of distracting. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, deviate from the seriousness of this topic, but bro, it is like at least as long as your actual hair.
That child, that teen, that adult is going to have very low self-esteem because their parents verbally abused them.
Well, I think it fell off.
When you grow up being verbally abused your whole life, when your parents tell you things that you look to your parents as a reliable source to take care of you, but instead your parents do the reverse and abuse you, you're going to grow up having really, really bad depression. You're going to wake up every day and feel like crap because you know that your parents don't give a living crap about you.
Let me share something serious with chat right quick. I grew up in a trafficking ring.
Nope.
I grew up around drugs, around pedophiles.
Nope.
When I tell you that the self-esteem is non-existent when you've grown up around that, it is very hard to get to a place where you are actually at peace with yourself. I had been attempting
Nope.
from the ages of 10 to 17. And it affects you for years and years and years. It can affect you your whole life. I've gotten enough therapy to where I've maintained closure and stuff like that. But, you struggle with those things for a really long time. I've gotten enough therapy to where I can confidently say that I have better self-esteem than I ever did back then. But I'm still so hard on myself, and that never goes away because you have these expectations. Even after you get out of that situation, you have these expectations of people to be a certain type of way, and you cannot because of the way you hate yourself. Okay? And then when you go and look to someone for guidance and for them to help you comprehend because they've had more experience in life, the last thing you want is for somebody to tell you it's your fault. Because you already feel it's your fault. That guilt never goes away, no matter how well you come to accept it. So, you're not alone. You're not alone. There are people that you can go to for help. And if anybody is experiencing, abuse or mental health issues, please reach out to someone for help. I have to recommend the suicide hotline.
Nope.
Now, mind you, I know that sometimes the suicide hotline can be busy. I've been hung up on by the suicide hotline. But it's still one of the most accessible resources you have. Use the crisis text line. If you can't use the suicide hotline, use the crisis text line. Find a way to get help. Whether that's, getting the cops involved, getting CPS involved if you're a minor. I hope no minors are watching my fucking videos, but, if you are, seek psychiatric help. Sometimes mental hospitals will provide you a way to get out. I've had roommates in mental hospitals that were just dropped off by their parents and they never came back. Do what you can with the resources that are available to you so that you can get the help and the closure that you need and the self-acceptance that you need. It's going to be okay.
You. In fact, your parents say it to your face. You're ugly. You're fat. You're a dirty little slut. Verbal abuse from your parents. And you say it's his or her fault. That they need to buck up. They need to grow some balls. No, they don't. The problem is with the parents. Because when a child is born, they're looking to their parents for a reliable source. They're looking for their parents to take care of them. And for you to sit there all arrogantly speaking as fast as you possibly can, thinking that you know the answer to everything, and then victim blaming, which is what you're doing, victim blaming someone who's been verbally abused their entire life? You haven't been verbally abused, have you, Greg? You didn't grow up with your mother abusing you your whole life, did you? Because I know if you did,
Greg is so out of touch with reality. It's absolutely mind-boggling.
You wouldn't be saying the crap that you're saying right now. I get pissed when people say that it's someone's fault for something they cannot help.
Poor dude is getting emotional. Oh, Rep. I understand completely. Fuck, man. Are you gonna be? I'm talking to him like he's in a Discord chat with me. He's not okay, obviously. This is a tough topic to talk about.
It's really important that we don't let our emotions control us. Hell, I'm getting emotionally invested into this video. Emotions are not inherently bad. But feeling suicidal or depressed because you've been verbally abused, that's natural. What also really shocks me about your response, Onision, is you say, well, if your mother was to say suicidal things or mean things to me, it wouldn't affect me.
You have no emotional connection to that person's mother.
Are you that daft? Really? Are you that daft to actually say that? Oh, well, if your mother said these mean things to me, it wouldn't affect me. Of course it would not affect you. Because it's not your mother. You didn't grow up with being abused physically or emotionally or verbally. You didn't grow up with that. My mother, grew up being verbally abused. And my mom, to this very day, has self-esteem problems. From that. From being told terrible things when she was only 7, 8 years old. And
Shit, I was 10 months old when all the shit started going on. Not 10 months old. 18 months old. Excuse me. It's been a minute. I was 18 months old when everything went to shit. I was 8 years old when I was brought out of it. It's years long abuse like that affects you developmentally.
my mom's almost 60. I wish I could somehow post this video to the person who asked you that question. Because what they need to hear is not that it's their fault. What they need to hear is that they need to find a psychiatrist or a therapist. They need to talk to someone about what they're going through. They need to save up money as fast as possible, and if they can, financially, get out of that harmful environment where they're being verbally abused.
Thank you, Repzion. Thank you, Repzion. Somebody fucking said it. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Greg, but how a parent raises their child determines the self-esteem and the identity that child will have in their future. Parents are a child's biggest influence growing up. And that influence can be for the positive, or that influence can be for the negative. And in this particular case, the parents are influencing that child for the negative. And he or she's at 17 years old and thinking about suicide because of the truth, not truth, but because he thinks it's truth of what his parents are telling him. That he's worthless, that you're nothing, that I wish you'd never been born. When a child is raised hearing these things every day of their life, they are going to be depressed and have suicidal thoughts. My advice to you, Greg, is before you give advice to someone, think about it first. Try to understand the position that the person's in.
Have compassion and empathy. Empathy is like the most important thing that Greg is lacking. Like, come on, bro. You're so cruel.
And by all means, please don't contribute to the idea that it's the victim's fault. Yeah, the victim. It's your fault for feeling that way. It's your fault for feeling depressed because you were sexually assaulted. It's your fault for being verbally abused. No. The fault is of the parents in this particular situation. And you need to realize that.
Alright, hold on. Alright, hold on. Give me 1 second, chat. I gotta plug up my phone. I'm gonna have it near me so I can see chat, but I do need to plug it up. We'll start on year 2 in a second. Give me one quick moment. I also need to grab something from my boyfriend. We're back. My bad. My bad. All right. All right. Let's get into this video.
Hey guys, did you know I'm incredibly insecure? Laney says I do a good job at hiding it, and so do a lot of people, but I'm very, very insecure. In fact, I told Tony V, I said, hey, I have kind of a low self-esteem, and he's like, what? Like, I guess I just radiate this false confidence. I don't know, it's kind of pathetic.
You're right, it is pathetic, and here's why, Greg. Your entire background of your video is all pictures of you. It's one thing if those were pictures of, fan art or fan people drawing pictures of you, or if, I see a lot of YouTubers put their
Or, pictures of fans, like your day ones.
fan art or pictures that people draw of them behind their wall, but all of your photos behind you are actually photos of yourself that you put there for whatever reason. I find it really hard to believe, not that you care about what I say, but I find it hard to believe that you struggle with low self-esteem or that you have this idea of false confidence. Because if there's one thing I know about low self-esteem, as I do certainly have struggled with a lot of low self-esteem in my life, is that low self-esteem people typically don't flaunt themselves like they do on YouTube. They don't talk about why they are so right in everything and why they have most of the answers to everybody's problems, like you do here on your Onision Speaks channel. And it's just, I want to be honest, if I was sitting here talking about, Daniel, myself, I have such low self-esteem, I think I'm a terrible person, I'm ugly, and yet, while I'm saying these things, I have a gigantic picture on the back of my wall that says, Dan is the best person ever, which I wrote on that wall.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy at its finest. Narcissism at its finest.
I don't really see how someone can have low self-esteem when they're flaunting themselves like you are and have done in your content. And the back of your wall just really displays that you're absolutely bullshitting everything that you're saying in this video. And your background of your video proves to the fact that you're not someone with low self-esteem, rather, you're a narcissist. And a lot of people know that you're a narcissist. The world revolves around you and what you want, which I'll later prove in this video.
Anyway, I don't know exactly why I decided to share that information now, but it's out there. Like, when I first started making videos on YouTube, I strongly wanted to get to the top, and I believed it was possible. However, when I did eventually get to, number 67, I think was my peak, I still felt the same, and I still acted the same. And I think that's the difference between myself and a few other YouTubers who act like they're too good to talk to a lot of people who contact them. Like, people who tweet at them or send them emails, etc., and they never respond. It just seems like the necessary ingredient for a person to be willing to talk to you is either A, offer them money, or B, offer them fame. And that just kind of seems ridiculous. Like, let's say you see a really famous YouTuber at the mall, and you walk up to them and you say, hey, will you take a picture with me? Well, if I turn them down, that's bad PR. I don't want bad PR because that makes me look bad, and therefore potentially takes my money and fame. Whereas people who don't think so highly of themselves will probably just be like, oh my god, fan, I'm so freaking lucky. Why is this person even into me? I'm not that cool. So
you sound so fucking fake.
Just grateful and honored that somebody gives a crap.
I thought it was really interesting that you brought this point up about friends and subscribers and people, mainly because I know exactly what you're referring to. And this is what I really don't like about you, Greg Onision, is the fact that you indirectly talk about certain things which try to create drama, but if it's not creating drama, you're just trying to get fights with people. More specifically, the event that's going on right now with the YouTuber known as Seer, who's having a meetup with his fans. He's another YouTuber. If you don't know who he is, his channel's linked down below, so you know who I'm talking about. But he's doing a meetup with his subscribers, something that I eventually would like to do, but I don't have a big enough fan base to do that. And you're friends with Seer, or were friends with Seer. I don't really know. I know you guys have been in videos together, but I don't really know your current friendship status, but you tweeted him earlier telling him to shut the fuck up and that you're really done with him, that you want nothing to do with him, and this...
Yeah, so indirect beef. Onision has a habit of doing that too.
This was all due to him having a fan meetup, and you contacted him and saying that you're going to be coming to LA, and when he told you that he can't hang out at this certain time because he's having a fan meetup, which was scheduled in advance to meet his subscribers, you would go on a pissy fit that Seer chose his subscribers, his fan base, over hanging out with you. And that just stabbed you right in the heart. It just bleeding all out. That hurt you. That deeply hurt your feelings, at the fact that he would choose his subscribers over you. Really?
As content creators, we create these connections with our audiences that are meaningful. And if you are not like a VTuber or a faceless YouTuber like myself, and you have the ability to meet up with your fans, you should put that effort towards your fans. When have you done that, Greg?
Really, Greg? That is the definition of a YouTuber ego. When you are so narcissistic that you get upset, and I hate using this word, but butthurt, over the fact that someone had a scheduled activity with their subscribers, and their subscribers and viewers is what brings them cash and money, and it brings them viewership. And yet you're upset over something this small of him not being able to hang out with you when you want him to hang out. That is so selfish. That is the definition of selfish, that you're upset at someone because they won't hang out when you want to hang out. People have lives other than you, Greg. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. People do things that do not revolve around you. So if someone says no to you, that they can't do a certain activity at a certain time, and you get mad at it, that goes to show that you have an ego that people have.
He also is essentially blackmailing this person.
Have to take their time out of their day to spend time with you, and they don't. I don't know your relationship with Seer, but if Seer doesn't want to spend time with you, he doesn't have to spend time with you. If your fans don't want to watch your videos, they don't have to watch your videos. Stop having this idea of people are entitled to give you your time. They're not. They're not. No one's entitled to give you anything, and much less I don't think people should give you anything. Because what do you do in your videos? A lot of your advice videos, while a lot of the advice I disagree with, you mock people who ask you serious questions. People come to you asking you about self-harm or suicide. No. For the most part in your Onision Speaks videos, you mock them. You mock them and make fun of them.
Yeah, you mistreat your audience.
I don't even understand how your fans and subscribers still come to you after you insult them and mock them for serious issues that they may be struggling with. You're lucky you even have people who come to you and ask you questions, and you take all of your subscribers for granted. Granted, whatever, you know what I mean?
And that's just the thing. So many people seem to have their head completely out their ass as to who they really are, which is a piece of dust in a massive universe. That's pretty insignificant. You know, you can make almost 7 figures a year. You can sit in front of your camera and have millions of subscribers and look all pretty and shit, but that really doesn't change your value. You're still just as mortal as everyone else. You're still just as insignificant as everyone else. And I just wish not just people on YouTube, but people in general would understand this. You're not better than anybody.
Let me ask you something. If you murder animals on a regular basis, do you really think I give a about your opinion? Do you really think I care if you want to see a comedy bit or you don't quite agree with all of my opinions when you murder animals? Today I'm going to expose how stupid most of you are by replying to your comments through video. Now, if at any point you're so offended that you're going to curl up in a ball and cry, or you somehow feel that I'm violating you by giving you my opinion or my facts as they are, by all means, there's a little yellow button to the upper right of the screen that says unsubscribe, so go ahead and click it anytime. Here's the first...
The hypocrisy is fucking oozing. It's oozing out the seams.
First comment. Another self-righteous vegetarian trying to push his lifestyle on all of us. I don't give a if you think animals are cute. I will continue to eat them. Thank you, humanitarian. You showed me how much better than me you are by saying that you don't care about other living creatures. Good job. I'm sure that for your statement, 1, 2, 3, 0 people will thank you. And as far as self-righteous goes, hell yeah, I'm self-righteous. I don't murder anything. Do you even know the definition of self-righteous? Well, let me give you something that clearly few others have. Education. To be self-righteous is to be confident in one's own morals. Smugly so. Dude, what makes you think that you're right and absolutely true? Just because you're different doesn't make everybody else crap. Well, let's see here. We're living beings and we like being alive, right? So if we kill other beings that probably like being alive, that's not really something that we have to debate now, is it? Oh, wait.
The thing... Okay. This is not related to Onision being a piece of shit. But it's related to his obsession over veganism. We as a species are omnivores. We had our hunters and we had our gatherers. Our gatherers got our veggies and fruits and whatnot and the plants that we eat. The hunters got the meat. How do you think we evolved to be the way that we are now? We were once primitive beings, and our way of surviving was eating and reproduction. So, I mean, you can't just start being like self-righteous like this, because as a species, we are built to consume many, many categories of things. Hell, herbivores, which mainly eat plants, sometimes eat other things. I've seen a deer eat a snake. I have literally seen a cow eat a baby bird.
Yes, it is, because you guys are morons.
Do I really have to say who has the ego here? No. It's quite obvious. I am a Sith Lord.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait a minute! Oh, that's fucking great! Oh my god, that's fucking fantastic! Oh my god, Rep, please. I can't fucking breathe. Oh shit! Oh, that was funny. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay, Rep. Alright, Repzion. Okay. Oh, that was funny. Holy shit. Okay. Oh.
So, if you've been getting due to recent events, I think this video is 100% appropriate, as you will see. So about 2 weeks ago, Greg made 2 videos on his main channel titled Man Logic, where he mocks men who have really bad logic in terms of relationship advice. And he also made a video titled Dog Logic and Girl Logic. So I thought, you know what? Thank you for giving me the idea, Greg Onision, because now I'm making a video titled Onision Logic, and I tweeted last night asking you guys to send me all your tweets, which are very, very accurate, by the way, and all have evidence on YouTube to support. Just search up different things about him, and you'll find out that all of these tweets that you're about to see are in fact true. So I thought I'd make it into a fun little parody of his 2 videos he's made. So, with that said, let's begin, shall we? Force is not okay unless you 2 are married, in spite of how many times they say no. Onision Logic says you're a scumbag for making a video about someone you don't know personally. He does the same thing. Onision Logic.
Facts.
I hope this whole feud that I'm not interested in is finally over. Make several videos about it. Onision Logic claims he has a stalker wanting attention, exploits his ex-wife for attention. Onision Logic. I'm going to address Mr. Repzion in my video, but I'm going to block all comments because I don't want to give him attention.
Onision Logic.
Hint, hint. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but he made another video, and he said that anything I have to say is automatically discredited because I have 90,000 subscribers and he has more. So all you content creators out there, if you have below 200,000 subscribers, you suck, and Onision is automatically better than you, by his own definition, so just keep that in mind. Onision Logic. Rape is not rape when they love each other. Onision Logic. I'm showing the full argument. Leaves out half the other email.
Facts.
Onision Logic. Everyone in the comment section of my video agrees with me, therefore I'm right. Even though I delete all of them that don't agree with me. Onision Logic. Wife loses memory and has a severe mental breakdown. Films it instead of taking her to the hospital. Onision Logic. If you are sad and depressed, it's 100% your fault.
Onision Logic.
Onision Logic. I'm better than you because I'm a vegan. Onision Logic. Constantly judges others, sees people who judge him as creepy stalkers. Onision Logic. It's the animal's fault for getting in front of a car in a blizzard when I'm driving 70 miles an hour. True story, by the way. He killed...
Damn. Damn, true story. Damn!
Killed a deer. Onision Logic. Complains about being bullied and how awful bullying is. Tells the victims of bullying and abuse that it's their fault. Onision Logic. Quote, anyone who hates me is truly scum. Onision Logic. You're depressed?
Just be happy, my ass.
Just be happy. Onision Logic. You have an opinion? Please, share it. Let me know your opinion. Blocks you and deletes your comment. Onision Logic. It's an invasion of privacy to show a public marriage license. Onision Logic. Says people who self-harm want attention. Blows situations way out of proportion so he can victimize himself. Onision Logic. You're scared of being raped? Do not trust any male in your life. They will rape you. Onision Logic. I didn't do what you...
Bruh. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Accused me of doing, Onision. Here's the proof. I don't believe you because you're a stalker and you are a freak and a creep. Onision Logic. Self-image issues? Your fault. Verbally abused? Your fault. Sexually abused? Your fault. Abusive parents? Your fault.
It's so bad, but it's literally his own logic.
Onision Logic. Me falsely accusing you of something is me equaling defending my family. You proving said accusations wrong equals you stalking me. Onision Logic. I'm clearly more popular than you because I have more...
Even though only 17% can stand to watch you. It's not even that anymore, bro.
Or subs. Even though a large percentage of my subscriptions, 17%, can't bear to watch me. Onision logic. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching this video. Now, the reason I have a hashtag in my title here is because if you like this video and you have a Twitter and your Twitter is linked to your, if your Twitter is linked to your YouTube, when you like this video, the trend, hashtag Onision logic, will actually be posted to Twitter. So maybe perhaps we could get this actually trending on Twitter. Wouldn't that be golden? Getting Onision logic trending on Twitter. Can you imagine what would happen if that happened? I can just imagine Onision flipping out, him crying, him trying to victimize himself and say that he's being bullied over Twitter because he's having logic fails. Who knows?
Well, I mean, maybe he shouldn't be a fucking idiot.
Thank you guys for watching. Have a happy Sunday. Peace, the rep out. And yes, I'm wearing a pink shirt. Don't judge me. Shh. What you're about to watch is, in fact,
Now we're going back to what I originally caught up on when I first got down this rabbit hole.
a rape enableist. This is a man who, as I will show you and prove to you with his own mouth, that in a recent video on his main channel, Onision Speaks, made a video titled The Truth About Rape. This is a video response to that video. However, before we tackle that video, I want to go back in history to about a year and a half ago, where he talked about again, and said that a woman who is drunk and gets raped, it's not as bad if she's drunk. You also stated that a man touching a woman when they're married is perfectly acceptable if they're married. In other words,
And that just goes to show the hint at some of the shit that he's done, too.
if they're married, someone can't rape them. The wife can't be raped because they're married, and they're supposed to have marriage contact and touch each other in bed. And then your final point, as you mentioned, is you were upset at the fact that a supposed woman, who I happen to know, had sex with 20 different men, but when you wanted to have sex with her, she didn't want to have sex with you. So you tried to pressure her into having sex, and she didn't want to have sex. You've talked about this in your videos, as I will showcase right here. So let's begin right now.
Hey guys, this is my stance on rape. I've made it very, very painfully clear repeatedly, but it keeps coming back to haunt me. And
Yeah, because you are a fucking piece of shit and have shitty skewed views.
I don't know how many times I have to say it until people get it through their thick fucking...
Hold on 1 second. I see chat, but I also need a closer view. Just a reminder, if you hate people for no reasonable meaning, that is discrimination. Yes, that is true. What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck moment.
Stupid skulls. But my stance on rape is that it's wrong.
Here's the crazy thing about that. Simply saying that rape is wrong does not stop you from being a rape apologist. You can ask anyone who does victim blaming of victims of rape. You can ask a rapist. You can ask someone who makes rape jokes. And I guarantee you that most of them, if not all of them, will say that rape is wrong.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you actually agree with it.
Never said that rape is okay. Ever have I said that.
Absolutely right, Greg Onision. You never said flat out that rape is okay. But you didn't need to. Rather, you said in an earlier video, which I'm going to show in a few minutes here, that a woman who had sex with 20 guys you wanted to have sex with, and she accused you of pressuring her to have sex. You then said in a later video, which I'm going to showcase in a few minutes, that a girl who's drunk, if she's drunk, it's not as bad of rape if she's drunk. And that if
It's even worse, really.
you're married, well, you should be able to touch your spouse whenever you please and whenever you want. But let's just see what else you have to say.
And people want to think that I've said that because they want to feel like they're better than me. They want to rise themselves up. They want to look at this guy who has a few subscribers and go, you're a worse person than I am, and you are a piece of shit, and I want to criticize someone because my life sucks.
So let me
No, I don't know. My life is pretty great, but I'm still going to criticize you because the things you say and do are shitty.
get this straight, Greg. You think that I think you said that someone who is drunk, if they get raped, it's not as bad because they're drunk. You think that I'm thinking that. No. I'm not thinking you think that.
And of course, she goes to insinuate that when we did make love, that I was forcing her into it, that I was pressuring her into it, and she didn't really want to. That's funny coming from someone who slept with over 20 people.
The thing is, they slept with over 20 people consensually.
That's really funny.
Hey guys, some lady posted to @net/contact complaining about her husband touching her in her sleep. And my concern...
You literally, she's asleep. She did not consent to it. Now, I will admit, some people get off on that, but they have to consent to it. Like, they have to consent to it. Man, it's a consensual thing. You are supposed to consent. If you do not consent, it is considered rape.
Nope.
Concern with this is, aren't you married? Like, aren't you supposed to be sexual with each other? Like, it's not like some stranger is touching you in your sleep. It's not like someone who isn't supposed to be touching you in your sleep is touching you in your sleep. It's like your friggin' husband.
Next clip, shall we? But I want to make something really clear. I'm not taking any of these videos out of context. These are quoted directly from him in videos. So if I have any Onision fans watching this video, by all means, I'm not trying to present a one-sided argument and take things out of context. I'm presenting the facts. I'm presenting your role model, who shouldn't be your role model based upon the things that he says. I'm presenting you things that he has said out of his mouth.
That being, if you have sex with somebody after they got drunk, or they have sex with you when you got drunk, did you get raped or did you rape them?
Nope.
The answer is no, in my opinion, in the sense that it's not as bad as actual rape.
Nope.
You are disgusting. You are disgusting!
I'm gonna have sex with you against your will.
So tell me, Greg, tell me, Onision, do you still think
Drunk people cannot coherently consent. Drunk people cannot coherently consent.
that I think you said that? Because I think I just watched a video by you saying all those three things out of your own mouth. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not thinking you said that. You did say that.
That video that I made regarding sex and being drunk was covering, if you were paying attention, people who had sex consensually while drunk, but still are legally considered non-consensual. Know what I mean?
Greg, Onision, it's legally only considered non-consensual if the alcohol has actually impaired their ability to consent, and that's what you were talking about. If alcohol has impaired someone's ability to consent, it is
Nope.
rape. Pure and simple.
So I was saying, if
Man, I've gotten drunk. I'm a psychonaut. Like, I've done a few things, but it's never gotten so bad to where I cannot coherently consent or where I've forgotten consenting. I will consent before, taking the substance, so that when me and my partner are intoxicated, there's already that established background. And even then, I remember what I say because I don't impair myself to the point that I can't think. But if you are drunk, if you are intoxicated, like on the blood alcohol level or, whatever levels they have for psychedelics, you cannot consent. So, I mean, Greg, you're shooting yourself in the fucking mouth.
you consent when you are drunk, is it the same as
Nope.
rape? That's what I was saying. But a lot of you assholes didn't want to hear what I was saying. You just wanted to hear what your stupid ass brain was fucking firing off. It's retarded. Like, I'm amazed by how stupid some of the people who watch me are.
You know what the crazy thing is, Onision, that you don't seem to understand is that in your own video, in this video, you already defined drunk as being drunk enough to be legally unable to consent. So what you're saying in this video that you've made is that if a woman, let's say, gets so plaster drunk that if you take advantage of her and you can somehow...
Okay, hold on. Just a reminder that if you hate people for no reasonable meaning, that is discrimination. Just a reminder, if you blame people for their own trauma, it is suicide baited. Just a reminder, being an abuse apologist is bad. Just a reminder, if you refuse for people to talk on something that everyone else talks on, that's a human right, or everyone is equal. 1, right of free speech. 2, human rights cannot be taken away. 3, everyone has the right to free press and investigation. Yes. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Manage to get a kind of, yeah, out of her, then it's not rape.
Nope.
That's what you're saying. I'm not taking you out of context.
Because if you're going to criticize something, you should at least understand it, right?
Ooh, that one hurt. I could totally say the same thing to you, my little Greggy Peggy. If you're going to make a video...
Greggy Peggy is insane! Oh my god! Greggy Peggy is insane! Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, that's fucking... Holy shit! That was fucking... Oh, that was... Just fucking... Peak.
Specifically about the topic of rape.
Nope.
Hold on. Took me a second to scroll through the details of the 30 human rights. I feel you. I feel you.
Topic, really. You should at least try a little bit to understand what the hell you're talking about. You also, Greg, don't seem to understand what actually happens when a drunk person submits but doesn't enthusiastically consent to sex.
Because you're stupid and you don't see the tens of whatever's videos that I've made against rape.
Nope.
Greg kind of looks like a Twilight vampire in this video.
Like, I have playlists against rape.
Nope.
I have so many videos against rape.
Nope.
You're like, dude! Fucking ninja trolling, dude! Fucking all over this shit! Kicking an easy on that with ignorance, yo!
Well, Onision, aren't you just a fun little lollipop triple-dipped in psycho? See, this is why I don't like you, Greg. This is why I make videos to you. Because when people actually call you out on your bullshit and your ignorant facts on topics that you talk about, specifically the topic of rape, you simply equate it to trolling or ninja trolling. I'm a ninja troll. I'm a ninja troller. That's what you do.
This man has no room to talk about people trolling when this man literally poured kombucha all over himself. You know? Just a reminder, having a metal fit is okay, but it doesn't look good. 2 levels away from mania. Facts. Facts.
When people give you actually valid criticism, specifically about a heavy topic that needs to be talked about, and not talked about by some idiotic moron who doesn't even know what
Nope.
rape is, and tries to justify violating someone simply because they're drunk, that's not as bad. Anyways, here's his newest video.
When you're a child, the events that occur oftentimes affect you for the rest of your life. Juvenile sexual assault.
Oh, wow! 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 But you didn't know that when you fucking had your fans asking you for advice when they were being abused.
Victims know their attacker 93% of the time. So to everyone watching this, your friend John, your friend Eric, people you think you know extremely well, don't trust them completely. The reason you don't do this is because that's what they want. They want you to be in your comfort zone. They want you to put your guard down so it's easy for them.
Man, self-report to a T! Self-report to a T! Self-report to a T! Everybody break it down. It's self-reporting. Do the self-report.
Do your best not to be intoxicated, not to be left alone with these individuals. When you're out at parties or with friends, make sure you always have a trustworthy female friend with you. And also your cell phone, mace, whatever you can use to protect yourself. Here it says 7%.
Nope.
I got that Schlock 27, click, clack, get the fuck back. And I would not be alone in a room with you, Gregory.
Rapes are committed by a relative. That means your uncle, your...
Hold on. What did chat say? Mini cookie! POV, like you sound like a spoiled little kid ruining the store because they didn't get a cookie. Facts. Facts. Mini cookie! I'll code your trip.
Your dad, your grandpa, your brother, whatever. In my opinion, considering rape
Nope.
statistics, I don't believe you should trust any male fully unless you're married to them, and even then it's questionable.
What really angers me about your newest video is the fact that you present all men as being rapists.
Nope.
You present all men as being untrustworthy pigs, and it's interesting because you're exactly that. You're the people you're talking about in this video about men should not be trusted. That's you. Your little 18-year-old wife.
I don't think... I have a very unique stance. And this is just because of the types of people I've been around. I don't think you should put your full trust in anyone. Now, mind you, that is coming from somebody who grew up way too trusting. What did you say, Code? What did you say? Rape
Nope.
statistics, only men can
Nope.
rape. Wow, he's so... Yeah. I don't think anyone should have your full trust and given. This is coming from somebody who grew up and was way too trusting in anyone that would give the time of day. I'm not like that now. However, I know plenty of people who are. Anyone, it doesn't matter what circumstance, what environment, how long you knew them, anyone can become an abuser at any point. Shit happens. But you cannot put everyone in that stereotype. There's an old Spanish slur from before the unification of Spain for people like him. Yeah.
Lanely, who's being manipulated and abused and controlled and starved, literally bone thin. I read her tweets, I read her Instagram, I see the things that she constantly says about being unhappy. She's always sad, she feels depressed. I wonder why.
Well, I mean...
I really do. And I need to clarify. You're making this video about why, how men are all untrustworthy and rapists.
Nope.
But if you're going to tackle a topic such as
Nope.
rape, a heavy subject that needs to be addressed, you need to entail it all. You need to mention that rape
Nope.
happens. Men rape
Nope.
men. Men
Nope.
rape women. Women
Nope.
rape women. And I know it sounds funny when I say this, although I don't consider it funny, but women can in fact
Nope.
rape men.
And on top of that, like, it doesn't matter what gender you are, what gender the victim is, how old the victim is, where they came from. Anyone can, I won't say it, but there's a term for it. I know. But yeah, anyone can violate somebody without consent. Anyone can have intercourse with somebody without consent. It doesn't matter. Look at the Johnny Depp case. That's the most recent one we've got right now.
Just because a man happens to get an erection does not mean that he's actually physically turned on and wants to have sex. A woman...
Shit, men get erections for the most random things. That's why there's fear boners. Like, come on now. Shoot, if I had a penis, I'd
Nope.
probably, have the same issues. Like, even if you don't have, like, erectile dysfunction or anything, like, you're going to, if you have a phallus, blood will flow to it and build up pressure at some point during the day. It will. It will. If I slap you and say I didn't slap you, did I slap you? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
grabbing a man's crotch is no different than a man grabbing a woman's breast or touching her vagina unconsented and inappropriately. It's exactly the same. Rape
Nope.
happens with all of those things. And to make a video purely based only on men are untrustworthy, men are
Nope.
rapists.
Hold on. What did you say? It's like so stupid. It is. It really is.
Not only shows your ignorance, but it shows that you are not capable of understanding the concept of rape
Nope.
or sexual assault. So my suggestion to you is to stop making videos altogether regarding
Nope.
rape. Because it's only going to show how much of a hypocrite you are, how much of an idiot you are, and how you're not able to actually talk about a subject seriously without proving to be an absolute, I don't know what I was going to say, an absolute something, but I don't want to keep repeating the same names as an idiot moron. Yeah.
This says 683,000 rapes
Nope.
occur every single year. That's incredibly sad, and more of us need to make videos and show support for the...
Mama Max before Mama Max. Mama Max before Mama Max. Mama Max before Mama Max. Mama Max before Mama Max.
the victims and try to educate people who aren't yet victims.
Well, I can say one thing, Greg. This video is educational for the people watching me, but most of all to your subscription base if they happen to cross this video. That's why I'm making it, so that your subscribers can be educated on someone who actually understands and remotely tries to cover real subjects in videos and not present a rape
Nope.
apologist or rape
Nope.
ableist attitude.
Nope.
Rape is no longer seen as something that's easy, but rather highly punishable. When these statistics start to turn around and more people are put in jail for raping
Nope.
individuals, when more victims of rape
Nope.
stand up for themselves and say, hey, this person did it because they're a brave soul who doesn't want anyone else to suffer what they did. When we as a society almost unanimously say no and show no tolerance for this kind of behavior, this world and these girls will be far better off. Once again, your rapist
Nope.
could be your boyfriend. It is possible that it could be a total stranger, but the bottom line is no matter your
Nope.
rapist, they are a coward. And I hope you show how brave you are by standing up and bringing this person to justice.
Some people are unable to stand up for the fear of death. Some people are unable to stand up for the fear of being beaten, murdered, hidden away somewhere where people can't find them. You ever think of that, Greg? You ever think that some of these people are children that have no support system? You ever think that some of these people are seen and judged if they speak out about these things because of their biological sex or their gender? You ever think about that? Why do you think that more men don't speak out? Because men are stereotyped to be tough, to be, to have control of their emotions and hide them. So, oh my God, this man. Boo-hoo, I'm a spare. Boo-hoo, I'm a wannabe virgin. Me need cookie.
Ironically enough, Greg, that's why I'm making this video, to bring you to justice. So for the sake of this video, I recommend you turn your listening ears on, because there's going to be quite a lot of information. I'm not going to leave anything out. Stress that point. But anyways, so for those of you who haven't been keeping up on Onision, about 3 weeks ago, two or three weeks ago, no, less than that actually, he made a video titled Dear Stalker. Now in this video, he heavily implies in the video that I am the stalker, and that I wrote a handwritten, several-page letter, handwritten to his in-laws of his wife, Lanely. And so, when I saw this, I was like, okay, he's blaming me, I don't really care, I didn't do it, so I'm not going to make a video response. There's no point, because he's just ranting on about the stalkers in my life, and he's writing handwritten letters to my in-laws, and stay away. I'm like, well, I didn't do it, so there's no reason to make a video about it. Anyway, people asked me on Tumblr, Twitter, did I write the letter, and I said no, 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 and no, and no.
Hold on, Code said something else. What did you say, bro? Oh, okay. It's just reading like you said something else, my bad.
Until last night, he responded to a comment of mine, which is really, Onision has never responded to a comment by mine, and as you'll see in a few minutes, you'll see the comment that he wrote. But it was interesting, because the comment that I wrote was nothing in relation to the comment he responded to me, but nonetheless, he deleted his comment and my comment within a few seconds after deleting both of them, just to clarify. And so, when I saw that he responded to my comment, I was like, whoa, Onision actually responded to something I said. This is shocking. He's responded to me by name directly in the YouTube comments. So, he basically accused me of writing a snail mail letter, called me a scumbag and a bunch of other things. I don't care what he calls me. It doesn't bother me a bit. It's just the fact is, I don't like being accused of something that I didn't do, by him. But, granted, whatever it is. So, last night before I went to bed, I sent him an email, right? I sent him an email clarifying. I said, my first email to you, I titled it, and I'm going to show it to you. I said, paraphrasing, you'll see it in a few minutes, I did not write the letter, which I didn't. And because you made a false accusation against me, I am going to post an already legal document, and it's public by King County Records, which is the state in which the county he lives and I live. We both live in King County. And the document's already public online already. I'm going to give the marriage license that shows that you actually are married, which is, again, already public information all over the place. It's not private information.
If it is public information, then, you know, he has the right to post it. And it's not like, you know, it's not like he's doxing you, you know. That most of the time when somebody doxes somebody, they leak private information that was not yet made public in any form.
I'm going to give it to Encyclopedia Dramatica because there have been...
Okay, hold on. POV, he's a virgin. Fuck 30 million people. Source, trust me, bro. Man! I mean, I hate to be, like, biased and derogatory, but Greg kind of is a hoe. But also, he's an abuser.
Looking for more information on you specifically, and I'm going to give it to him. And that's all I said. And he responds by saying that it was me who wrote the letter, and that the reason he knows that I wrote the letter is because his in-laws told him that I wrote the letter.
Hey guys, this video is kind of an intervention and a kind of request for the individual who's been harassing my wife's in-laws, and myself for some time now to stop. And a lot of you know exactly who I'm talking about. Like, when I disabled comments on the last video because I didn't want you guys promoting that individual, a lot of people were writing me saying, hey, was it this person? And most all of them were right. This person is so set on ruining my life, ruining my marriage, ruining my happiness. Plus, everybody automatically associates it with them. Now, the reason I'm making a big deal about this now is because this individual actually wrote, according to my in-laws directly via snail mail. They told my wife that this individual wrote them a disturbing letter on Facebook and then proceeded to write them snail mail via their home address.
First things first, Gregory. I did write a Facebook message over 5 months ago to your in-laws, but many people did that, so I don't know what message they're reading, I don't know what they're referring to. Maybe it was my message that I sent on Facebook, I don't know, but it doesn't really matter because it's Facebook. You can send messages and stuff on Facebook. There's nothing illegal or wrong about that. And see, the problem here, Greg, is that you're making a false parallel. You're saying, well, you wrote a Facebook message to my in-laws, so that automatically means that you must have written the letter. And my answer in response is no, and I will showcase you that I did not write the letter. In fact, I know who did write the letter, and in your video, you only show half of my email, which is really, that's what I don't like about you, is that you show half of my email, but you don't show the other half in which I responded and told you who it was, and that I didn't write it, and among other things, and you still make a video about my private email that I said to you privately, and this is the key, this is really funny, is you're always telling your stalkers that if you have a problem with them, to write you privately. I did exactly that. I wrote you privately, and then you make a video about it. So what's the point in trying to write privately to you when you ask your subscribers or even haters to write you privately? And I took it privately, and you made a video about it. I mean, wow. Nonetheless, also, I'd like to make a point. I'm sorry, I just woke up and I'm making this on the spot. Just say by some rare chance you wanted to take me to court, your court case would be thrown out so fast. You want to know why? Because your entire logic for this entire video directed at me is your in-laws said...
Yeah, if it's not direct evidence. You don't have direct evidence, so therefore you don't know. I need my cookie! Cookie is not cookie! Cody, or Trip.
That it was you. So therefore, you're basing it on an assumption. That assumption is based on an accusation from somebody else. It doesn't work that way. If you go to court, let's just say, hypothetically, you took me to court and saying, you wrote a snail mail letter to my in-laws, that court case will be thrown out because you have to prove that I wrote it. And I will stand trial happily, because I've been in court before already. I will stand trial and I will happily vow myself that I did not write that letter. And I didn't. And you will have to prove with evidence that I wrote it, either by DNA, or they'll show it to me and all I have to say is, no, I didn't write it. And unless you can prove that I did write it and that I'm lying, it'll be thrown out. So my suggestion to you is, please contact me over email, send me the handwritten snail mail letter, and I would like to see it, because I didn't write it, and I don't like being accused of things that I didn't do. It doesn't really even matter. The point is that you're trying to blame me for something that I did not do.
I made a video saying...
Which is a repeated offense that he has done.
Hey, creepy stalker, stop writing my family members. And then he proceeded to commenting on one of my YouTube videos. I wonder if Taylor feels if she has competition now. He's implying that I'm somehow going to be attracted to another girl who was in one of my videos, I suppose just because she's a girl. But of course he's going to imply this because he's all about causing drama in my life and generally questioning my morality. So I responded with the information I was given through my wife, source of her parents, in which they said, hey, you know that guy who's been making videos about you? Well, he wrote us on Facebook and then he wrote us a snail mail.
And again, I want to stress the point. This is a false parallel. Now, I did make a video 5 months ago to the parents. I did send them a Facebook message, but because your parents the in-laws saw my video and saw my Facebook message, they must have automatically assumed that the handwritten letter was by me, when it was not by me. In fact, I love
how you put evidence coming up. Yeah, you're known for having the facts, Repzion, so at least from my experience watching his content.
How in the next few clips you're about to see, you only present half of the
Hold on. I did cookie without permission, and that's okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
email that I sent you. Only half of it. You completely ignored and didn't even include my response to you. So not only are you one-siding everything that I said in response to you, and I even told you in the email who the person was who sent it, and you still ignored it and took the effort to make a video about it, only presenting the one side of the response. So just keep watching, guys.
Not just to his YouTube viewers, because he's already done that. He's gonna post it to a hate site. Because you know this guy is such a saint and he's just trying to help my wife get away from the evil demon that is me, right? I can't think of a single person who could be a bigger hypocrite right now with their current actions. You're gonna prove to everybody that I was wrong about you being a stalker creep by doing something a stalker creep would do. This is what he wrote to my email. I'll make this short. I wrote no snail mail letter to Taylor's parents, nor would I ever go that far. Yeah, writing a snail mail letter to my in-laws is way too far, but releasing our legal documents with our full name to a hate site? Oh, that's nothing. Do you realize how crazy you sound? This is why a lot of people are afraid to turn on their cameras and post videos to YouTube, because they're afraid of psycho creepy stalkers like you. Of course you won't believe me, and that's fine. Why would I believe you? You literally made a video addressing my in-laws, telling them what a horrible person you, a person who has never met me, believes me to be. Basically trying to ruin my life.
Might I add again that these documents have been public and are easily accessible by King County state law simply by typing it in your name, and you instantly get it pop up. All you have to do is pay like a small $10 service fee, and you can easily access it. You can access my parents' marriage documents. You can access almost any marriage documents with the entire United States of America based upon getting married in the United States.
Yes, this is true.
These are public records. They're nothing. They're nothing liable for anything. And see, Greg, here you're now making a fallacy. Because I made a video 5 months ago directed at you, you therefore automatically assume that I have to be the person who wrote the snail mail letter. Just to present you what I wrote, since you didn't actually include everything that I wrote to you, and the user who actually wrote the letter, I found out who it was last night. I sent them a message because after he responded to me, I was like, hey, I need to find out who wrote this letter, and it is, and he's proud of writing that snail mail letter, and he says he would do it again. In fact, he has a video of him actually doing it. The user who wrote the snail mail letter made a video about this. And yet, you know, Greg, that it was him because you've had problems with this guy before. You've gotten lots of his videos removed from privacy complaints and all these certain things. And whether, I don't even care if you do that. The point is, the fact of the matter is that...
Yeah, no, if you made a video about it, why aren't you talking about the video? Me and eat cookie without consequences ever. Gregory. Facts. Eat the cookie, it has no bad things attached to it.
I have evidence to show you that this guy actually did write the letter from his actual own words, and yet even though when I presented the evidence to you in email, you still ignored it and still blaming it on me. So, I don't really understand your basic brain capacity to where you try to pull all these false causations and fallacies out by saying, well, I'm going to assume because someone said it, therefore it's true. The world doesn't work that way. You can't go off gossip. You can't go off of what someone said to you. It has to be shown with evidence. And that is something that clearly lacks in all of your videos, Greg, is evidence to prove anything.
He's not wrong. Greg has never once had proper evidence. I mean, don't get me wrong, the last time I even enjoyed Onision was I'm a Banana, but still, like, when all this started coming out, I dug into both sides. So there's a lot of shit that he says that he cannot back up.
Especially directed at me, besides the fact that the marriage license, which is already public again, so I'm not really doing anything. And here's the fun thing. The reason I mentioned Encyclopedia Dramatica regarding your marriage license is to get a reaction out of you, which is exactly what happened. I told, because I know you hate that website, so I thought, well, if I attach the marriage document and then say to him that I'm going to give it to them, which they already have it, by the way, I got a reaction out of you by simply making a reference to a website which I know you hate. And it worked. You made a video about it. And now that you made a video about it, I can make a video in response to you and refute everything you have to say with evidence. I say in response to your email, the user who wrote the letter was Don't Stand Close to Me on YouTube. Send me a screenshot of the letter. I want to see it. In case you didn't know, marriage license is already public by state law. It's in King County records, accessible by all. I know you hate Encyclopedia Dramatica. Just thought I'd hand it over to them. My suggestion to you, and I mean this, if you want me to stop making videos about you, don't say stupid shit or things without backing up with evidence. I wish no harm to you, your family, but when you make videos saying stupid things or an argument that doesn't make sense, I'll respond. I do this with many people, not just you. Peace. And of course,
which is a very real, and it's a very professional way to handle it. Training my triple jump. All right, Mario.
First, did Greg actually include this? No, of course he didn't, because Greg always likes to be the victim. He always likes to portray everybody as being the problem. Everybody else has issues except him. This is what is known as a narcissist, where everything revolves around them, and they try to twist and turn everything to be someone else's fault. And they try to blame everything and accuse everybody of everything else, rather than ever looking at themselves. This is a perfect example, and thank you, Greg, for making a video response to me on this, because now I can showcase that you really are one-sided. You left out part of my email on purpose, obviously, and now I had to make a video about it, and you complain about me making videos. Well, you just got yourself a video simply by making a video about me. So, are you happy? I don't know. Maybe you are. Maybe you like the attention that I give you. Although it's negative, maybe you do like it. Who knows?
I mean, he keeps having beef with you, so possibly.
My point is, let's see what the person who actually wrote the letter has to say. He replies, yes, I sent it because the actual email didn't go through. Then he goes on to say...
Hold on, Code. What did you say? What? It's sexy to jump over 12 meters. 50 feet is way too far, though. Some people are freaks. Yeah, you need your moon shoes, bud.
About parents and how if he was a parent, he would want to know what his daughter was doing with a crazy psychopath. But near the end, he says, and finally, to Mr. Repzion, if you want to clear this up with your subs and viewers, go ahead and make a video.
Also, Lainey in this, video, the current wife of Onision, changed their name to Kai, just for a heads up. Let me. Okay. So, I'm gonna read this. Yes, I sent it because the actual email didn't go through. Why? Are you scared of being sued or something? A correspondence is a correspondence regardless of how it's sent. Just like when Onion's mother commented on my channel when Sky and her relatives sent me emails. Or even when Onion himself makes a video about me. They're all still conveying a message directed towards me. It's a very polite and professional message, I might add. I never would have sent it if I didn't believe Lainey was doing all this behind her parents' back. Lainey was born, birth date, guess what? My daughter was born the day after. So you should understand a little more why I sent it. If my daughter was doing these things behind my back and someone knew about it, I would expect someone to tell me regardless of how I was told. And who knows, maybe I did inform her parents of some of the shenanigans that were going on, and now Onion is upset about it. I still don't understand why Onion waited 5 months to make a video about this unless either he wants to drum up some more drama or Lainey's parents sat on the letter to see anything I said and it came to fruition, which it actually has. So now her parents, I should say Bill, because Bill's wife has nothing to do with that. Bill is her dad. Bill has informed them of the letter. Also, I know because you tried to contact Lainey's mother on Facebook and made a video about it on top of it all, 2 times told her that you don't want to be labeled a harasser with a 3rd time, mailing a letter, when I've only did it once. So I can understand why you want to clear this up with Onion. So go tell him I sent the letter. Better yet, send this whole email to him with this following message from me. Stop filing false privacy claims on my videos, please. If you don't like your public marriage documents to be made public, then you never should have gotten married. If you don't like the laws of marriage, why'd you get married in the first place? It's 50-50. Everything is community property. I bet when you were a kid, your sisters wouldn't share their Barbie doll with you. Now you have a sharing complex. We all know who really had most of the shortcomings when it came to the divorce, and it wasn't Sky. Finally, to you, Mr. Rep, if you want to clear this up with your subs, go ahead and make a video telling them who sent the letter, or directing them to this video below, as I'm very proud of what I've done, and I would do it again. Onion knows I sent the letter. He can't be that stupid, or is he? He is. He's that stupid.
If he was a parent, he would want to know what his daughter was doing with a crazy psychopath. But near the end, he says, and finally, to Mr. Repzion, if you want to clear this up with your subs and viewers, go ahead and make a video telling them who I am, who sent the letter, or directing them to this video below, as I am proud of what I have done, and I will do it again. And down below, in my description, and here, as you can see, to the parents of Lanely Bot, Onision's new victim, he has a link here, and that link shows you evidence that he actually did write the snail mail letter. So, Greg, my advice to you is before you make an accusation against me, you should probably look and learn a bit about fallacies and false causations where you parallel things back to me. Granted, I do understand why you might think it would be me, considering I do make videos about you, but I have no interest in writing a handwritten letter. I hate writing handwritten letters. And in terms of you making an accusation against me, I just thought I'd clear it up and make a video response to you. So I don't really have much else to say besides that, Onision, you're wrong. And if you want to take me to court for some reason that you also threatened me in your email that you can take me to court, by all means, do it. I'd happily stand in court. I'd happily testify. I'd happily swear nothing but the truth. I'd happily swear my vows. Most of all, I'd love to see you fail in court because that's exactly what you would do because you know nothing about how the law works. I'm done. Thank you guys for watching. What happens when you tell a 27-year-old man no? He reacts like a child.
Facts. Nice new intro.
Who haven't been keeping up with the recent news, Onision has started this new thing on his channel where he live streams debates with his so-called haters. He had about 3 debates, and then all of a sudden, out of the clear blue, I received an email from Onision. Yes, Onision, the man who said this minutes before the live stream went live, he said this about me.
I picked to be honest, the reason I picked him is because Repzion commented on his videos saying good luck, so I assumed, because I don't want to talk to Repzion like directly, but I don't mind if he helps people out and so forth, and the reason is because I really just don't want to talk to him.
He does not want to talk to me. He does not want to associate with me.
And then sends you an email.
For those of you who don't know, about a month and a half ago, or almost 2 months ago, he made a video titled Dear Stalker where he accused me falsely of...
What are you doing, Code? Doing 1 meter standing long jumps now. 1.6 meters. Okay. You do that, bro. You do that. That's you doing the do.
Writing his in-laws a handwritten letter in which I proved in my video that it was not me. He says this in his videos.
I want nothing to do with this guy. I don't want to see his face again. I don't want to hear his name again. I want nothing to do with him. I want nothing to do with this person. I've repeatedly let them know that I want nothing to do with him, and yet they persist.
It is abundantly clear that Greg does not want to talk to me, he does not want to associate with me, wants nothing absolutely to do with me. To my surprise, when I logged on to my email, I had an email from the one and only Onision.
We'll be debating with you when you're ready. Give me a time. Already, but I have to ask a serious question. Why do you want to debate me? Since the old evidence versus Onision drama that went down, I really have not had videos on you. My Tumblr has me declining subscribers' video requests to make more videos about you. Feel like personally I'm beating a dead horse, and I don't know why you're giving me any sort of attention. So I'm honestly confused as to why you popped up out of the clear blue. Be honest, I have really no desire to debate you. However, I'm more interested in asking you some questions about yourself and some videos. If you want to debate, I'll get back to you on a time and place if you really want to discuss anything. Let's go right now. I'll start a live broadcast and invite you to pretty much ask whatever you like.
Yes, he sent me an email saying, We'll be debating with you when you're ready. Give me a time. I want to make it clear that I had never asked to debate him. I had never proposed to debate him, and I will prove this later on. But anyway, I reply, alrighty, but I have to ask a serious question. Why do you want to debate me? Since the whole video versus Onision drama that went down, I have no desires to debate you. I have made 13 videos on you in the course of 4 years. My Tumblr has me declining subscribers' video requests to make more videos about you. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. I don't want to give you any more sort of attention. So I'm confused as to why you have popped this up out of debating me, when obviously this man, as I shown previously, wants nothing to do with me. He said that on his live stream on the debate that he doesn't want to talk to me, doesn't want to do anything, yet he just contacted me. So I say I have no desire to debate him. Then he says, let's go right now. I'll start a live broadcast, invite you. You can ask pretty much whatever you like. I said previously, I'll get back to you. I'm currently in Aberdeen, Washington with no internet. I'll get back to you on that. Then he sends me an email saying, in the previous debate, there was no mediator. This time there will be, but he will be an honest mediator, blah, 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 blah. I then ask who will be the mediator. And this is where it gets even more golden. He says, I don't know yet. And then he says, I feel like you're not confident in showing the concerns that you have. Where is your confidence? I've taken on multiple people at the same time. I've even been ambushed by people yelling with profanity at me, and blah, 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 and I still continued. Why are you behaving nervously? So in this email, I questioned his motives for why he wanted to debate me, and he accuses me of lacking confidence and being nervous. I then reply, if you can discuss one-on-one with some guy, someone who has made more harsher videos than I have, more videos than I have ever made, by calling you a cunt and etc., why do you need a mediator? I see no reason to have multiple people on at once.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Once, which you've shown to me that you can debate multiple people at once, so why do you need a mediator? Confidence and nervous? No, as previously stated, I haven't been interested in talking about you through videos or anything after that whole Onision versus evidence drama, which I showcased evidence wasn't me. As far as I'm concerned, I'm done making videos about you unless you make videos contributing to negative stereotypes that influence people for the bad. Anyways, I'll respond to you later tonight. He then replies more about the mediator, and he says, you've been wanting to debate from some time. Now it seems you are backing out of an actual debate setting, which is very disappointing. Please do not be the dog with all bark and no bite. He then says at the bottom of the email, you clearly feel intimidated by more than one person being there this time. I'm ready to debate you immediately, but if you need time to prepare it, I understand. And this is where it gets golden. I don't need a mediator. I just don't see a need to have one if you can successfully discuss with 2 other people at once, which you've shown you can do. In regards to your comment, quote from Onision, you've been wanting to debate me for some time, and now it seems you're backing out of an actual debate setting, which is very disappointing. Actually, no place have I ever proposed or asked to debate you at all. Reference to us have been debating has been between our mutual subscribers asking to hash it out. Instead, in my initial response, I'm not interested in debating you. I have no desire to debate you. I've been telling this for people in the past 2 months on my Tumblr.
Yeah, no, you're just fucking shooting yourself in the foot, right?
On other social networking sites, in the video that I made in my defense. To prove my point, let's go back on my Facebook on May 8th, where I explicitly say that I'm done making videos right here about Onision, that I've listened to your comments, concerns, I'm not interested in talking about Onision anymore, and I'm going to make a final video. Well, I never made that final video. Now I have. This is it. I actually stopped making the video. I deleted all my clips because I didn't want to deal with this anymore, and I was sick of a man making false accusations against me, so I said I'm stepping down. I'm not going to participate in this drama anymore. I said that on my Facebook page. It's still there. It's not deleted. It's public for everybody to see. Continuing on, I say people have been begging me to make a video discussing your wife's new pregnancy. I have no motivation to make future videos towards you unless I see a valid reason. My channel has been growing fast. I don't want to produce any more content about you. I've covered what I need to say in my videos already over 4 years. You have also proven in your live. You also said in your live stream, Debate Onision Online, that you refuse to debate anyone who has made multiple videos about you. I fall into this category. Why have you changed your mind? You have also stated that I harass you on YouTube, which by legal definitions of harassment no longer becomes harassment if you choose to knowingly interact with the said harasser. You can call me intimidated, scared, nervous, lacking confidence, for which you have already accused me of, simply for questioning your motives for having me participate on your channel. I'm sure that after you read this email, you will say, victory, I have won against the haters. Mr. Repzion is too afraid to debate me. That's fine, go for it. In terms of you being disappointed in me, that's good. The last thing I want to do is to satisfy you by giving you more attention on your channel by my participation. Hope that makes sense. I appreciate the offer, but I shall decline. He replies to me, you are a coward. At least it's good to know that you are out of my life forever. I then reply, are you breaking up with me? Sigh. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am still shocked and perplexed.
That final response was comedy gold. Are you breaking up with me? Yay. Are they going to talk about how you said trauma artist corn and should be treated like it? I don't know if they're going to in this video. I'll probably have to react to like iNapper or something. But I mean, it wouldn't be surprising.
And confused as to why a man who says he wants nothing to do with me all of a sudden would send me an email about debating him, and I say, no, I have no interest in debating you, and he calls me nervous, lacking confidence, and all this other crap. What? I don't understand. I question your motives, and you accuse me of those things, which is perfectly fine. You can call me nervous, lacking confidence. You can call me all those things. But ultimately, I have no interest in debating you. I said that on my Facebook page over a month and a half ago. But this is where it gets even more interesting. Him and some guy 827 debated, and this is what he had to say in the debate.
Let's go back though. You made and I know you think this is ridiculous,
Google Plus. Damn.
but I feel it's very important because you made an accusation that I made a joke about rape.
Nope.
So what was that?
Well, a lot of your video titles, they have really, really screwed up titles in them, and it's like you're just taking it.
Give me one of
Nope.
an example.
Let's see. Look for your videos right here. You've got a few about rape
Nope.
right here.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily making fun of it. Yeah, well, you said I made fun of it, so give me an example of when I made fun of it, please.
Are you gonna seriously just sit here and run me around in fucking circles like this? Or...
It's just one question, you know? If you don't have an example, just say you don't have an example.
You've got like hundreds of videos to scroll through. I mean, is my argument invalid because I'm not gonna sit here and just scroll through hundreds of videos?
So there is...
I mean, the man has made so many videos. Like, there's no way you can just find one.
Evidence when he hasn't had any proper time to prepare. So what I did is I did a little bit of research, and you say that you have never mocked rape.
Nope.
Well, what's this?
Forget it. I was
Nope.
raped. A group of men hit me on my head until I passed out and they raped me.
That video is titled Puppy Love, which you can find on your main channel, Oni.
Yeah. What do you have to say, Greg? In fact, I don't want to know what you have to say.
Next clip you're about to see is another video in which this is the disturbing part. He labels this person.
Hold on. Question, should I sprint on roads with super shoes or turf with spikes? I don't have an answer for you, Code.
Socially retarded. Someone with disabilities, and then proceeds to say this.
Because I'm so unattractive and I'm so stupid and I have no friends. There was that guy who violated me in an alleyway and I cried. I guess he could be a friend. What was I talking about?
What's that again? You haven't made fun of rape victims?
Exactly.
What did I just watch? I mean, I'm not taking that out of context, buddy. That's clear. You have said that, and there's plenty of other videos, more videos than just those two, but those are just two that I happen to pull up in response to you, or, oh, I have never made fun of rape. So let's cover the points that I've made already. Point 1, he asked me to stop talking about him, making videos about him, in which I did. I stopped. It's been over 2 months since I've even really mentioned him, made a video about him, or anything. He then says he wants nothing to do with me in the live stream itself. He doesn't want to talk to me. He made 3 videos about me saying that he doesn't want to ever associate with me, that I'm a stalker, that I accused me of false accusations, which I disproved. In which now he has sent me, point 3, an email which contradicts everything that he said. He says he doesn't want to associate with me. Now all of a sudden, he does.
It's such blatant hypocrisy, bro.
Just from last week. Just last week he said he didn't want to talk to me. And now all of a sudden he does. And this is where it gets the best, ladies and gentlemen. I said, no, I will decline debating you. And rather than respecting my decision, he calls me a coward, which is perfectly fine. But on July 4th, he debated Repsock. What? Repsock? What the living hell is Repsock? Repsock is his hand with a sock imitating me.
What the fuck?
This man is a 27-year-old male who recently had a newly...
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I was getting a spam call.
18-year-old wife, who, on July 4th, Independence Day, sat in his room and debated a sock because I said, no, I'm not interested. Oh, and I forgot...
That's so weird.
...to mention, his newly wedded wife is now 13 weeks pregnant. So rather than spend time with your wife, who's pregnant, who's about to have a child, you sit on July 4th and debate a sock.
I just want to say...
I can't even watch this. Hold on. Hold on.
You have fallen, Onision, to a whole new level. You have fallen to a level to which I see now is pure insanity. In fact, that is why this is my last video towards you, because I've realized something. I've made a mistake. Over the course of 4 years, I have now made, officially, 13 video responses to you. 4 years, 13 videos, I have over 600 videos. That's not very much. But the reason I'm done making videos about you, Greg, is because I actually thought that through my video responses to you that I could perhaps make you think differently. I thought perhaps that me responding to your video where you said that when a woman is drunk, it's not as bad as if she's drunk, it's not as bad as if she's raped when she's drunk. I thought I could maybe change your mind when you generalize all people who are overweight, who are being obese or not fat because they choose to be fat, but maybe they have medical problems. I thought I could change a man's mind. I thought I could actually dent. I thought I could maybe make you think differently.
Hold on, Code. I'm looking. You know the worst thing I saw of a streamer? A streamer leaked every single chat log ever on stream, doxing so many people. Every single viewer's chat logs ever. That is awful. That's cruel. Like, why would you do that, bro? How can you be so cruel to your audience?
I could maybe reason with you or rationalize with you. Because for the most part, my videos, I believe, are very logical in terms of my responses to you. And I thought I could make a dent in your life. I thought I could make a
Rep, it wasn't worth it.
change. And you would see a video by me, and you would say, hey, you know what? I was wrong on this issue. I was wrong. I was wrong. I've spent 4 years making 13 videos about a man who now debates a sock because I said no. He reacts like a child, and I can't associate with a child. I can't respond to a child anymore. I can't make video responses to someone, and while I know you guys find it fun and you think it's interesting when I make responses to him, I'm done. It's pointless. I have failed.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault at all. It's like talking to a brick wall.
Completely. And because I failed, and because now I see that no matter what I say, no matter...
Hold on, I'm looking, Code. Like, people's chat, they said when it was just them, leaked every side comment, all the dots and lines. Damn. Damn.
Or what I present, even if I quote him directly, he's right. I'm always going to be wrong. He is a narcissistic psychopath who knows how to manipulate and control things so well. But here's something you probably didn't know. Greg Onision is fake. I mean completely fake. The videos he makes for shock value,
I gotta see where you're going with this.
is to simply stir attention and stir drama to make his income. Greg Onision makes between $10,000 to $15,000 per month on his AdSense. I have proof of this on my Tumblr, but that's besides the point. The point is that he creates fake drama for the sole purpose of making money. That's why I'm stopping, and that's what I've come to realize. As a testimony from TJ,
Some guy 827 is TJ.
Onision wanted TJ to participate on the Steve Wilkos show and create a fake drama on national television. Yeah, bet you didn't know that one.
Onision was kind of a drama. I remember Onision...
Yeah, he is a clout chaser.
Tried to get me to appear on something called the Steve Wilkos show, which is basically like the poor man's, I guess I should say, the even poorer man's Jerry Springer. And I'm like, Onision, you and I have serious differences here, and you've done some things that I find to be really disgusting that you've never shown any sort of sincere atonement for. You've never really even acknowledged that the stuff you've done is fucked up. And even now, you continue to defend your actions, even though, I mean, there's a clear pattern of you creating drama, of you continuously creating drama, continuously airing your dirty laundry in public, and now you want to do it on national TV. Like, this is a guy who's eager to get in more drama in front of an even larger audience.
Yeah, he's eager to start shit. He always will be.
It's like it drives him. That's all he wants to do. And I'm like, I'm not participating in this, Onision. I can't even believe that you think that I would do something like this. I can't even believe that you want to do something like this.
He does. You can't believe it, but, I mean, the guy is a fucking drama starter, man.
You know, and he's like, oh, we'll ham it up for the camera, and we'll create all kinds of new drama between us. You know, we'll figure out other reasons we don't like each other, and it'll be really even more unpleasant. I'm like, this isn't a fucking show, Onision. I'm trying to fucking convey a serious message here. When I was going after you, it was because I had legitimate grievances with your fucking actions and behaviors.
Exactly.
And it's like he didn't even fucking comprehend that. It didn't even occur to him that I might not just be doing this as part of some fucking phony baloney fake WWE style storyline where it's like, you know, 1 week I'm hitting him over the head with the fucking chair and the next week we're fucking tag team partners or some shit. It's like, Onision, hello, Earth to you, motherfucker. That's not what's going on here, alright?
It's fucking god awful.
Maybe for you, this is all just some big fucking show where you can just do whatever you want, fucking play with people's emotions, mislead your fucking own audience as to what's going on, and you just feel like that has zero consequences. But that's not how I fucking operate. And I told him I don't have any interest in being on the fucking Steve Wilkos show with you. I don't have any interest in engaging you in some sort of fake, trumped up fucking drama. I mean, so if you really want to know what kind of guy Onision is, that fucking story should tell you a lot of what you need to know.
Yep. He likes to dramatize, he's a clout chaser, and on top of that, he is a criminal. We'll go over the criminal stuff later, because he is being taken to court, and Repzion is being taken to court. And so, there's a lot that you need to know.
I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, why should I make any future videos on a man who is purely insane? By a man who's a lunatic, a psychopath, narcissistic, but most of all, is also pure genius. When I say that Greg is a genius, I mean that in terms of manipulation. Take a look at this. This is a photo.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Just checking my chat.
Of the supposed comment I wrote on his channel, which, by the way, I'm blocked on all of his channels, but his Onision Encore, I was not blocked. I wrote a comment, and I'm paraphrasing, but I said something like, I want to see a debate between you and some guy. Within a minute and a half, my comment was deleted. I wish I had taken a screenshot of my comment so I could prove it, but I can't. It was deleted, and then I was blocked from his channel. Only for him to then put this photo up with no thumbs up, because I don't know if you know this, but usually when I make a comment about Onision, it always gets thumbs up. There's no timestamp on the video.
Damn. Bro really photoshopped that shit.
And there are no timestamps on any of there's no comments. You know, normally when you take a screenshot of all the comments around it so you can show that it's an actual valid picture. There is none. When you make comments on YouTube, there are timestamps. It was an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Where's the timestamp? Where are the other comments? That's why I don't want to have anything to do with him, because he has the guts to block me after I write a comment, delete my comment, and then twist it into saying that I said something I never said. And people wonder why I have no desire to debate this man when he talks to a sock on July 4th, neglecting his 13-year-old week pregnant wife.
13-week pregnant wife is what he meant to say.
On July 4th, a national holiday, and he's so upset that he goes apeshit because I said no. My suggestion to anyone watching this video is if you debate Onision, bring up some of my points in this video towards him. Ask him about the fake TV drama that he wanted to propose to TJ and get him on national television to have fake entertainment.
Man.
That's proof that everything Greg does is for the attention of whoring out and getting attention from other people. Why did he attack Shay Carl for circumcision? Why did he attack Shane Dawson? Why has he attacked all of these people? Why has he now went after me after he said, I want nothing to do with you, Mr. Repzion, but now I want to debate you? And then when I said no, he goes crazy and makes almost nearly 30 Facebook statuses about me, saying how much of a coward and all this stuff is. I'm done. You can't change. You will never change. Your mind is set in a 14-year-old boy male's body.
It's fucking ridiculous the lengths Greg will go.
I feel sorry for you, and I realize that Greg Onision plays the victim card, but I genuinely, sincerely feel sorry that a 27-year-old man can neglect his wife, who's 13 weeks pregnant, on the fact and debate a sock on July 4th because I said no. I said no. And to be honest, Gregory, saying no to you brought me more satisfaction than it ever would have been debating you, because I got to see breaking a man emotionally by doing nothing.
Damn.
And that is an accomplishment. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow reptiles, I'm not going to make any more videos about Onision for a very long time, if not ever again. Because it's a waste of my time, and it's a waste of your time to give this man what he wants. Attention. The sad thing is that this man's entire self-esteem and identity is rooted in his subscriber base. And because of that, he has no human value, because it's all placed in other people.
Facts.
Thank you guys for watching.
5. The fact that you put such private information online for everyone to see that was so confidential. I've told 5 people. 5. And you...
Okay. Let me check chat. Okay. I gotta check chat sometimes.
You told all of the internet because you're a salty...
Like, please leave me alone like I've asked. I asked you to stop using my name and my information in your videos. And you told me that you would. You asked me to stop contacting you. And again, today you posted a video with a screenshot of our email conversation with my name in it. Obviously, you think that you're right and justified in all of the things that you're doing.
Get the camera off of me, I swear to God. He has a camera on me. He has a camera on me
These are all of Onision's exes, I think.
right now. Get the camera off of me. Why do you have a camera on me?
I hope you're happy. You completely, destroyed all of my pride. You told me to get a tattoo saying I'm a liar. Like a tramp stamp.
It's fucking disgusting.
You told me to shave my head. You told me to dye my hair green, shave off my eyebrows, and get an ugly tan. Like, is that not abusive to you? Do you think that's a fair trade for me telling you that that's what you think is okay? I betrayed your trust?
I want to be able to talk, and I want people to realize that he's been telling people lies.
But it is scary when I have asked you and I told you that you are making me feel uncomfortable and safe. And I've asked you to stop and leave me alone. And you continue to use my name and my information in your videos. This is my final cease and desist. Do not continue to use my name or my information. Please stop posting about me on your Twitter, on your Instagram, on your YouTube, whatever.
Like, these girls, all of their cases are fucking wild.
You can, just leave me alone. If you do it again, you will not hear anything from me. I will be contacting the police.
We broke up.
Look at me.
We broke up.
Look at me.
We
I don't
broke
give a whether we broke up or not. I do not give what you have done to me is irreversible. You have destroyed any way for me to support myself. I have nothing. You have destroyed me.
No! That's not how this should work. You don't feel bad at all. That's the worst part. You're just a person who likes to destroy people's lives because they're salty.
I mean, she got it on the nose.
That's it. You're the worst human being I have ever experienced. I've never met someone so and so up and so willing to just destroy people's lives just because they're insecure about something. I just can't get over the fact that you're that person. That's how low you had to stoop just to try to prove that you're right.
Welcome to the X-File.
He's got the Necronomicon, the Nicolas Cage Book of the Dead. Oh my god. The Necronomicon.
Unlike my previous videos on Onision, this is a very, very serious video. This is not made with the intention of, here's the tea, grab some popcorn. This video is serious in nature due to the fact that it covers a lot of serious topics, which is all documented and supported by evidence. This video is going to be split into 4 to 5 different sections, which are all linked down below in the description. You can click those little timestamps and it should take you anywhere in this video. I recommend you watch this video all the way through. And please press that little arrow down below, expand the description box, because there's going to be a lot of information, a lot of screenshots, a lot of archived stuff that is no longer on the internet due to Onision trying to remove it, hide it, or run away from it. That being said, let's jump right into the first part of this video, which is his cult. Yes, believe it or not, Onision had a website form and a cult website in which he describes it as a religion, his own religion that he created. A lot of the stuff on this website and the forms that he says correlates to most recent statements he said in the last year or two, despite this being almost 15 years ago. In the early 2000s, web forums were a pretty big thing. And back in 2004, 5, and 6, Onision's website had become quite popular. His cult website was known as Siska. When reason ends, so does life. Now, as you can see here, he has these answers. He has these little tabs.
You know, it kind of reminds me of Humani Animali Liberati. Do y'all know about Hal? So, the lead singer of, the former lead singer, the black metal band Silencer, his name is Natron. He was put in a psych ward. And just for clarification, we don't know if he actually murdered somebody with an axe. He did not cut off his arms and bandage pig arms onto them. I just want to make that clear. But as far as we know, he hasn't been convicted of any crimes. But he is in a psych ward. He currently runs a project called Diagnose Slepenskifar and has a book called Grishjarta, which means pig's heart. But he has his own cult beliefs called Humani Animali Liberati. It's designed to be more black metal-esque, but it does have a similar setup to this as far as layout. But I just kind of wanted to bring that tidbit of information.
The meaning of life, human origin, our purpose outside the world, human potential, the afterlife, behaviors, health, feedback, community contributors. Ultimately, this tab of the meaning of life is very bizarre, but there's other tabs that you expand and begin to explore, and you realize that this is not a sane individual. This is not just some normal little cult. This is somebody who has a flawed way of thinking about not only humanity, but also how he looks at abuse. He starts his website, Siska, with an introduction.
My name is Gregory J. Daniel. I'm a man of dignity, integrity, and today I look at our society in recognition of what mockery we have become due to a lack of enforcement of our crimes that occur every moment of every day. I am here to tell you that not all men are bad people. However, it is best to see all individuals as potential hostiles and potential victims. We all have the power to do terrible, terrible things, yet it is a choice in the end of the day that divides the pure-hearted from the others. Let the pure of heart be you, male or female. You have the ability to fight negativity in the world, and in this moment you will. If you have been violated in the past, let the possibilities for more single-sided attacks end now. If you fear future violation, learn from this sight. Know you are strong and get through any terrible event. With your strength of heart, mind, body, you are a ours nightmare. Make it so. Not too long ago, I was appalled by suggestions that women dress themselves up as they were homeless or mentally handicapped just to avoid attack. This is a terrible advice, as hostiles do not always choose based on attraction. They do it on who looks most vulnerable or the weakest. Today you will learn how to defend yourself when you are through, and you will find true freedom, what true freedom is. Dress how you like, live how you like, be prepared for the worst, and if you are, no attacker will ever be able to walk away without themselves being a victim. The day you give up is the day that they win. We will not let anyone take advantage again. We are too strong for that together.
This feels like something Mama Max would have written.
This world is truly wonderful as the light always sends away darkness. You are the light.
This is a really strange introduction to a website, don't you agree? Hello there, let's just right off the bat talk about RAPE. Well, there's actually a reason for why he talks about this. And he actually gives an entire guide on how to properly, not get RAPE. It's really weird. I'm not even going to go through the whole thing. It's just very bizarre. It's linked down below in the description if you want to read it. But there's another part of his website that, again, talks about RAPE. He asks this question, who is capable of committing R?
And he says, sadly, in the past few years, we have seen hundreds of cases where the closest friend, relative, or even member of a holy congregation is a R. It is a sorry thing to say, but truly, anyone you know could be a potential R. We as humans have an amazing ability to hide our innermost secrets and issues. Well, you got that right, Greg.
Because you've done one good job, or poor job of that over the last 12 years. Knowing this, one must be aware of all possible R situations. It can happen most anywhere with anyone. Understanding this will not ruin your life, but realizing that there's a possibility will keep yourself more alert. If you are to learn of R, and you will have information of the R, you must report it to the police immediately for the sake of society. Whether it be your brother, your father, your best friend, or otherwise, you have a given duty to report them, and as not by doing so, you are also condoning such acts in that you are just as unforgivable as they are. Now, I have to focus on this point because it's all going to correlate to the very end of the video. You notice here that if someone has been abused or are, that he says that unless you report that abuse immediately, the second it happens, you are just as bad as a R. These are his thoughts back in 2004, 2005. But only less than a year and a half ago, he made a YouTube video, again, reaffirming this. He made tweets, again, reaffirming this. Let's say I'm a cop and you were R. I can only do my job if you tell me what happened. You refused. You are now a R shield. What I've learned today.
This is fucking disgusting.
R's get away with their crimes in part due to people who are too cowardly.
Have you ever been in a situation where you were actually, violated by somebody that's stronger than you? You know how hard it is for people to fucking get out of there alive? You know how hard it is for people to report to the police and still be living? I don't think you understand how that shit works.
To report them to the police. Your husband responds, guess I'm to blame. Your response, I blame everyone who's ever been violated, not just on the violators, but those who keep their crimes a secret. You earned that.
Did you guys not think this through? Because what you're doing is you're saying, I didn't do anything about this crime. I did absolutely nothing. Somebody did something to me, and I let him get away with it. If a store advertising on the outside, we don't report that to the police, you know what's going to happen? That store's going to get gutted of all of its inventory. And I know a lot of you guys want to disagree with me on everything, but come on. Don't be going on Twitter sharing your story about why you decided to let someone get away with a horrible crime that they committed against you. Because guess what's going to happen?
You are so fucking stupid, Gregory.
Every guy who follows you on Twitter that knows you personally, every predator out there who comes across your status, they're going to know that you're an easy target. They're going to know that if they do something to you, they're going to get away with it. If you want to get a hashtag trending that actually helps people, do hashtag why I reported. Hashtag how I found justice. Hashtag how to find justice. Hashtag anything productive other than saying, the system doesn't work, and so I didn't bother with it, and that's why.
Our society is built on corrupt people. People in power. Let me go back to my story on things that happened to me. The trafficking was so bad that Gray County Police, this is in Longview, Gray County Police and the district attorney who was there until 2008 were all buying meth from my dad and his dad. We're all trafficking people. Children. You think it's that fucking easy, Greg?
I'm now going to get violated many times in my future and never report any of them.
And that anyone, no matter who they are, men or women, if somebody is abused and they don't go to the police instantly, that makes them as bad as the abuser. Now, I don't understand this skewed line of thinking, but telling anybody who has been abused in any way that they're as bad as an abuser simply because they didn't report it instantly is some of the most grotesque, vile way of thinking about abuse that I've ever heard. And quite frankly, it completely destroys any victim of abuse and ignores any sort of trauma that somebody who has been abused may go through. Because whether you know it or not, every single individual...
People who abuse will shut you up. They will shut you up. You know how many times I've had a rifle to my head? Do you know how many times I've had a pistol to my head? Do you know how many times I've nearly had my bones broken? You cannot sit here and dehumanize these victims because they didn't speak up right away. You cannot sit here and do that. It is a life-threatening situation, no matter what. And some people are coerced into fucking shutting up. What the fuck are you gonna do? Tell me, Greg, what are you gonna do?
The person watching this video, if you've been hurt or abused in any way, people deal with trauma differently from every single person. You don't get to dictate how people respond to abuse, Greg. And it blows my mind that 13 years ago, you were saying the same things that you said less than a year and a half ago in video format. And about your husband/wife, mind you. You even went...
Okay, give me a second, chat. I gotta open my windows because I have plants and they need some sunlight.
on a rant about how your husband/wife is just as bad as the abuser because she didn't go to the police right away. Who does that to somebody that they're married to, much less makes them feel that bad about their own abuse? Well, an abuser.
No harm will come to you out of reporting them. Your information does not need to be given in order for the person in question to see jail time. Be strong and help prevent the next R from ever happening, as Rs are often known to act out their aggression again and again and again until they are stopped. Take a stand. You are not alone. R is avoidable. And it's time we learn how to stay away from such horrific situations.
He makes another column on his website on how do I avoid R. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing. You can take a look at it here. It's also, again, linked down below in the descriptions. But it's very, 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 very weird. He says at the very bottom that R is preventable, and the main reason men or women are R is about their attitude and making right decisions.
No, it's because people are sick fuckers.
Somehow R can always be stopped in its tracks if you follow his rule book. Again, here's just a screenshot. You can take a look at this of his actual guide on how to deal with somebody when you are actually being R. So to make matters creepier, in his rule book of how not to get R'd, I want you to take a look at opportunity 5 and 6. I personally have always planned out what I would do in a victimizing situation. It may be disgusting, but the R no doubt will discontinue if you puke on him or have a bowel movement and run.
I just want to say this. Sometimes people who are into violating people also have weird fetishes. This may turn them on even more.
Rub it in his face or wee-wee on him. It is easy to forget how to defend yourself in a scary situation, but it's never easy to forget to crap your pants. Do it immediately. It may be your only friend in that situation. Can you imagine that? You're about to be hurt violently, and his advice is to defecate yourself and smear it on the person's face. You cannot be making this up. He wrote this. This is real. This is his rule book. Number 6 is even a bit more creepier and bizarre and in fact would probably get you hurt more. You can easily act like you're possessed by a demon or mentally handicapped in a R situation. Both tactics will surely turn an R off. It is not to scare him entirely. Make sure you scream, grunt, groan, and say things that he as a boy had nightmares about. It is important that you make him believe that you are insane and will ruin his life Remember, ours are not necessarily men who do not believe in God. In fact, a good percentage of them are agnostic and believe God believers. Promoting Satan and condemning him to hell may scare him more than anything else. Ours have weak minds. Make sure you use that to your advantage.
That's just gonna make them want you more because they like people who are weak.
What's highly disturbing about this opportunity here is that a lot of people who actually are handicapped or are in handicapped situations in rest homes or in places where
It's a higher percentage. Disabled people have a higher chance of getting violated. I mean, look at Christian and what he did to his mom.
where they need help or they need people to help them or family members or whatever. A lot of people who are mentally handicapped or are handicapped, actually there's a higher percentage of people who are assaulted due to them being handicapped because they're easier prey to take advantage of. So this idea that act handicapped, it's going to somehow save your life is absolute bogus and disgusting and just horrible. But I like at the very end you mentioned that ours have weak minds. Make sure you use that to your advantage. And well, that's what I'm doing here. I'm responding to somebody who has a weak mind. And with over 4 to 5 testimonies that have all come forward now, showing screenshots and conversations that you are not only an abuser, you're manipulative, but that you do everything in your power to invalidate that abuse, and then you project everything that wrong that you've done on the back at the people who you have hurt. It's a very weird, toxic, vile cycle that you're involved in, but we're going to get into that later in the video. Again, I recommend you click that description box. There's more on his Cisco website if you want to dive into it more. I'm only really covering the things that I find to be important and that somehow correlate and link back to the very end of this video, because like I said at the start, everything stacks, okay? You're going to see behaviors that are still exhibited 10, 12 years ago. They're still being exhibited now. I'm all for people changing, and people growing, and people saying, and people doing things in the...
Greg will never change. You've learned that yourself, Repzion, in your 2012, 2013 videos.
Past that they no longer feel or would say now, but this is in the case of Gregory's instance, this is not how it works. Behaviors and things that he said are still being said to this current day, that's why this is a problem. This is not cancel culture, this is not a canceling type video. This video is simply diving into behaviors and tactics that he's been using for decades and is still ongoing to this very moment as of today. Now on his cult site, Siska, he admits that his Siska cult site is a religion that he created. And he would also post very weird, bizarre, kind of like blog posts, right? Now all these blog posts of what I was able to obtain are all linked down below in the description. They're very strange, a lot of them don't even make any sense of what he's talking about. But
once we hit the 6-hour mark, the recording's gonna cut off, so I'll just have to continue recording from where I was at, just for the YouTube people.
Specific blog post that he makes is kind of relevant on how Greg sees himself. In one specific blog, he's titled, Email, Hello, Margaret.
He describes, I am often ... a sociopath. I find that you describe yourself somewhat in the same way, too. If I am being damaged emotionally to an extreme extent, like if someone was breaking up with me or cheated on me to somebody who I just told should no longer exist, all coming from those I care about, my emotions would shut down and I will begin saying things that I mean, but in a stronger sense, a more blunt sense. All the above examples really happened. I told my first love that she no longer deserved my time. I ended our conversation until I healed. Once to her somehow de-use, or second of her cheating or something. There was no third, and blah, blah, blah. My ex-girlfriend's sister, of which I began to love like family, told me she wished I would pass. She wished I did not exist. I smiled and said she was horrible for saying those things. I said she was ugly on the inside and she did not deserve to look at me. I made her cry many, many times due to what she said to me in a way that makes me look like a monster. Anyway, this makes me a god.
Key point in this post, he speaks about himself as being a god because he was able to hurt somebody because they said something mean to him, and he retaliated. Perhaps this was meant figuratively, metaphorically, I don't know.
My ex-husband did this kind of shit. And he was self-aware that he was a narcissist and a sociopath. Because he would claim that he was. And he would be happy about it.
No.
Then he says, I invented a religion, one I believe anyone who wants peace towards not on earth and less discrimination in our lives would follow. It follows the philosophy that we will come from the earth, it is our true mother, and that any hand which hurts, disrespects, it should fall back to it so they may be used to feed the lows less destructive, such as the soil. You should see it too, Siska. Most people call me crazy for making it up, so I asked them how the religion came about. It always starts by men like me. Only I am honest. I was not using any sort of things when I wrote what I did. I was not in a desert hallucinating when I wrote what I did. I did not base my entire faith of my eyes in a way what I believe is barely faith is more of fact. So many people base their purpose on higher powers, something they have no proof of existing. I nearly bled to death in a church of God. No one was there to rescue me but my mother. Where is any valid enough proof to dedicate your entire life to rededicate my life to such a manner that is one of few true sins? I am bored of men believing strength of body equates to universal dominance. I am bored of women saying girl power only turns into girl disgrace when they put their might up to a man's. Most have weaknesses of the mind which lead to the inevitable failure of the body of the spirit. I could never love a woman so small in heart, nor will I ever adore a man who feels women should tremble at his feet. I mentioned before how people call me a liar. I assure you, those who name such names, they look into a mental reflection when they state such claims, for I lie upon nothing but the floor, and that day is the day that I pass.
I think most people can agree that this is very bizarre text. This is a very bizarre blog post, but it does not stop there. It only escalates now to the official.
It's so weird. It really is. Like, not just in a cult sense, but the way he's talking. God. I'm trying to think. There was another character. It's very schizophrenic. In a way. Like, towards the end. Those last few moments feel very, very bizarre. Like, all of it feels bizarre, but in a more out of touch with reality.
Official web form in which he was an administrator of. Now, over the last 12 years, Onision has owned and ran many forms of his own, but this one especially has been, well, nuked, and for quite good reason, because Onision has had a lot of controversy in regards to the issues of race. More specifically, he made an entire video about a woman on YouTube on how she should properly treat her hair, and how he knows how to treat black women's hair better.
Oh, hell no. If you are white, you have no reason to be talking to a black woman about how they should take care of their hair. I'm mixed. I have straight hair, but I have the porosity of a black girl's hair. And it holds a lot easier because of that. I have dreads. If I hadn't done the research on the culture, because my grandmother is black, I would have never thought to do it. My boyfriend's black. I asked him before anybody else if he would be okay with me getting dreads, because he has dreads. He's had them for years. He even helps me take care of them. I'm not going to tell a black person what to do with their fucking hair. The only time I've ever done that is when a lady asked me what products I used because she wanted to start dreads, and she was black. And the only reason I know what products to use is because I've learned from black people.
Than women. It was a very strange video, but if you go looking in his past video responses and the things that he has said about people of different ethnicities, going all the way back to 2004, 2005, he says something that really is concerning, which falls in line into future behavior that he just exhibited literally less than a year, 2 years ago. He writes a...
Hi, babe. Streaming? No. Sir, you told me to stay home yesterday, and I came home early after I wasn't feeling good enough. Okay. My stomach is still upset, sir. I'm just not throwing up.
How you looking? How you looking in this direction?
We're gonna need to mow in the yard. Okay. That was work.
Alright.
I miss you.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I miss you because I love you.
Man, you want to?
Huh?
You gonna have to come up with another bag of hot jalapeno Cheetos, apparently. You devoured that whole bag, didn't you?
I didn't devour much of it. It was already half empty when I got it. It was half empty. It was half empty. Mm-hmm. Right, it's half empty. Say hi to the boyfriend chat. He's a goober. I'm not getting packed. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Hell no. You got me fucked up. What I do?
Went to work instead of staying home. Don't get this patting you so right in the nerve.
You can pat me later. No.
Goddamn, girl. You get the whole...
I need to be able to see chat.
How could you see on your computer?
Because I only have one screen. He's giving me beef, chat.
It seems highly inefficient. You can like put a mini screen in.
No, because if I click on the video, it disappears.
A screen and a screen.
It doesn't have, chat doesn't have picture-in-picture mode. Blow a raspberry at you. You about to watch something? Okay, well, if you want to watch something, I'm gonna go in the other room so I don't bother you. Huh? Giving you beef. Giving you the pork. Beef, pork, lamb, chicken. Hang on, chat. We are relocating. Ow, I'm burning my hand. Well, it's an MSI laptop, so essentially what I would need to do is take it apart and put new thermal paste in it, but I don't have the money for thermal paste. Right. Oh no, chat. Alright, we're back. Sorry, chat. You know I gotta do what I gotta do.
A forum thread titled, "Are you a culturalist?" in which he says, "This is a controversial question, but if you're a culturalist, I want you to fess up. It's nice to know where people are coming from, especially if it's in the left field. Please fill out all these fields as I do by ranking 10 on how much you like them as a group, not as independents based off a guy you know, etc. If I miss a group of people, feel free to suggest or add silently. Americans 6, Iraqs 3, British 5, French 2, Africans 5, Australians 7, Canadians 6, Eskimos 8, Mexicans 4, Puerto Ricans 4, Jews 8, Germans 5, Russians 6, Chinese 6, Japanese 8, Korean 5. Americanized. African Americans, key point
1. Asian Americans 7, European Americans 6, Mexican Americans 5, German Americans 4, Jewish Americans 8, Native Americans 8. He then mentioned briefly on how he really has a lot of disdain for the French for whatever reason, and people follow suit with rating all of these different groups on a scale of 1 to 10. But there's one forum user who responds and asks Greg a pretty serious, legitimate question. Goat asks, what's so great about Canadians? They're not blindly patriotic, but what's so bad about black people, Onision? He replies, what are you speaking of now? Where does it say I'm racist? I just do not like African Americans. The only thing I have against those born in Africa is the ignorance that they have of disease, their lack of the occasion in advance with the rest of the world still having huts, still living in huts, and the fact that their belief system is amazingly insane. If you want to stick around with...
He's so ignorant, dude. He's so ignorant.
Suggest you stop picking on board members, quote. I am a board member. He replies, I'm not picking on you, but the fact that you generalize all African Americans really bothers me. He replies, Goat, I'm very glad you decided to violate the rules and are now banned because I believe that you are a star example of someone who speaks before they think. Wow, that could not be an ironic statement coming from you, Greg. I hate to say it again, but there it is. The rules were to generalize, and now you are bothered by me directly rather than the rules of the topic due to your lack of recognition of the facts.
Facts! Flowing the facts. I have all the facts, and you guys don't really have much of anything.
Motherfucker. I just don't like him, I'm sorry. He's very narcissistic in how he talks to people.
Hey, I'm an Onision fact machine as known by some. Honest Greg, or some call me the fact machine. I have a much greater ally than you, which is facts.
Those who do not deserve to speak lose their rights. Once you are prepared to speak with logical and respectable information back to your words, please email me and I will consider unbanning you. I'm not sure condemning an entire continent, much less insulting that some people still live in huts in very poor regions around the world, and the fact that somehow all African Americans are riddled with diseases makes your case look really good about you not being potentially racist. I mean, this behavior here, the things that you say here, links back to your most recent video where you telling someone with very fizzy, black hairstyle on how to properly treat her hair, and that somehow you know better than people who have that particular type of hairstyle.
Today, I'm going to be following a new black hair care routine created by Onision. He is shocked that nobody taught black people how to care for their hair.
You guys, for some reason, don't know your hair as well as I do. You can't competently take care of your own hair. Why is it I have to help you smell good? Because nobody educated you on this.
I thought that I made like 100 videos on it, but I mean, if that's what he says, then like, nobody knows how to take care of their hair.
I just want to say her hair is iconic. It's so pretty. Like, especially the way she has the baby hairs, like, layered out. It's so pretty. Like, Just, I don't understand what he's so mad about.
Everybody's still coming out with this frizzy crap, as Onion calls it.
This frizzy crap. I say frizzy crap because it just comes to mind.
Or this braids situation that Onion doesn't like.
Highly braided, whatever. First of all, pretty.
But that's so pretty. Man, you have no, like, it's already bad enough that you're white and you don't know what you're talking about. But even so, like, her hair is gorgeous. What do you mean?
Pretty sure she doesn't spend 7 hours a day braiding that. Pretty sure she doesn't even necessarily watch that. And I know that I'm not attracted to that. Here we have another example of that probably doesn't feel.
That's so pretty. It's so intricately detailed. What are you yapping about, Gregory?
Good to the touch, probably isn't fun to maintain, it probably hurts your scalp, probably isn't washed very much, just don't.
Thank the skies for delivering Onion to us. He gave a lot of tips and a lot of tricks. He even suggested some products for us and how to use them and when to use them. This is like the holy grail routine for curly hair care.
More attracted to something like this, something that you feel more inclined to believe that she prepped that today, so that doesn't smell like dead rats, unlike probably haven't washed my hair in 4 years girl over here.
What the fuck?
He hates frizz.
If my hair looked like that when I grew it out, I would have to figure something out. Like this.
Really want to use some styling products. You want to make sure your hair is nice and defined. And also, he needs to be able to look at it and feel like he can run his hands through it.
Because I'm using the right products, my hair is fantastic. It's super lovely to touch. People always compliment me on my hair when they put their fingers through it.
So it has to be all of these things. So you're going to have to style your hair and you're going to have to dry your hair as well before you leave the house. I mean, I would love to air dry it, but then obviously Onision would not be able to touch it while it's air drying and it would be wet and he wouldn't like that.
Very, very weird indeed. So we've established two things. One, Onision did in fact create his own religion, and two, thinks that he is somehow this godly prophet who knows how to properly deal with anybody who is abused, but how to avoid ever being abused in the first place, no matter what. Remember, being RAPE is always avoidable in every circumstance. Just follow his little rule book, and you know what? You're going to be fine for the rest of your life, and you're never going to endure any trauma. Segment 2. Onision marries a woman by the name of Sky. And back in early 2010, 2011, Onision's channel was riddled with YouTube videos talking about his ex.
Sky was the one that got his YouTube channel off the ground. I mean, we've already discussed this in Repzion's other videos, but I still have to make it known.
Wife. Now, I know it's cliche to say this, but again, there are always two sides to every single story told.
This is my formal public request from my ex-wife to let me move on, to let me be happy, and to go her own way. I've been paying her $1,000, and as of late, more than $1,000 every single month for over a year now, since February of last year. And she just keeps taking and taking and taking and taking, despite the fact that business as of late hasn't been very good.
I love how high he looks in this video. It really shows, like, the demented side of this man's face.
So it's like no matter how much I suffer, she always gets the same. And it's like the relationship has been over for so long. Why is she still taking from me? It doesn't make sense. Imagine you guys are with someone and they just keep pulling and pulling and pulling and sucking and sucking and sucking all your energy away from you because of this financial debt. This debt that is completely superficial because the basis of it is so unfair. The agreement was originally signed out of fear that I would lose more which I do not have. Well, if I kill myself, at least I don't have to pay my ex-wife anymore.
The problem with Gregory, and this is an ongoing trend with every single ex or ex-girlfriend or relationship he's ever had that's failed, is that typically when that relationship ends, he makes a large series of videos talking about that relationship, talking about that ex, and essentially putting them on public blast, despite them never ever saying anything publicly, but most of all, using his audience as a means to shut down anything those exes have to say. In fact, he's been so effective of this until the last month that I knew and never interacted with Sky up until literally September of 2019. I knew...
And see, like, that's awful that because somebody has been silenced for so long, nobody really knows them as a person.
She existed, but at no point have I ever heard from her. I've never spoken to her. I've never heard what she had to say. And that's because in 2010, 2011, Onision made a plethora of videos talking about his ex-wife. Now in these videos, as you're going to hear, bad-mouthing her, making things up that are not true about her, but he goes on Facebook and rants about her, he goes on Twitter and rants about her, and he goes on video after video after video after video, all about his ex-wife. Now, not knowing anything about Onision back in the 2010, 11, 12, it's easy for people to just watch these videos and say, wow, you know what? That person's a really crappy individual. But the reality is that Onision scared her off the internet. He had a large fan base. And when you have a large fan base and you're making videos about your ex-wife or your ex-girlfriend constantly, every single thing that goes wrong, and you're blasting out publicly on the internet, somebody with no following at all, how are they going to feel? They're going to feel silent. She definitely went to focus on her life, and that is a good thing. Because quite frankly, if I was married to Onision, I would want to focus on my own life and disengage from him completely. But it wasn't until September...
Facts. I mean, if you marry somebody like that and then you get divorced and you leave, like, you would want to disengage, especially because of their following and how, you know, they handle certain situations, especially if you know their history, because you've been with them that long.
Of this year, where Sarah finally came forward, which we're going to get into that later, and Sky, who's been keeping up with small details of the whole situation of all these exes and all these victims of Onision, finally decided it was time for her to speak up. Onision was no contact for years, going about my life in the real world. People in my life kept tabs on me, on and off, and I was recently informed of the current situation. I am absolutely disgusted, and I don't want any more people harmed by this abusive predator. I hope you brought your receipts, because it's about to be an...
God. I'm just pausing to read this. I'm not gonna read it out loud. God damn.
Early tax season, and we all know how well you fare with the IRS. Do you remember when you wanted me to stay at the house while you moved your new girlfriend in because, quote, if I really cared, I would continue to support you? Looks like you were trying to recreate your own screwed up version. Harem, even then. Speaking of which, my sister has been playing a long game of Spec Ops and never wanted your 1/12 inch of a ruler baby carrot.
I reached out to Sky personally. When he initially came to me with the divorce papers, it came out of absolutely nowhere. He had been talking to Shiloh off and on, and she would sometimes be on his Skype in the background. I thought he was mentoring a kid / giving them advice on videos or editing like he's done before, and it wasn't troubling at first, but then he became obsessive. He would be on Skype with her 8+ hours. I started asking questions, and he started dodging and being very submissive. I glanced over at his screen at the time. We were both worked at a dual desk setup in our office and saw some pretty sketchy messages being sent, something along the lines of, quote, you're the only one who understands me. The next day, he started locking himself in his office saying he was working on a big project. He was in there pretty much for 3 days straight, kept being dismissive, wouldn't let me use our only phone, and when Sear got sick, I drove him to the hospital. He didn't even care for his friend who caught the flu, just kept laughing and giggling in his office constantly. After this, he took me aside one night and told me the following, quote, I'm going to divorce you.
What? What did I do? Yeah, I'm cute. I'm cute. Wiggling that book. It is a fun sound. Wibble wobble.
Somebody will be up at 1 in the morning.
I'm sorry that I needed you to pick me up. Throwing your head around like you at a metal concert. You're so silly. You're silly. You're silly head.
You have my hand squished in your face now.
Yeah, but you did first. Squish that arm.
Squish the feet.
No.
And the calves. And the thighs. The squishy. Squishy. Have you seen all kinds?
Okay, after stream.
Yeah.
After stream.
Oh, after stream. I thought you said I have to stream. I was like, that's not like.
I need my light.
No.
It doesn't track very well because it's so far away. I have face tracking, remember?
No.
Don't die.
That's the second time I'm being choked on the strip today.
Yeah.
The other time I was falling asleep in the break room and I got fucking nodded off. Fucking next down. Then fucking our break room so small so I didn't want to just be like
I'm glad you're okay though.
yeah, I'll tell you about the beer later on.
Alright, bet.
Because I finally found real happiness. I have never loved you, and I was just afraid of being alone. If you want me to be happy, you'll let me do what I want.
It's fucking awful. That is the cruelest thing. I never loved you and was just afraid of being alone. That's so disgusting.
Upon which I clearly remember the look on his face, cold as a lizard on ice, dead-eyed, and with his smirk, he picks up his phone and calls Shiloh and says, "It's done now. We can now be together." He turns and walks away, locking himself back in his room. The very next day, he came to me in the afternoon, having printed out a divorce document demanding that I sign it. He would proceed to follow me around the house, at the time screaming at me that if I really loved him, I would sign the paperwork. Eventually, after the endless onslaught, I give in as my spirit was very broken. He still refused to let me use our phone. As this was around the holidays, I began prepping to see my family for Christmas in the days of confusion. I was so despondent. I drove to my mom's house, and as soon as I stepped through the threshold, I broke down sobbing. I told them everything that had happened after I collapsed on the floor, my sister catching me crying with me. She reveals to me that she was watching over me the whole time because she suspected he was up to something. My family had me call a crisis line. They found me a counselor. My sister and I go back to the house to grab my 2 cats and a few items. He walks out and merely asks if I was going to go to his family party. My sister says, "Of course she isn't." He responds, "Well, that is going to look awkward."
Well, of course you're not going to go to your ex's family's party. He just divorced your ass for no reason.
For me, he continues getting dressed, humming to himself. Sears is disturbed and tells me if he's so sorry this is all happening.
And as you know, the rest, he goes to Pennsylvania to visit Shiloh and such. I'm with my family and I get a lawyer. My sister calls him and we find out he isn't home. He leaves a set of house keys behind us and tells us where we put them. We go in and move out. He then accuses my family of breaking in and stealing, posts footage online from security cameras, and fans begin to attack me. I go no contact, and Sky actually got a no contact order from Gregory just to affirm that this is legitimate. I go through my lawyers and keep seeing my counselor. I get a job to pay the lawyers and borrow some money from my family to retain them. As the proceedings go along, the court determines that the initial contract he made me sign was null because of the above, proven through my counselor verifying my mental state and the fact that it wasn't notarized properly. Long story above explains how and why this contract was thrown out. Now I realize this is a lot of information, but number one, we're going to take a look at the bogus contract that Onision brought to Sky out of the clear blue demanding a divorce. Believe it or not, what she says actually holds up because he tried to use this as paperwork in court legally. He wrote out his own divorce separation divorce document, but you can't do that. You have to have it done legally.
It's not legal for you to create your own document for a divorce. The fact that he decided to go and make his own shit because he thinks he's a legal authority just shows how low he's going to stoop.
Divorce lawyers.
Separation agreement text. I, Gregory, promise I will take care of Sky, housing, food, water, electricity, so as long as no significant abuse of these resources occur and Sky does not have any legal way to violate anyone else in the household. From December 22nd, 2010 to December 22nd, 2011. If Sky chooses not to live in the same house as Gregory, he will provide a $1,000 allotment unless this allotment exceeds 30% of his income, in which case he will only provide 30%.
He literally put the amount that he was going to pay Sky monthly in a contract that he made. And then wants to complain because of alimony.
This will also expire December 22nd, 2000, regardless of when the living quarters change occurred. Line C to be clear, allotment will never exceed 30% of Gregory's income. If after December 22nd, 2011, Sky is not ready to move out, Gregory will offer another 12 months of free housing, food, water, electricity, as long as blah, 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 blah. Sky forfeits all home ownership rights to Gregory Daniel, effective immediately, and the date is written down.
No, folks, I'm not joking. This is Onision's handmade divorce document that he forced Sky under duress. Well, she signed it, but it didn't hold up in court. Because again, you have to go through the legal system of getting a divorce through the state. You just can't write a little contract. And notice how he put an expirations date on this bogus contract. He wanted to give however much money he deems appropriate.
Months later, after his affair fails and then his relationship with AJ blows up, he begins love-bombing phase, as I've already posted screens of. He is unaware that I communicated with AJ. I tell him I want to finalize the divorce in a phone call. He says that he can't pay the original amount requested, so we negotiated guidance from lawyers. The agreement's met. We signed papers. He asks me if we will ever get back together. He mentions loneliness. I say at best that we were staying neutral and I don't trust him much. He says okay. He gets back with Shiloh very much soon after. He remains neutral and cooperates for a few months. Last time he breaks up with Shiloh happens. Having no one to release his narc rage on, he decides that I'm the source of his problems. All those obsessive videos ensues with the alimony, death threats, amp up, and other shenanigans. I get offline again for the sheer amount of crazy stalkers, doctors, and harassment. My accounts go private for my family, and I give up on my channel because I honestly couldn't take how bad it got. He harassed me offline, on and off beyond this.
So when Sky goes through her lawyers and actually gets it done legally the proper way you get a divorce, and everything gets finalized, he goes on a tangent spree. April 25th, 2012, he says, I'm going to end myself to Sky. The only way I will be free from this debt that I have control over is ending myself. So unless I hear from you, unless you notify me that I no longer have to make payments, I'll take the only way out I know.
Look at the timestamp too. This is in 2012.
I can't take this torture anymore. It's your choice, as relieving me from this debt is a determining factor. The very next day, he sends another email to Sky. Considering you completely ignored my pleas for help and mercy, I assume I must continue to be this slave to you, working for nothing, all because you lied, stole, and cheated the system. I've lost all respect for you, Sky. You clearly cannot love me. You use me as an easy ride, just like when you cried when I requested a prenup. You set me up. Don't you dare say you love anyone ever again, because love never means stealing or corrupting the signed agreements, only to replace it with ridiculous...
Okay, the signed agreement literally said the amount he was paying, and that is the amount that he was paying once it was done legally.
demands. I don't understand how you can live with yourself. I would be ashamed to be you. But unlike you, I honor agreements to the very best of my ability, and thus I'm willing to contribute. I have a legal right to stop you if you do not provide me with the necessary information to deliver payment as a simple, direct method. By the reason I know the way you won't talk to me is because you have no defense of your actions, and talking to me directly would mean facing what shameful person you've become. Now, combined with these emails that he since threatened to end his life because he has to pay her a certain amount of money, he makes a video on his channel titled Alimony versus Slavery. Now, you're going to hear some snippets of audio here. I can't actually show the physical video because Greg is going to try to take this video down.
I mean, you already have an archive, so...
Well, it's copyright strike. So this is Onision talking about having to pay alimony to Sky. This is followed up with a secondary video titled Please Move On. These videos are linked down below in the description if you would like to see them and watch them in full. However, for the sake of this video, and to make things shorter, these are really the only relevant parts you need to hear.
Hey, do you support slavery?
My mic was off, my bad. It says, the reason this agreement is somewhat unfair, not only because of the fact that you ignored the original contract and expect me to honor this one despite that fact, is because I have to work for nothing. It is literal slavery. Everything in life we pay for, we get something in return except alimony. You are a slave owner. I'm literally paying for someone I want nothing to do with at this point. Why? Because she lied to me, stole from me, and did not care when I was trying to unalive. She's a horribly cruel person. Regardless, there's no reasoning with someone as lost as you. First payment will arrive on the 3rd of May. You will receive the same form of payment for many months following.
To, compare paying alimony, divorce fees for a couple years to that of the physical act of slavery. But then he goes on Facebook and makes, again, more posts about having to pay a normal fee or normal payment when you go through a divorce legally. I love how she steals from me every month, and yet people praise her on her Facebook page as a hero. What a crazy world we live in. She doesn't have to work for 6 years, people, just like she barely worked while we were married. I wish I could get paid to do nothing, but I guess I wouldn't respect myself then. Amazing she does. Greg, grow up. She's done nothing to you. Oh, you mean like rob me from the thousands a month? You mean like that? This goes on, and I could just keep showing you screenshots.
Onision is fucking insane.
Shots and things that he has said about having to pay alimony. And the funny thing is, and this goes back to some of my more recent videos talking about him having to owe the IRS, is that he actually used the IRS, he actually used alimony, having to pay, your ex-wife money for divorce, and he used that as a tax deduction. So remember, but in my last video where I talked about taxes and him blaming everything on TurboTax and him taking out I got a wedding ring. My car is he basically essentially used every single expense you can possibly imagine in a business and deducted out of for taxes. Which you can't do. You're only allowed to take money out of deductions when it's like involving your business. But he did alimony, he did marriage, he did wedding rings, he did every little possible thing toilet paper, whatever thing that you can deduct and try to get away with, that's what he did, which is why he's still in legal trouble with the IRS and having to pay a massive amount of money, and which is why he had to sell a house for roughly $500,000 because he owned this gigantic mansion, because he had to sell it because he was going to go bankrupt, essentially. To me, this is just karma coming and catching back up with you, Gregory. And I know this video is going to really hurt and damage your feelings, but you have done this to yourself.
So in the court documents, it goes like this. My husband and I have been married for approximately 5 years. We started a business together, which is an online business operated out of our home. The business over the years has become increasingly successful. During our marriage, my husband made the determination that he was going to file for divorce. This was not a mutual decision. In fact, we did not have any prior discussions of it. My husband came in with the papers one day and told me to sign them. There was no discussion. It was clear that I had to sign them or else. He made it very clear that I had no choice other than to sign the papers that he presented to me. I'm not very certain of what I...
So, he was making... he was lying about his, income to the court. He was lying about, the property and the business. She helped him through his military career, too, so she was in his life for a long time.
Signed, I only had a one-page document. He took the rest of the papers I was able to find out by checking online, and he had filed in county for divorce. The one-page document that I do have that he forced me to sign awarded him all of our property. I do not think that is fair. We own real property, a family home in Washington. We have an online business that has been grossing approximately a certain amount of money per month. I anticipate that there will be a significant discovery. I also anticipate that there should be a matter proceed to trial, that there will be a real estate appraisals for other experts to testify with regard to the valuation of the property and the family business. I currently do not have income. I've been forced out of our home and I'm residing with my parents. I am not employed. I do not have an income to engage experts and to pay them to travel to Lincoln County. I do believe that it would be appropriate to have a venue transferred to county where both the petitioner and the respondent reside, where the property is located and where my family business is located as well. Procedural history. My husband, who was very controlling, domineering personality, informed me that I was getting divorced. He informed me that I had to sign a petition for a dissolution of marriage for which he had completed for the county superior court. Petition he affirmed on the penalty of pre-jury that we had no assets, no liabilities, and there would be no spousal maintenance. My husband demanded that I sign the petition. He told me that the petition was just to get the paperwork started and we could agree upon the final distribution of the assets, liabilities, and maintenance. I signed the joinder. Later, when I questioned how I could begin to survive until the papers were entered in, that he would provide me with money on a temporary basis. He wrote up a separation agreement. Quite frankly, I did not understand it. I still don't. He told me that this would take care of me and that I needed to sign it. The handwriting on the document is that I deny that we reached an amicable resolution of this matter in its entirely. In fact, he told me that this was just a temporary basis, and even though I did not understand or agree to it, he made me sign it. After my husband forced me to sign these documents, his behavior towards me worsened. He was yelling and screaming at me in the house. He became so unbearable. 2 days later, on Christmas Eve, I went to my mother's residence. She was concerned that I was suffering a mental breakdown. I stayed with her residence. I ended up contacting the crisis line and was referred to as a mental health counseling with a counselor. I was not able to get into regular appointments with a counselor for about a week.
Man, she is going through it. God damn.
My counseling costs about $400 a month. I have not been able to afford any counseling for March. I've attached under a sealed source document verification from my counselor of the expenses that my husband claims are not being incurred. The counselor helped me tremendously. I'm very fragile and break into tears somewhat uncontrollably, particularly when having to deal with issues pertaining to my husband. I did make a request for maintenance. My request maintenance is approximately 25% of what my husband claims he spends each month on himself. It is my understanding that my husband is living with his girlfriend in Toronto, Canada. My husband further claims that I should be able to work. I'm employed. I work at law. I work approximately 25 hours per week at $8.55 per hour. I would like to address the prior employment. The last time I worked was a couple years ago. I was a caregiver. I was earning approximately $1,400 per month. My employment terminated when I quit. My husband and I moved from the area to area. I did not invite to return to work for them. I did part-time work with. This was approximately for 7 months. It was minimum wage as well. I worked approximately 32 to 40 hours per week depending on their schedule. I also worked my time off, evening, weekends with our self-employment business. I should point out that I am requesting money for the transportation. We did indeed buy a car, which needed significant repair for $2,300, knowing that was needed. Repairs were poorly approximately to make a decent vehicle. My husband claims to be putting money into account via PayPal. I have not withdrawn the funds. I do not agree to the $1,000 in the first place and do not want to accept something that I have not agreed to. I do need the funds. I continue to reside with my mom. I continue to need treatment/counseling. I would like to be able to have my place of my own. I do not want to be in the family home. It brings back too many terrible memories. My counselor has advised me not to watch any of our videos because they simply trigger my emotional response that I'm trying to heal from. My husband now...
Well, yeah, she probably has PTSD at this point because of how badly this whole situation affected her. I don't blame her.
Claims significant monthly expenses for the family business, including other business expenses as $1,100 a month, and business transportation expenses. He also claims that he compensated me at my previous efforts in the business. I would simply direct the court's attention to Schedule C from 2009 business expenses. I explain why the expenses have increased so dramatically other than his monthly travel expenses of almost $1,200 per month. Apparently, he's flying into and out of his girlfriend's home in Toronto. It is my understanding that he has not been back to the family home since approximately the end of January. I would expect that if my husband had increased the business expenses, he would have filed some sort of documentation of the same with a sealed source filing. He simply has not done so. I had to borrow money from my grandmother in order to pay a $2,500 fee deposit to my attorney. For some reason, my husband believes that my request for attorney fees should be denied. I should point out to the court that I find my husband's statements to his incoming expenses misleading. His financial declaration indicates that the following expenses he only had was $1,237 a month in discretionary income. He claims to have paid $1,000 for February and March into my account. This would have left him with $74. However, he claimed under oath that he paid his.
Yeah, so the expenses are not adding up.
$4,000 from income which was paid. Needless to say, it does not explain this discrepancy as to where the additional $4,000 came from, etc., etc. I'm doing my best to get well and stand on my own 2 feet. I've helped my husband through his military career as well as the development of our business. I know that he would not simply just prefer to wash his hands of me, as evidenced by his petition to dissolve filed herein. However, I do want to get well and be productive. Here he's been awarded the house, ownership of channels, and vivid residual income. I am granted alimony similar to in the value to the old family home, basically wanting to break away from him and be shared part of the business. Now here you can see it. I'm not going to go into all the specifics here, but you can read this. You have to take into account here.
Okay, I will read it. Gregory, being first duly sworn on oath, deposes and says, I am the petitioner in the above entitled cause, and I have read the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the decree of dissolution, and they are true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. I am not seeking any relief beyond that specifically requested in the petition. To my knowledge, the wife is not pregnant. This was in 2011. The husband is awarded as a separate property the following property: the home and real property, any residual income from videos produced during the marriage, any residual income from websites, any and all retirement or pension funds, any and all funds and accounts in his name alone, any and all property acquired by him or on his behalf prior to marriage and post-separation, and any and all property in her possession except as awarded to wife. The wife is awarded as her separate property by the following: real estate, furniture, vehicles, pensions, insurance, bank accounts, etc. Any and all retirement or pension funds accrued in the wife's name or on her behalf, any and all funds in her name alone, any and all property acquired by her on her behalf prior to marriage or post-separation.
Is that Sky helped develop this business, this YouTube channel of Greg's. Essentially wanted to divorce her, kick her out, and make his own little legal divorce paperwork and say, hey, you know, I'm only going to pay you for a year.
I think no art shouldn't be allowed, and that's very political right now. Oh, yeah, you can say something. I'm sorry, Code. Welcome back. Are you saying AI art? Was that what you meant? I feel like AI art is really shitty. In all honesty. a all art. All art. My bad. Why do you think that? As an art major, I'm wanting to know why you think that.
And get involved with somebody who, again, is a minor and screw up the rest of their life too. Now, I realize that this is a lot of information to absorb, but again, these are going to be linked down below in the description. And Greg, if she really wanted to really come at you for full force, she could have come for the house. She could have asked for way more than she asked for, because you put her through so much mental, emotional turmoil and pain. You made some.
Yeah, but why do you think all art shouldn't be allowed?
Somebody signs something under duress, which is, again, another behavior, another trend we're going to see later on in the rest of this video. We're seeing people to sign things that are untrue in order to keep them to go away, or in order to keep them silent, or in order to keep them in fear.
Life hasn't made sense since I left Sky. Divorcing her was one of my biggest mistakes of my life. So many of my viewers knew that I was a mistake when it happened, but I refuse to listen. I can only hope she takes me back, the friend who's always been there for me. I let her down in the worst way possible. I'm such an incredibly foolish man. I'm just really confused right now, totally lost. I don't expect you to want me back. Don't make any decisions without talking to me, okay, first? I'm sorry for making things so difficult.
Now, before we enter segment 3 of this video, this is just kind of like...
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna read Sky's responses to these screenshots very quick. Onision is unaware that at this time I was communicating with AJ, who was very kind and supportive. Meanwhile, he was desperately calling her, leaving deranged messages, trying to get back with Shiloh, and messaging yet another girl. After his affair failed, followed then by his relationship with the older woman with strong sensibilities scaring him, he began desperately reaching out to any takers. Love bombing phase would begin, publicly and privately. He literally cried on the phone about how lonely he was. Ain't that sad?
I'm sorry for making things so difficult.
Now, before we enter segment 3 of this video, this is just kind of like off topic, however, it's odd. After the divorce and all this stuff goes through, Onision starts emailing Sky's sister for whatever reason, and I don't know why, but I talked to Sky a little bit, and it seems to be that he was trying to collaborate with Sky's sister in order to, like, get back at Sky. However, Sky's sister completely...
Well, let me just say something. All art should be allowed because, in my opinion, the destruction of art and gatekeeping and restrictions only oppress and segregate society. I don't know if I told you. I really feel like that art is a big portion of our history, and I feel like gatekeeping and destroying it really does fuck us up as a species, because it takes away the freedom of expression. And that includes, you know, not just like your mainstream mediums like drawing, painting, sculpting, and whatnot, but also digital forms like content creation and stuff. Art should be allowed. I agree with you.
Ignored him, literally offering her thousands of dollars for a...
Okay. So, I'm gonna read... Onision's got a shit ton of email screenshots, but I'm gonna read Sky's Twitter tweet on it. Like some sort of blood-sucking Voldemort after my sister, his ever-elusive unicorn, he finds himself cured of poverty mere few months later, proceeding to offer his favorite little sister the opportunity to turn over her channel to him.
To just be in his YouTube videos. It's very strange. As far as income, like I said, I'm pretty sure I can pay you more than what you would make at another job. Let's just have fun and make awesome videos together. I need help, Sky. My financial situation, specifically thanks to taxes, is really messed up right now. I need to work...
Stage films and shit? Yeah, or stag films. My bad. Sky says, attempts to garner sympathy followed by a request to help him with his tax issues days later. Maybe you're not supposed to claim alimony as a tax write-off there, bud.
With you through this. Please call me sometime and write back. February 18, 2012. Congrats. I'm broke. Please let me move on. Please let me be happy. Please don't take any more. All will be forgiven. I'm just tired of hurting. I want nothing from you. Why do you still take from me? Please, this is absolute torture. Don't let me throw my life
They were such a part of early gay culture. This is true.
away over principle. You're not a horrible person. I've known you long enough to see that, but what you're doing makes everything we've gone through so ugly. And this goes on and on and on and on and on.
Onision is just unhinged. Like, I mean, just paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. What is Blood yapping about?
It's just, it's crazy, guys. It's absolute crazy how he goes from 1 second to, like, you're the most horrible person in the world. The other moment he's like, I want you back. I want to be with you. It was a horrible mistake. I made an error. I blah, 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 blah. He just keeps going, and she just continues to ignore him. I mean, the divorce has already went through. The paperwork's been done. Legally, everything's been done that it's supposed to go through the state, and he just continues to harass and email. And no one until this last month knew any of this. And like I said, there's always two sides to every story. Making them to run in fear and not have a voice because you have an audience to shut them down to every person you hurt and abuse is not okay. Now, before we end this segment, Sky wanted to say a personal message to everybody who was watching this video, and this is what she had to say.
I've come forward hiding after all these years because I want this type of predatory behavior to be brought to people's awareness. I was harassed.
I fucking hate people who say the Statue of David and those Greek Roman statues should be banned because nude, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, it was a study of anatomy, and at that point, it was, you know, supposed to appreciate the human body. I don't know how people can sit there and destroy years of civilization and culture just because, oh, they don't like the fact that, you know, his schmeat is out. Well, I'm sorry, it's a statue, and it was, people were dedicated to the beauty of the body at that point. Like, there was a sensuality in the art that wasn't supposed to be lustful, it was supposed to be appreciative.
Harassed and threatened offline due to the lies this man spread about me and my family. I had to get therapy for the emotional abuse I endured during our marriage. Upon finding out what happened to Sarah, I was angered that more young women are being hurt, that her story was being brushed aside while he and his spouse continued their antics. This was a girl who trusted them while living under their care, and they violated her in more ways than one. I knew if I stepped forward to show support, she stood more of a chance of being believed. I don't want her to go through the same harassment I went through, as she clearly had already been through enough. So I've come forward to help establish a history that shows the pattern of...
Like, there was a statue, we had a Greek female god who was a hermaphrodite. Yeah!
Predation, the emotional abuse, manipulations, gaslighting, and other outright harassment brought to the light, that other young ladies wouldn't have to be preyed upon. I'm so glad others have come forward, each corroborating the last. I'm just saddened by how many have suffered. Hopefully those who will see this video will become more aware and help those and themselves to avoid or get out of these circumstances.
I like that Sky came forward in solidarity for other people. And, you know, she did the right thing. She did the right thing.
That being said, we have all been supportive of each other in the proceedings forward. I want all the other girls to know that there's a future after this, and that those past moments you've lived don't define you. What you are doing now is so important, and don't give up. I'm living a much happier life now, and I'm free. I've gone back to school, working towards getting my master's, pursuing my dreams. I'm in a long-term relationship with one of the most kind, funny, loving men in the world. My purpose now, and have so much to explore in this life, I'm taking the time to develop my skills and explore spirituality. Regardless, for any young woman out there going through something like this, know that there are kind people out there who will love you, and that you're worth so much more. Please speak up. I support you, and so many other women will too. Much love and kindness.
Segment 3, Shiloh.
And destroying that shit must be so insulting for even people who know hermaphrodites. It's like, what the fuck? Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean other people shouldn't understand it. That is true. That is true. Some things are meant not to be understood, but to be viewed. Art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. That is where it's always been.
I was 16 when we started talking over Skype. I had spent hours a day talking to other online friends and honestly thought nothing of it over the 7 to 9 months we were communicating over Skype. He gave me advice, I opened up to him and things. He posed as my best friend. We spoke for at least 8 to 12 hours sometimes a day. He did not express love or otherwise interest
Is this Sarah?
in me that I was aware of until the day on Skype that he showed me the papers with Sky and said it was because he had fallen in love with me and out of love with Sky. I remember being really shocked because although sometimes he would open up to me that they were growing apart, I always supported working through it with her and always said that I thought they were great a couple together. I've been telling my mom that he was planning to fly me out there to film with him and his wife. I was still 16 at the time.
This is so weird.
Forgot this until my mom mentioned it, but yes, he was trying to get me down there with him and Sky for a while, but my mom wasn't for it. Looking back on it, he was 100% creeping me in front of his wife, very endearing, too much so. I was very innocent at the time, and I was still in that headspace of thinking that nice people were just nice. I'd been raised as a Jehovah's Witness my entire life before the ages of 13, 14. I didn't continue my career. I was extremely moldable. He didn't send people after me that I know of in the first breakup, other than to drag me with the video of him yelling. The second breakup, however, I got dragged to filth. I woke up the next morning to thousands of emails from his haters.
Okay. So, yeah, I can see why she was, you know, just saying that nice people were just nice. When you're raised in a cult like Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, your thoughts, your emotions, the information you receive, and your behaviors are controlled based on your religion. So yeah, she was definitely sheltered. So she made an easy target.
The rest of this video, you're going to have tweets being scrolled down the side of other statements of other things that corroborate the fact that Shiloh and Sky have now been speaking with one another and both come as witness as
Shiloh, okay.
evidence that all this was going down at the same time Onision initiated the divorce with Sky. It's a pretty scummy, crappy thing to do. Bringing a whole nother...
He said, I can't wait to get you pregnant. You are disgusting. She was 17. Man.
person, screw with them, mess up with their life, but most of all cause them an extreme amount of trauma, but most of all stress. Now I asked Shiloh personally if I could showcase part of this video that's been removed on his YouTube channel, but there's still
3 years of memory loss from grand mal seizures. Daily routine with me. That's so disgusting.
clips and segments on his actual channel where he does include this, and she asked me if I would not include it in this video, so I'm going to respect her wishes. However, I will talk about something that Onision did at this point. Now, you may have seen this, you may know about this, you may not know about this, but Onision was so abusive and caused Shiloh so much stress that she had a stress-induced seizure. Now, when she had this seizure, instead of doing...
When I was married, I had stress so bad I had pseudo-seizures. They don't affect the brain the same way. I think they're called anginas. Anginas are like pseudo-seizures and pseudo-strokes. It affects your physical the same way, but your brain is not affected in the same way. It causes memory loss, it causes nerve sensitivity, your blood pressure goes through the roof. And I dealt with similar things, not a full seizure, because, you know, my brain functioned just fine, but it's still left with a lot of physical impairments. To this day, if I have too much stress or pressure at one time, I can go into a pseudo-seizure. I was unconscious the first time I had it for about 6 hours.
Doing the normal thing of trying to get help, call 911 or whatever, he decides to pull out his camera and start recording her while she's having a seizure. There's a screen cap here. You can see the video. It has been deleted from his channel. There's also a video on his channel including snippets and parts of it. Overall, the original video is linked down below in the description if you would like to see it. I'm not going to showcase it here on my channel, but if you want to watch it, it's there. It's absolutely appalling. And I remember when this first happened. In fact, there's a YouTube video on my channel. So,
Onision got her pregnant too.
I just finished watching an extremely difficult video. This video is titled, Shiloh Forgot Me. And Onision, I don't know his real name, I don't know anything about his videos, his channel, but I looked at the description and it said, this is not a joke. Now, to me, when I started watching this video, tears actually started coming down my eyes, and when you have people in your family who you've had this happen to, it makes it all the more difficult to watch. The problem, I was highly disturbed by this video, mainly because of the actions that Onision is taking place, and I can't fathom how... If this is a legitimate video and he is being truthful, how can he film and record his wife in this mental state and post it?
Look into the art of Bernard Montecuello. Okay, I will.
To YouTube. I find it disturbing that Onision would even think to exploit someone he loves.
Oh, poor young Repzion. Poor past Repzion. If only you knew. It's really interesting. It's so 1800s. Yet looks so new. Bet. And woke. Bet. Oh, Rep. Oh, Rep. If only you knew back then what you knew now.
Does he not have any empathy, sensitivity?
No. It looks fucking cool. Bet.
Emotion right now and my frustration towards this idiotic, pathetic, scumbag, douchebag known as Onision. Oh, no, I can't even say his name now. Onision. Grow up. In fact, I pray, Onision, that you never have kids. Because if you're...
Oh, Rep. Young Rep knew nothing about this man, and I'm so sorry that you had to deal with him so much.
If your child ever goes into epileptic... I can't speak. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. If your child ever goes into epileptic shock or goes into a seizure, what are you going to do? Oh, let's exploit him. Let's record him on a video camera. Let's not take him to the hospital. And it was my very first video.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go get my charger before my computer dies.
Video response to Onision. I had no idea who Onision was. I had never heard of the guy up until this video because the video went semi-viral. There's a YouTuber here recording his girlfriend having a seizure. Who does that? Now,
Exactly. Who fucking does that?
of course, Greg eventually came out and said that this was all scripted, that it was all a parody, that it was all fake, that she didn't have a seizure. However, Shiloh says differently, that it was real from all the stress and the trauma that she endured. And as somebody who has witnessed seizures IRL, I don't believe this was ever fake. But Onision tried to disguise it as that, in order to avoid any sort of criticism thrown his way towards doing something so deplorable as exploiting somebody's actual mental well-being and taking advantage of that vulnerability, confidentiality.
16 weeks into pregnancy on a follow-up ultrasound, no heartbeat was found. Baby had died and not yet passed. The urine sample was taken. Midwife sent us home and informed me she would follow up with me over the phone. Pregnancy was confirmed with a blood test and an ultrasound.
And that privacy and blasting it on the internet as some sort of soap opera. You know, my dad's had 2 strokes, and when my dad had his first stroke, it never occurred to me for a split second that, oh my goodness, I want to get a camera and record my father. You know, when it comes to help.
Okay, so apparently Shiloh was going septic because the baby did not pass. Refused to pay for the healthcare required. I had no other choice but to fly back to Canada. You released a video titled Shiloh sepsis. The night I landed in Canada, you broke up with me. You then posted the video Goodbye Shiloh, and after framed me as a liar.
Health-related issues, I'm really, really sensitive, and it gets my blood boiling. So I want you to come away with this understanding that this is not only abusive, but it's something only a sociopath or someone who's a
The baby had been gone for 10 weeks and had not passed. I had gone septic.
psychopath would actually do. Filming someone at such a vulnerable mental state in order to exploit that on YouTube. This is a level of Jake Paul, oh my gosh, we're in that forest, I see somebody passed on the ground, let me get a camera and record. Who in their right mind thinks like this? Unless
Gregory has never been in his right mind.
you're completely devoid of emotion, morals, and ethics. If you care about and love somebody, your first thought should be getting them help and not exploiting them when they're having a stress-induced seizure, which you can die from having a seizure. That's how serious this is. Now, Shiloh links in my DMs a bunch of timelines that support the fact that she was under...
Okay, she says, it was real. I have seizures still to this day and take CBD-4. I was having them in my sleep, and at the time they were petite mal. If I spelled that right, my bad. The one in the video was post-grain mal. My bad, I mentioned I wasn't aware at this time. I've later been diagnosed, and I do not have epilepsy. They are trauma-related.
Underage at the time. There's videos on his channel that confirm this, again, that she was underage, and then Onision, the little weasel, tries to weasel his way around all these relationships. If you notice this trend, he weasels his way around these relationships, right? And he tries to do everything just to get by legally, right on the line of what's considered legal. And I know all of you guys can agree that it's creepy and weird, but this is where segment 4 comes in. His husband, or at the time, wife, Laney-Bot, who now goes by the name of Kai and has transitioned into a man. They, them, he, she, him, her. Doesn't really matter to me, but I'm going to showcase a segment here from the channel Repzilla. No, it's not in association with me, in order to speed this video up because it's already getting way too long.
Kai's current channel is Cool Guy Kai with over 342,000 subscribers. It wasn't always this, it did used to be Laney-Bot, but the reason
Repzilla is a really good source, too. He's been dragged into this as well.
The change is that Kai no longer identified as a female, so for the remainder of this video, we will be using male-defining pronouns. Actually an obsessed fan before he ended up marrying Onision. He actually found him through a Shane Dawson video. The video of them kissing, it's a whole story. Here's an older screenshot of Kai actually answering some questions. How long before you started talking to Greg did you watch his videos? Greg is Onision. 5 to 6 months, probably. I feel like since you kind of married your celebrity crush just by being a fan, you give some of the other fangirls hope. No, I don't think you understand. I was a fangirl. Not as creepy as most, but creepy nonetheless. He would stalk Onision's Twitter looking for any opportunity as a way in. He would finally get his chance when Onision broke it off with then-fiancé Shiloh tweeting, "Soulmate, where are you?" You can see Onision's tweet, "Soulmate, where are you?" And then the reply, it says Taylor. Taylor, it was actually the pre-transition name for Laney, and then again, now Kai. They said here, and then Onision goes straight to DMing Kai, saying, "You really think you're my soulmate? If so, what makes you feel this way?" Shortly after they had a little bit of conversation in the DM, Onision actually proposed to Kai in a Skype call without ever having met him. Now, it is very important to note that Kai's father actually didn't approve of the relationship for...
Kai's parents do not like Onision, and honestly, I don't blame them. Kai has also become, just as bad as Onision.
The reason being, it was potentially illegal. This conversation shows, Laney is Kai. "I've tried. My dad doesn't give a crap about the way I feel. Why don't you just go back with him, like to Greg's place? My parents would never let me go. I want that more than anything. I have to wait until I'm back with him, which will either be August or October. We'll find out tomorrow. Oh wow, why that long? Does he not Skype with you when you're apart? Because that's when I begin college, and he's calling a lawyer tomorrow just to triple check that everything is legal, and if not, he'll come back when I'm 18. Now, this is really important because It literally mirrors a situation with an earlier relationship you might recall with Shiloh. On September 11th of 2019, Shiloh on Twitter, goes by Patient Zero, actually tweeted saying, "Do you remember checking the state laws before coming to PA? A few days after telling me you were leaving Sky for me, just to make sure you could have relations with a 17-year-old. 16 was the consenting age." The reason I wanted to talk about the beginning of the relationship and how they met and just the general mechanics of that was to show you the length and the things that Kai would be willing to do in order to be with Onision. I think it's really important.
Oh my god, pause. What's up? I want to talk about something. What's up? If you are a map, we do not like you, and maps are not part of LGBTQ, obviously. We don't respect people who like children. They need to go burn in a ditch.
To this topic. In the summer of 2016, a young girl named Billy came into the picture where there was an on-again, off.
If you do that. Yep.
Again, polyamorous relationship between the...
I will break the rules. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
3. This was originally supposed to be a relationship between Billy and Kai.
Like if another viewer admitted, no, I got the gist, I promise. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Kai reached out to Billy on Twitter. Now, at the time, Billy was 18 years old, just turned 18 years old. Kai was 21, and Onision was 30 years old. It was kind of later revealed that it was Onision that was pushing Kai into pursuing the relationship.
It's really odd that... this reminds me of my ex. Because if I was into polyamory, he wouldn't do it. But if he suggested it, it was okay, apparently.
With Billy. That's kind of weird. Again, Lane is Kai on Twitter. It was his idea. I was open to it, but he kept pushing me to date Billy when I really didn't want to. And then to make things worse, he later revealed that, well, the reason that Onision was pushing him into this relationship was because Onision would get something out of it. And get something out of it, he did.
I will be dedicating an entire video to Kai in the future, because Kai is on the same level as Onision with preying on people who are minors, and there is so much evidence of this. But this video is really focusing on Onision and the fact that he tried to push a polyamorous relationship by bringing in a third and pushing it on his, at the time, wife in order to get something out of.
I hope you're happy. You completely, destroyed all of my pride. You told me to get a tattoo saying I'm a liar, like a trans...
Boyfriend has entered the chat.
Girl, what is something for?
Because they missed the trash can. I'm sorry. He's on a minor. You right. What you mean? You telling me to calm down. Why do I need to calm down? Leave my piss alone. Stop squishing it. Stop squishing me. Cause I'm trying to maintain composure for the stream. You gonna make me laugh. Stop it. You're so goofy. Yes, you goofy. You doing the most. Stop. No.
Stamp. You told me to shave my head. You told me to dye my hair green, shave off my eyebrows, and get an ugly tan. Like, is that not abusive to you? The fact that you put such private information online for everyone to see that was so confidential. I've told 5 people. 5. And you told all of the internet because you're a salt.
It was later revealed on Billy's Twitter is that
you and your boyfriend are cute like a little white rabbit in a sunflower field. My chat thinks our relationship is cute. Yeah, he's adorable. It was just the fact that you were squishing me like a little stress ball. He's very much a squish. Stop it! I'm gonna get your rolls. Oh my... Well, bring them over here. I'm on stream.
We're not at a restaurant. You don't get to just order rolls.
Please. All right, bye. I see you leaving. Oh, bye. Bye. Sorry about your exes. It's all good. I got a good relationship though. It is good. It's 10 out of 10.
It is great.
Oh, he's so goofy. Goober. Them's fighting words. We'll square up then. Okay.
What Onision said and did was he released very, very private details in regards to Billy having an abortion when she was 16. Now, I just want to make it really clear to everybody watching this video is that there is nothing wrong with having an abortion, specifically when you're that young. It's a very...
He calls them online charity cases. That is awful.
Personal, private issue that needs to be private, but Gregory doesn't think like that. He will use any sort of personal story or personal experience that you've had, and he will blast that to the internet in hopes to harm you, to make you feel vulnerable, in order to make you feel worthless. This is behavior of an abusive person. You don't take something so personal and blast it out to the internet in hopes that it will hurt them. You just don't do that, especially with people that you're involved with romantically. That's not love, that's not care, and that's what somebody who is truly vindictive, manipulative, and abusive does.
No, like that's not how this should work. Like you.
There's a saying. What's the saying, Code? If you don't say it to grandma, you don't say it in public. Facts.
You don't feel bad at all. That's the worst part. Like you're just a person who likes to destroy people's lives because they're salty. That's it. You're the worst human being I have ever experienced.
And if you know anything about Greg, Greg doesn't do things. This is another behavioral thing. Greg doesn't do things out of the kindness of his heart or because he thinks it's a good idea. He only does things with a
He does things with a goal in mind for him to get something out of it. He looks for a new supply.
desire to get something out of it. That's all. The only reason he does anything nice or moral at all. But then can you really call it nice or moral if he's only doing it to get something out of somebody or to gain favor points? And what I mean by this is most recently, and I have to mention this, is that about a month and a half ago, Onision emailed me with some pretty vile, disgusting stuff of somebody trying to release a photo of my deceased relative. This individual that I knew IRL sent this to Onision in attempts to try to hurt me, which succeeded, but it also in hopes that Onision would somehow use my past grandpa as a means to attack me, or the fact that almost a month and a half ago, I voiced that I needed privately to seek some help because I was very close to relapsing in regards to self-harm. They sent this to Onision with one intent, in hopes that he would somehow try to use that against me. But Onision emailed me and said, hey, you know what, this is really screwed up. I'm going to forward you everything that they sent me, because that is what I would want somebody to do if someone was trying to exploit my mental health-related issues. And I said to Greg, hey, you know what, I appreciate that. I can acknowledge you did something nice to me. But again, Greg doesn't do things just because he wants to be nice.
He does it with malicious intent.
Did this simply because he hoped that I wouldn't cover all the things that have been coming out about him in the last month. So essentially, he did a nice thing and tried to blackmail me to keep me silent, wouldn't talk about him in the future. Now, I did say in an email that, hey, I appreciate what you did, I'm not going to ignore it, but that does not mean that I'm not going to not make videos about you in the future, and his response was, okay. And then just in the last week and a half, I have been getting DMs by these random accounts, as you can see here, and I'm going to read them out, but this is the same name on one of his web forums that he is administrator of. Now, obviously, I can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is him, but if you look at these things that I've been being sent, not only does he not deny that it's him, he speaks and talks in the exact same manner that Gregory himself speaks in his videos and on Twitter and his social media. So,
yeah, no. He's sock puppeting accounts.
I believe that this is him. It's the same username on his web forum that he is an administrator of, and he's messaging me with these different sock accounts sliding into my DMs, trying to argue against me. And if you notice the things that he's saying, it's like, I did something to help you, so why are you talking about me and the crappy things that I've done? I did something to help you, Daniel. I sent something that I would want.
You can have alts, yeah, but when you're using them to form harassment against somebody, then it becomes a problem. Yeah, at least act like a different person.
Someone to send to me, because your act wasn't authentic or genuine, my dude. You see, Gregory?
For fuck's sake, yeah.
If somebody sent me a photo of your deceased mom or your dad or anyone in your family for that matter, I would never post it online. I would privately send you a message and say, hey, this is really screwed up. I just want you to know this is happening. And I would expect nothing in return. If you wanted to badmouth me, go ahead and badmouth me. I don't really care. The fact of the matter is, I'm sending you something that's important, and I don't expect anything in return. That's what people should do, because the moment you expect something in return, you're not really doing it for genuine, authentic reasons now, are you, Greg? You
Exactly.
really think you're gonna blackmail me into silence? That will never, ever, 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 ever happen. Now that that's out of the way, let's focus on very shortly the whole Billy saga and this third party that Greg was trying to force his wife at the time into a polyamorous relationship in order to get something out of it. And getting something out of it, he definitely did. There was some intimate touching, some massaging, some booty rubs, when apparently Lainey at the time was very uncomfortable with this ever happening or physical touching ever happening. It did happen when she was out of town or gone. I don't even know the specifics. It doesn't really even matter at that point. The point is, Greg got something out of it physically, having this third party in the relationship, and then whoop-de-doo, out they went. He got what he wanted, kicked out, and walla walla, here you go. I also covered this video, and the video was Title Onision wants you in his basement is linked down below in the description. Everything that I'm for the most part talking about is linked down below in the description. I know it's getting annoying saying that, but please, it's linked down below in the description. Once she's kicked to the curb, only about a year and a half, 2 years later, a fourth party gets involved, and she goes by the name of Sarah.
You guys have this concept of grooming.
Oh, is it Billy or Sarah that was adopted? One of the parties involved was adopted by Onision and Kai.
Right? But that requires you have with somebody right after they turn 18.
Said that something has happened with her, or I cuddled in bed with her, that none of that has ever happened. Never.
Like, go to sleep. Good night. We first started tweeting Onision and Onision's at the time wife, Lainey.
When I started tweeting them, I was
Groomers. Facts.
13.
So you were a fan of them. Like, that was the relationship, like you being a fan of them.
I was like the biggest fan.
Okay, so clearly already there's like a power dynamic there, right? Like it's, someone's their adults, they're internet famous.
I don't like Blair, but she did interview Sarah, and so I do have to give her credit where credit is due. I know Blair is trans.
You are a fan and you're a minor, so already power dynamic established.
Yeah, so
she is. She's stated that she is.
We were tweeting back and forth, and then he DM'd me, "Hey, how old are you?" And I said, "Hey, Lainey, I'm 14." And he said, "Oh, you look older." He sent me a message that said, "I'm about to delete this app. Here's my phone number," and he gave me his phone number. We would, make jokes about us being together, but he would send me like pictures of like him without the top on. Basically, Kai was taking selfies, and he sent me a few of the selfies, and one of them, he didn't have any bottoms on, but he had a shirt on, and one of them, like his entire private was in the picture. So we had been friends since I was 14. I was going through a lot, and we had joked about me living there, but one night after some really not so great stuff went down, I was outside crying, texting my best friend, Kai, and he said that he was seriously going to talk to Greg about me living there. And at first I was just shocked. Like, I sat there like, what do you mean? And I was like, wait, really? And he was like, yeah, it hurts to say this, but I feel like they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. I think anyone watching this definitely probably feels the same, that there's really no reason to move a teenager in with you or to send
Yeah, there's no reason to. I don't understand how hard it is for people not to be attracted to minors. Stop being attracted to minors. It's not that difficult.
kind of messages they sent, and then conveniently, coincidentally, be intimate with you after you turn 18.
And I mean, we had already had romantic conversations and talks when I was 15. And I know that in the video that he posted online, I basically was like, oh, nothing is going on, guys. But he wanted me to make that video, and he like really pressured me into making it, and I really didn't want to. I have bloopers from it of me literally like having like a mental breakdown, like sobbing, because I was just so...
Minors and adults don't mix. They don't.
Overwhelmed.
Oh my god.
It's only like 40 seconds long because he literally gave me like a list of things to say, and I just said them, and I just like bullet points, didn't like tell me exactly what to say, but like bullet points of what to like speak about. So I just spoke about whatever he wanted me to, and then I just like stopped it. I didn't want to do it.
Geez, that's so controlling, right? Like to have this adult move you in and then force you to go on camera and explain how nothing inappropriate is going on. That just seems really messed up.
Well, and also what would hurt me a lot is like having to watch him say like, oh, we don't even hug Sarah, we don't even do this or that, and it's like I'm sitting there like 16 watching this, and I'm just like, but yes you do, like you're sitting here and you're blatantly lying, and I can't say anything because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Tell me a little bit about the NDA that you signed. You told me off camera that you signed an NDA the morning after you were intimate with them for the first time.
Yeah. He and Kai decided that everyone in their life needed to sign an NDA, and that I was no exception to that.
Greg and Kai had their eyes on Sarah from a very, very long time. This is where the screwed up stuff that I can't even believe happened has happened. And it's one of the most, this is horrible. It's one of those things that makes your blood boil so much because, again, it's another victim. It's another person who's been hurt. It's another person who gets kicked out instantly when they get what they want, and that person is left alone, feeling used, abused, and worthless. Sarah was having some personal family-related issues. Greg and Kai jumped on the opportunity to invite her to live with them in their home at the age of 16. There was quite a lot of evidence. Kai at the time says some statements that there's nothing going on between Sarah, Kai, or Greg. But if there's one thing that we know about Gregory and his husband, is that they seem at this point to be pathological liars about every little detail in their life.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. There's plenty of shit that has come up. The only good thing that came out of Chris Hansen getting involved was that the survivors had a chance to speak, and that, we saw the underbelly of Onision. That's it. If Chris Hansen hadn't pulled a Mama Max, and authorities were more involved, and, people on the professional team didn't botch the evidence, Greg and Kai would both be in jail for a really, really long time. But guess what? They're back on YouTube. They're on TikTok. They have not learned anything.
Lives. She says they've never touched, they've never hugged, they've never done any of these things, yet videos say otherwise, photos say otherwise, and Sarah has been coming forward with a lot of info about what went behind the scenes when they obtained legal guardianship over Sarah when she was a minor. Now, what's absolutely terrible about this situation is that
Okay, so yeah, they adopted Sarah, not Billy.
Kai and Greg both discussed Sarah's virginity like it was a piece of meat, like it was some sort of trophy to brag about. And it's quite frankly unbelievable at this point at how both perverted these two individuals, Kai and Onision Gregory, really are. Right when Sarah became 18, Onision took her, not only her virginity, and after the fact forced her to sign a bogus NDA contract in order to keep her silent and in fear. Mutual non-disclosure agreement. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the specifics in this, but essentially this is a copy and paste. He did not write this. He just took it off of Google, copied and pasted it on a piece of paper, and said, hey, you know what? I'm forcing you to sign this. I'm not going to get it, A, notarized as a legal document, but 2, I'm forcing you to sign this because I want to keep our relationship so hidden that nobody knows about it. He forced Sarah to make a YouTube video saying that nothing was ongoing, nothing was going on between Kai, nothing was going on between Gregory. I want you to understand this really, really clearly. They obtained legal guardianship of Sarah and discussed wanting to take her virginity the moment she turned 18 years of age. And when she did, they did exactly that. And then as soon as they got what they both wanted, they kicked her to the curb. Do you see a pattern? Do you see behavioral patterns here with Gregory and also including his husband? I mean, I surely do. You really love him.
There's a shit ton of patterns that's been going on since the divorce between Greg and Sky.
Somebody, why would you want to keep that relationship silent? Even Sarah admits here that they didn't even want to collaborate or do videos around with Billy or any of Onision's friends at the time because they were afraid these people would start asking questions. And well, Onision's greatest threat is asking questions of living with a 16-year-old and obtaining parental guardianship over a 16-year-old only to groom them and steal their virginity as soon as she...
Oh, I know what my boyfriend would do if he saw me in danger. He'd flip his fucking shit. My boyfriend he lets me do what I need to do, and he is very chill. But the moment somebody comes up and tries to start shit with me, he doesn't take lightly to that. He said I would beat them the fuck up if I saw a girl in trouble. Yeah, my boyfriend is not the type that would let something happen. But also, he knows I can take care of myself. I am not exactly the most sane when I'm in danger. I'm gonna probably go away with a body on my hands 90% of the time. And I don't say that to be egotistical. I mean that I have had charges because of fights. So, that was when I was in high school, though. But the rule still applies. When I was homeless, I had to fight for my life a lot. Because people who were twacked out of their mind thought that because I didn't have any drugs on me, that they would take advantage and try, to beat them out of me. I didn't do drugs like that. Meth is super popular in Texas and in Colorado. But I'm very unhinged. Like, I will hurt somebody if I'm backed into a corner. But if I can't protect myself, he will protect me.
Turns 18 and kick them out. Sarah's Twitter is also linked down below. This is one of those situations that infuriates me. How many more young people need to be hurt and damaged and used by Gregory before people realize that this man is in fact a predator? He preys upon young, vulnerable, impressionable fans of his takes advantage of them, gets what he wants off of them, and then he projects every problem that he has caused on that individual back at them.
It's classic narcissism, classic self-reporting, classic projecting.
So what do I mean by this exactly? Well, apparently, according to Greg and Kai, Sarah, small little Sarah who just turned 18, apparently R-A-P-E-D, Kai and Greg. What? Yeah, I said that right. Apparently that's what she did. She is a She-Hulk of a woman, Sarah is. She's able to subdue Kai with one hand, Greg with the other, and just R-A-P-E to town. Let's say I'm a cop and you were R. I can only do my job if you tell me what happened. You refused, you are now a R shield. What I've learned today, Rs get away with their crimes in part due to people who are too cowardly to report them to the police. Your husband responds, "Guess I'm to blame." Your response, "I blame everyone who's ever been violated, not just on the violators, but those who keep their crimes a secret. You earned that." This is one of his mind games. Anytime someone that he's been involved with, romantically or physically, he flip everything that they say about Greg right back and he claims that he is the victim. Greg is always the victim of every circumstance, of every individual, of every person he's ever been involved in. But Greg, we know that that isn't true anymore. There's so much condemning evidence of you, husbands, grooming of people who are underage, and at this point, it is so undeniable that you choose to make parody videos making fun of any victims that say anything about you negatively in your weird, screwed up, satirical mind of videos of parodies. Your videos are vile in nature. There's a trend of always making videos about beating women, hurting women.
Hence the self-reporting again.
Saying horrible, degrading things about women, telling women that if they get abused, it's always somehow their fault, and they're as bad as an abuser if they don't instantly report it right when you think that it's appropriate. Completely devoiding any sort of trauma or stress that people go through when they are abused. I am sick and tired of this crap.
Oh my fucking god. What's up, Code? It's like watching a train wreck, ain't it?
And you continuing to walk around and avoid any sort of accountability for the things that you do, the people that you hurt, but the young women that you lure in to use and abuse for your own satisfaction. And if there's one thing I think this video does, Greg, it displays that perfectly, that you are not the person that you've been spewing for the last 8 years on this platform, always trying to appear the victim, always projecting every little issue that you struggle with onto other people, and breaking them down so low that you cause them to have mental breakdowns. There isn't just one, there isn't just two, there isn't just three, there isn't just four, there's actually more than just this. But these are some of the biggest mental
Yeah, there's so many more
breakdowns that he's caused people to have, and Greg sees nothing wrong with what he does. And I hope this video wakes anyone up who is still a fan of his to acknowledge and realize that this man is not only an abuser, but he preys upon young people. And he does everything so thin close to the legal line that he gets away with it. And I hope that this video helps anyone who's thinking about getting involved with him, whether it be with videos, whether it be giving him money, or sliding in his DMs.
What's your opinion as an arts person on what type of filth he would draw? Because you know mental conditions affect the art. Considering the sheer insanity that is Gregory, it would be anything from, like, lolicon to just fucking scribbles. You know, he's super unhinged.
In hopes to garner some attention, don't do it. He will exploit you, he will use you, and he will abuse you to such a low point that you will have no self-esteem and no self-worth, and that's what he wants. I'd like this to stop. I think all of you watching this video wants it to stop too. Thank you for watching this video. All of my links on my socials are linked down below.
Alright, so that's pretty much where we're at with a recap of the things Greg has done. So I just want y'all to know that. My chat needs to reconnect. Please keep this shit in mind when, please keep this shit in mind when Repzion, goes to court, because there is another, there is a bankruptcy case, and Rep has already won once before, so be sure to support Repzion. I don't know if Sky, Shiloh, and them are still, you know, on social media, but support them too. And that's where we're going to end the stream today. Thank you all for joining me. Please like if you like it. Please dislike if you dislike it. Feel free to send me criticism my way. Join the Discord if you haven't. This video will probably go up the day after because I have a lot of editing to do because There are a lot of triggering words that can get me in trouble. There's a lot of specific things that can get me in trouble. I hope you do good too. I love all of you. Please be safe, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.